Have a good evening.
You're left alone. It's not uncommon for you to be by yourself. I never saw it coming.
Nobody else in there but me, so what's the threat? I would have to see it to believe in it. Ah! It was like a jolt.
At that moment, I got really scared.
I began to accept that these things were paranormal.
This is real.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Troy, and I work the night shift. I had worked for 22 years as a police officer in the military. Multiple deployments to Afghanistan, Iraq.
Troy officially retires from the military. He begins a new career, working as a security guard.
When I retired, I was looking for my next thing to do, and an opportunity came available to work in a museum.
After just a few shifts, Troy learns the museum may hold more than just artifacts.
When I started working there, many of the other guards pulled me aside and they said, hey, you know that place is haunted, right?
Something even the floor manager seems determined to convince him of.
You know the place is haunted, right?
Okay. I was like, no, I would have to see it and hear it to believe in it.
There's a lot of strange stuff that happens around here. You'll see. There's a reason I don't work the night shift anymore.
Okay, whatever, you know. You can believe that if you want. It's a building. That's it.
You have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
I was working the evening shifts. It would close at 5. It's an empty building after that. There's nobody else in there but me, so what's the threat?
Troy starts his first patrol of the night.
Our job was to go around, make sure all points of entry were secure, and make sure all offices and doors were secure. When I would do my patrols, you could hear creaking of the floorboards. I could hear knocks.
The late night sounds don't bother him.
Buildings they're hot during the day and then they're cooling off at night and you get creaks and pops. You know, the building was built in like the 60s, so it's an older building.
The only thing he finds a little unnerving are some of the exhibits.
You have all these glass cases. There's mannequins. Of course, that's kind of creepy when you're walking around at night with the lights off.
A few hours in, he's satisfied everything is secure.
No threats, no danger of any kind, you know. Just a building, and it's empty.
It may not be as empty as he thinks.
As I turn the corner, I hear a door open and close.
Troy finds the freight elevator door open on the exhibit floor.
Hey, is anybody else up here?
Negative. Nobody's come in. I'll admit, you get a little chills. It's kind of spooky, a little creepy. Of course, I continued my patrol listening for any noise that didn't belong. I started noticing things that were just not normal.
What the?
Maybe I'm just hearing things, you know, old buildings and echoes, and maybe somebody's outside and the sound is carrying, I don't know.
Empty building. No danger.
From being in the field and being trained for night operations, I understand how things that are fixed can look like they're moving. You know, those are all things that we were trained to deal with.
Thinking it's just his mind playing tricks on him, Troy takes a break.
And out of the corner of my eye, I see it's just a shadow. Initially, I'm thinking, it must be my eyes, you know. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep last night, or maybe my eyes are fluttering or something. And as I sit there further, it happens again. I see another flash in a different area. I'm thinking somebody's in the building with me, and they're not supposed to be here at this time of the night. Continue to scan the room. I continue to listen for any movement or noise.
Is there anybody here?
But there's nobody there. Maybe somebody's hiding. I'm a little bit on edge, a little bit more alert.
Over here, Troy.
I hear voices talking. Again, you could distinctly tell it was a male and female. The tone was different. One was a little deeper. It was almost like I don't know how to put it. It's like mumbles almost, but you know people are talking, and they're talking to one another.
Identify yourself, now.
Nothing. But I'm not buying that it's a ghost. I'm not buying that it's just shadows. Somebody's got to be there.
Be warned. Security cameras are transmitting live to a central security office.
So I call back. There's nobody on the floor with me.
I got movement on the exhibit floor. I'm seeing things.
And the call comes back. That's a negative. You're the only one here.
Roger that.
Troy can't shake the feeling he's not alone.
And then I would hear the voices again. There's more going on here than I thought there was. When that flashlight went off, it startled me. But then I thought, I had watched one of the paranormal shows, and I saw where they did a flashlight and said, if you're here, can you turn it on?
Is there anybody here? If you are, turn this light on.
It was like a jolt of electricity shooting through my body.
While on night patrol at the museum, security guard Troy is beginning to believe the rumors. When his flashlight dies, he poses a bold question.
Is there anybody here? Turn this light on.
My heart started pounding. Suddenly, it was gone.
Museums become the collections of haunted objects from different time periods. Honestly, I think the apparition meant to communicate with Troy, to let it know that it was there, that it was part of the museum, and that it probably wanted to tell its story.
Are you thinking this is sort of messed up right now?
Yes, this is messing with my head. There's something going on in this museum, and it's not normal. You can't make sense of it. These things shouldn't be happening.
Seeking to verify this alarming experience, Troy returns to a security station to check the cameras.
The camera looked down over the exhibit floor. That video was very perplexing.
Identify yourself, now.
Camera flares and reflections and stuff like that. I can't find anything. There's nobody there. It's just me. I mean, let's face it, that's what paranormal activity is, right? It's outside the normal, and we can't explain it, so it's paranormal. These events, they were unnerving, and they were unsettling. For a split second, I thought about maybe I need to find another job. But I was a career military guy, and that stuff is not going to scare me off. I was going to do my job.
The next night, he asks the floor manager
Hey, Troy.
for some answers.
What's going on? You gotta tell me.
Why?
I was alone here last night. I saw some really weird stuff.
And I asked him, have you ever had people see shadows moving around?
Yes.
Has anybody ever heard their name being called?
He did acknowledge that yes, in fact, other people had reported the same things.
They say there are two spirits really attached to this place. I was here by myself one night.
The manager then reveals his own harrowing experience.
It's not unusual to have a haunted object that can reside in a place and then see the apparition of the spirit that's attached itself to the object. I truly believe that he's seeing the ghost of whatever it is that's attached itself to the object.
And all of a sudden, I hear my name being called. If someone's there, show yourself. This place isn't normal.
Many people have reported encounters with a male and female spirit, clothed in American Old West attire.
I didn't believe you, but I do now.
Troy is about to find out that things are just getting started.
Smells and noises and shadows and voices and people talking. I felt like they were taunting me. It was as if the artifacts themselves were coming to life. I will admit, in that moment, I was scared.
The wee hours of the morning find Troy back in the main exhibit hall.
I was alone, it was dark, it was quiet. And then I heard... You could distinctly tell it was a female.
What the?
Nobody's there. Heart was pounding faster. You can feel it. It's a physical reaction to what's going on.
Nighttime security guard Troy has already encountered one angry spirit, and now meets a second, more aggressive one.
I'm scared. You see a figure. I couldn't explain what it was, but it did look like a person.
Troy races from the building.
On the drive home, I would think of how to deal with what had happened to me, or what I had seen, or what I had heard. This is outside what I know, and I have to function within this environment and not take anything home with me. That was the big thing for my wife. Do not bring anything home.
I think in this case that spirit is attached to the location. And I'm not surprised that the spirit connected with Troy. Troy is around all the time.
Troy decides to take matters into his own hands.
Okay, we're gonna get these computers set up over there by the TV screen. We're gonna use that as our security footage for today, okay?
He gets permission for a paranormal team to investigate the museum.
We're gonna set up cameras and microphones in places most likely the spirits are gonna congregate.
That way.
Follow me.
It became more of a quest, really, to figure out, without a shadow of doubt, what was going on.
Just a little bit higher.
It became my own personal validation. I needed to validate for me what was going on.
Can you adjust that one over there? Okay, I think we're all set. Let's do this.
I was on duty for the investigators because we have to maintain security of the floor.
Is there a problem with the air system? I'm getting a whistling in the exhibit room area.
I can check.
Like this.
When the investigators came in, I didn't share any of my experiences with them. I was interested to see what they might find. I was on edge at this moment. We don't know what we're dealing with, right? Is this something good, or is this something maybe not so good?
Troy arrives at the vents in question.
And there was no whistle, you know, no air, nothing with an air duct that would make a whistle or anything like that.
It's all clear here.
Roger that. It's all good here.
It sounds like a person whistling.
Troy, I just saw something move. Troy.
The investigator wants confirmation it is a spirit.
I said, whistle once if you want us to leave. And it was a whistle, very loud in my ear.
I'm over here. Why are you here?
Don't you know this is our space?
I freaked out a little bit. I felt like, yeah, they want us out of here.
Troy, ask the spirit, have you ever walked the face of the earth as a human being?
Have you ever walked the face of the earth as a human being? Have you ever walked the face of the earth as a human being?
Nothing. And it came back crystal clear in a deep voice. No. No, really sent home to me that that's their domain. The hair on my neck stands up. This was not a kind, warm, welcoming voice. It was a demanding voice. It was a powerful voice. I heard that voice. That scared me. My immediate thought was, I gotta get the hell out of here. What are they capable of? What could they do to us if we intrude too much?
Get out! Get out!
I had that strong fight or flight, and I wanted to flight.
The investigator's equipment is no longer picking up anything.
I think we got everything we need tonight. Thanks for having us.
These events opened my eyes. My belief system has changed a lot. I think as you're younger, you probably don't tend to think about life and death too much. Obviously, as we get older, or as I've gotten older, I start thinking more along those lines. These paranormal experiences have altered my belief system. I've become way more spiritual, pretty egocentric to think it's just us. I think there are things going on in the world that we just don't have a clue.
A short time after, Troy and his family move away.
I wound up having to leave that job, but the museum's still open today.
My name is Megan, and I work the night shift. I worked the night shift at a fast food restaurant. I was a general employee. I would work the front, clean the counters and the tables, and I would operate the drive-through windows.
"18-year-old Megan works the overnights alone."
We were in a pretty suburban area, so it was pretty quiet.
Thanks. Have a good evening.
At night, it's not busy, so you don't need that many people, particularly for overnight shifts. You're left alone at the restaurant a lot of the time. It's not uncommon for you to be by yourself.
this doesn't bother Megan.
It was a normal restaurant. People joked that it was haunted, but I never saw anything. I never expected anything to happen. I'm a skeptic. If I can find any way to explain it, I will explain it.
Her shifts usually go by smoothly.
I'm a very quick worker, and I'm very upbeat and positive, and I get things done very quickly.
But on one late night shift, strange things start to happen.
I never saw it coming. On one night, the cup holders were just a little empty, so I went to restock them. After I'd finished stocking them, I walked off to do a new task.
What the hell?
All of the small cups flew out of their sockets and made a huge mess all over the floor.
Did that freak you out?
I was very confused because it shouldn't have happened. For a split second, I thought someone was pranking me, but I was by myself.
She brushes it off and gets back to work.
Suddenly, there were people in front of me. It startled me and it made me jump.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you guys come in.
Would there be a noticeable noise if someone had entered the restaurant?
You can hear the click as the door opens up from the doorframe. I didn't hear the click.
2 large coffees to go. Black.
I'm gonna have to brew a fresh pot.
Do it. Hurry up, buddy.
They did seem unusual from most customers. He had a little bit of a scowl on his face. He was a little angry, and the women looked really nervous.
We don't have time for this.
Don't start.
With the woman being nervous and him being angry, it was freaky, and I was concerned that they were going to rob me.
Why didn't you call your manager?
The thought crossed my mind to wake up my manager, just in case they actually were going to rob me, but I'm too polite for that. I caught my composure and I brewed a new batch.
The mysterious couple settles in at a booth.
I brought the change with the receipt to the table.
So sorry about the wait, guys. Here.
After I dropped down a coffee, I saw another car pull into the parking lot and then drive right into the drive-thru. Something about it seemed off. They both had the same car. It was freaky.
It's them! It's them! It's them!
When she saw the car, she gasped with a whisper shout going, "Hide!" I was confused. Is this car following them or something?
Where are they going?
Looks like the drive-thru, but it's closed.
It was odd that this car was going through the drive-thru. I had no idea why they picked drive-thru instead of just parked and came in, especially since we closed the drive-thru at night.
Tell me what they ordered. Tell me what they ordered.
The man told me immediately, "Tell me what they order."
Okay.
Megan goes to check on her new customers.
When I got to the drive-thru window, I opened the window.
I'm sorry, the drive-thru's closed.
And then they slowly rolled their window down. At that moment, I got really scared.
She can't believe what she sees right before her eyes. Megan is working the night shift alone at a fast food restaurant when two strange customers appear out of thin air.
When I set the couple's coffee down, I can see another car pull into the drive-thru.
And what happens next gives her more cause for concern.
The people in the drive-thru car was exactly the same as the people in the booth. At that moment, I got really scared. I stood in a spot where you can see both the booth and the pickup window, and I could see both them and the couple in the car at the same time. I was thinking, could have been two sets of identical twins, but I realized there was almost no way it could be. There's no way I can explain that as just twins. This was too weird, and it confused me so much that I wasn't thinking rationally.
Did you ever think anything like this would happen to you?
I never believed anything would happen to me, but then I had an experience I couldn't explain.
In Megan's case, witnessing these two doppelgangers, and a doppelganger is essentially an exact copy of a living person, so it will look exactly like a human. A doppelganger isn't necessarily a ghost or spirit, or is it a living being? It exists in this very strange paranormal in-between world. There's a couple theories as to why doppelgangers exist. One of the more popular ones is that they are versions of ourselves seeping into our universe from another parallel universe.
What can I get for you?
2 large coffees to go. Black.
They ordered the same thing, 2 black coffees, and that also threw me off guard.
Settle down. What are you looking at? Do it, will ya?
There she is.
What did they order?
Two large black coffees, the same as you.
It's them.
The couple at the table came over.
How did the people react? What did they do next?
They tensed up. The man continued to be short with me and told me immediately.
Give me their coffees.
And I got confused. I can't give their coffee to them.
Give me their coffees!
I can't.
Give me their coffees!
He had something, I couldn't quite see what it was, a little pouch that he put back into his pocket.
Give them these.
And slid me the 2 coffees saying, give them these. But I can't give other customers tampered coffee.
I can't. I'm sorry.
You have to.
I told them no at first, but they told me that if the people in the car look like they do, then give them the coffees. And I was caught off guard because they knew that people in the car were the same as them.
It'll make them go away. Please.
They told me that by giving them this coffee, it would make them go away. And they never explained further than that what that meant. And then suddenly it was like I was in a trance. It caused me to blank out.
Bring them the coffee.
Megan obeys.
I've never been this freaked out in my life.
The fact that they handed over this substance to get rid of them is interesting because it makes me believe that this is not the first time that they have run into them. They were gonna try everything to get rid of them.
Took you long enough.
I gave the couple in the car the coffee. I wasn't quite thinking rationally.
Is there anyone else in there?
No.
No other customers?
Nobody.
After I gave the couple in the car the tampered coffees, they took a sip. And they disappeared. I couldn't see them. They just vanished. I was shocked. I couldn't explain this.
How did that make you feel?
I got really scared.
It seems like the original customers were desperate to get rid of the doppelgangers, and so this was their last attempt.
I went back to the table to tell the couple that the car is gone. But they weren't there. It was just the receipt and a large tip. And on the receipt is written a note saying, "Thank you for making our demons go away." It got me freaked out, going, wait, what earth was in that coffee? What would happen if I drank it?
Before she has time to process anything,
There's the couple standing in front of me.
for Megan, a night at work takes a terrifying turn when the teen encounters a couple and their demonic doppelgangers.
After I gave the couple in the car the tampered coffees, they just vanished.
And when she looks for the other couple, they're gone too. Then suddenly,
my stomach definitely dropped. My heart was beating so fast throughout the whole experience. And then it disappeared very quickly. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I thought I was losing my mind.
There is a superstition that if you see your own doppelganger, it is an omen of your own death. I think in this particular case, that is happening.
Megan? Megan?
not a moment too soon, Megan's manager arrives.
Are you okay? You look like you saw a ghost.
I need to talk to you.
Let's go to my office.
I briefly told her what had just happened, and of course she did not believe me. So we looked at the cameras. And when we look over the footage, you see the couple in the store. This really is real. What I saw wasn't just part of my imagination. It actually did happen.
Can we see the drive-through camera?
Yeah, I'll do that.
You see the car pull into drive-through. It's like, wait, this is real.
That's impossible.
You just saw them disappear. She just starts getting just as confused as I was, going, wait, this is real. Megan was telling the truth.
Yeah, I told you.
I was still just as confused and nervous. This really frightened me.
Are you feeling nervous right now?
I'm getting nervous just telling the story back to you. None of this made any sense, and I still can't explain it.
When you work a night shift, you are much more likely to experience a haunting. The fact that this happened very late at night when no one else was around, I think she was just in the right place at the right time to be there when these customers were running away from their doppelgangers. I think that she has something to be afraid of.
Were you worried they would come back?
I had no idea what to think. I didn't want to go through that again.
The memories haunt Megan to this day, as does her decision to hand over those coffees.
Which couple was really human? Which one was the demons? Which one was real? So that freaked me out the most, and it still freaks me out thinking back on it.
What are your thoughts on the paranormal after these events?
Doppelgangers was what my best conclusion was when I looked back over this event. I still myself hardly believe that this actually happened. I thought this was just a part of my imagination. This is real.
I heard rumors, but I always thought that was hooey.
And then it got worse.
Is somebody there with me? Am I going crazy?
Who's there? Knew that he was a ghost. He could move around without moving. What, I see dead people?
I believe no.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Marina, and I work the night shift.
Forced to relocate to an unknown city, single mom Marina must find work immediately.
This was really a life-changing time of my life. I had just ended a 17-year marriage. I was really desperate, so I took a job as a trauma scene cleanup.
Marina's first couple of shifts are quiet until tonight. She's tasked with cleaning up a tragic suicide of a wheelchair-bound victim. Marina's boss warns that inside the apartment, the daughter of the victim must be removed.
I was like, great. I put the suit on. The daughter, she was weird, and I thought it's just because she just lost her dad. She's traumatized by it.
Marina needs her to leave.
You can't be here. He's my father. You can't be here. I just don't want you to see what's in there.
Finally alone, Marina begins the gruesome cleanup.
My boss, he's like, yeah, the suicide, it was pretty messy.
But that's not all that is scary about this house.
I was having a hard time breathing. I can see the guy's wheelchair. And it's moving.
On its own.
All the hair stood up in the back of my neck. I was totally scared. And I take a deep breath and I go, okay. As you can imagine, this was mind-blowingly gross.
Before Marine can begin, a voice calls out. And then, a vision assaults her. An angry spirit.
And now I'm having to face that, I see dead people? It was mind-blowing.
Marine tries to shut the entity out.
So I closed my eyes really tight. And he appeared to be gone.
In shock, Marine cautiously checks to see no one is there. And suddenly, it's back.
What are you doing here?
It breaks through the door.
There's this guy that's literally angry and in my face. And he's looking like a wild man.
That sounds awful. This unknown thing in your face?
Yes, and I'm scared. I can barely breathe.
Marine's personal life has been in great upheaval for quite some time. This is one of the most difficult and stressful positions you can take. A crime scene cleaner. It should be no surprise that the energies involved are unlocking something within Marine's mind.
It is trapping Marine, forcing her to see how he died.
I'm watching it all unfold, feeling so helpless.
Leave me alone! He's desperate to tell his story from the other side.
I had a major stroke. And if you look up, I can't reach the gun because I'm in a wheelchair.
And shockingly, in the vision, Marine sees the daughter is involved.
This is an assisted suicide. My daughter handed me the gun. And then he blew his head off.
Marine doesn't want to see visions.
I've got mediums through my family. I didn't want to be considered weird or strange or different. I did not want to be a medium.
When Marine walks into the scene of the old man's death, at first it appears to be a straight-up suicide, but she's able to read the energies present in that room, and a very different story unfolds. The man's daughter helped him. Sometimes all that an intuitive has to do is listen. Once the spirit has finally told their story, once they've gotten that great weight off their chest, their energy vibration seems to lighten and they are able to move on.
With the spirit gone, Marine takes off.
I drove home and I took the longest shower of my life and I just wept.
Did you tell your boss?
I thought about telling my boss at this point what happened, but, you know, I thought I was a little weird to be seeing spirits or having them talk to me. I didn't want anyone else to think that I was weird, so I avoided talking to my boss about this scenario.
Marine doesn't want to go back, but the call comes in from her boss.
A couple days pass, and the phone rings again. It's now 10 o'clock at night. I was quiet for a minute because I was like, last time wasn't so good. Someone called in sick. Can you come to a murder scene?
Why did you go?
I debated whether I should quit this job. Are you sure you don't have anyone else to go? And he's like, no, so-and-so called in. I reasoned with myself that, one, you need the money. And I was like, okay, I can do this.
On this job, she is working in a desolate area of town, cleaning up the murder of a teenage junkie.
I'm so scared. You know, I'm looking around. There'd just been a murder here. I can see the dark shadow of blood at my feet.
Marina is determined to get the job done. But something around her changes.
The most eerie energy ever.
And against her will, it's happening again. Working as a trauma scene cleaner, Marine's intuitive abilities have been awakened, making her victim to a paranormal vision. Alone at a murder scene, Marine finds the courage to finish her shift.
I just kind of focused on my kids and what I wanted to do for them, what I wanted to accomplish for my life, and this was temporary.
Despite her fighting it, another terrifying entity has begun an assault.
I kept saying in my head, this is temporary, it's a stepping stone. It's a stepping stone, keep going.
But the presence won't let up.
Help me. I take a deep breath and I kind of look to my side, and it was kind of hard because of the way the light was shining on me. I wasn't sure if anyone was coming at me. And then I hear footsteps again. I look up to see if I'm alone still. And it just had this eerie feeling like you're not alone, but you're alone.
Help me. Help me.
Marine is not alone.
No. I'm sorry.
All of a sudden I hear, Mom, I'm so sorry.
So sorry.
I had goosebumps and I was just kind of frozen. This ghost is talking to me. It was so surreal. As I'm sitting there, my heart is racing and I'm like thinking, you gotta leave.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No.
And I don't want to hear it. I just don't know how to stop it.
She makes a desperate run to safety.
I knew that he was a ghost because he could move around without moving. Like sometimes he would be on one side of me and then the other time he would be on the other side of me.
Marine has lost the fight. Her ability to see dead people is opening.
This is the spirit of the kid that just died.
All of the stress that Marina is experiencing seems to be unlocking her latent intuitive abilities, abilities that she never knew she had.
He was 21. He said he was using drugs. And he told me the vehicle and the people that killed him. He's standing beside me, talking, and I'm like, no, I don't want to talk to you. My mom is an intuitive, she was a psychic, but I wanted no part of it. I did not want to be a medium.
The young man who was murdered met a sudden, violent, and tragic death. They weren't expecting to die. They may not even be aware that they're dead. And they're hanging out in that location, waiting for the opportunity to make his presence known to somebody. What's the one thing that he wants more than anything else? Peace, by telling his story to the one person that can hear him.
And then I blink, and the guy's gone. I was like, what is happening? And I had goosebumps. The fear welled up in my throat, and I was just kind of sitting there, frozen. It was just the scariest thing of my life.
So do you believe in the paranormal?
Yeah. Yeah. I want it to end. After that day, you know, it made me really look at the fact that I'm not like everyone else.
My name is Stacy, and I work the night shift. I decided to get a second job at night because my girlfriend, she wanted to buy a house. And so in order to do that, I felt the need to get a night job to get a down payment. This job that I took was exactly the same kind of job I was doing during the day.
Stacy works at a factory for custom speakers on a shift no one wants. Stacy's boss can't get workers to stay.
I've got our orders backing up, so thanks.
And they needed an extra body at night to apply the finishes and the different colors so that they could be ready for the final assembly the next morning.
No one will be working in this part of the factory.
Now, the compressor, you've got to make sure that you turn it off at the end of your shift, okay? If you don't, it can cause a fire.
Okay.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
great.
I got it.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stacy buckles down for a long night of work.
I was kind of a little bit nervous being there by myself. But that was okay. But I didn't need supervision. I didn't need somebody to look over me and tell me what to do. I had to sand these large speakers, put some finish on them, and then push them out the door to dry. About 2 weeks in, things seemed to start to change quite a bit. I was in the paint booth applying some finishes on this really big speaker. Kind of felt really uneasy being there. Heard something outside the booth.
It sounds like it's outside the paint room.
I didn't know exactly what it was. It's more like a faint, deep voice.
Hello?
Stacy hears it, but he can't see it.
It's really scary. I mean, you think somebody's there with you, and you look around and nobody's there. You're thinking to yourself, am I going crazy? Something strange was going on. I shut off the air compressor, turned the lights out, locked the door, and went home.
The next night, it gets even stranger.
Stacy, what did I tell you about the compressor?
What are you talking about?
You left it on all night.
And I'm like, I don't think I left it on. I'm pretty sure I turned it off. He said, no, it was on.
It won't happen again.
With pressure from his boss, Stacy is extra attentive around his work.
I was like, I'll make sure that I turn it off.
Stacy is checking the compressor. Night after night.
I would turn the air compressor off and I'd get a call from my boss saying I left it on. I was like, no, I turned it off. I know I did. And he didn't believe me, and he would get very upset with me. Something was going on in this place, and I didn't know what it was.
Determined to prove to his boss that he's not lying, Stacy records his actions.
I got my phone, which has video on it, and I videotaped myself turning it off. I actually filmed my hand shutting the switch off.
Okay, Dan, this is me. I'm gonna turn off the compressor. All right, so here's the compressor, and I'm turning it off, and now it's off.
But whatever is messing with Stacy won't be stopped.
What's up, boss?
What have I told you about the compressor?
What are you talking about?
You left it on overnight again.
For some reason, the compressor came on again.
Now hold on, just listen, all right? I took a video, I have proof.
I said, hey, look, I know I turned the air compressor off. I have this video.
Look at that.
He saw it and he said, yeah, you turned it off. But it came on this morning. And he didn't know what to say. And of course, I didn't know what to say either. Something strange was going on.
Wait. What's that? You're the only one in here, right?
Yeah. I don't know what the hell that is.
When I was videotaping my hand turning off the switch, there's this like outline. It looked like a person, but nobody's really there. It's just like a shadow. And it kind of moved a little bit, not a lot, but it moved a little bit like a real person. It's like, oh my God, there's somebody there.
Get back to work.
Stacy's boss is gone for the night. Alone, he returns to the paint room to get done quickly and get out of there. And it's back.
I hear this really demonic growl. Is somebody there with me? I mean, I'm alone there at night. Is somebody there? I don't know.
It's worse than he can imagine.
It's scary as hell.
Stacy's working alone at night in a factory where he is being terrorized by an unknown being. Strange sounds, growls, and now a confrontation with a dark entity leaves Stacy shaken. The entity vanishes. Stacy tries to make sense of what's happening.
My first thought was, you know, I'm working a day job. I come in and do a night job, right? I'm working 14 hours a day. It's gotta be in my mind. I'm tired and I'm seeing things.
Stacy gets back to his work so he can get out of there fast.
After completing one of the speakers, I have to put it on these giant hooks, and then you hoist them up to the upper level and set them off to dry.
But the presence is back. More dangerous than ever.
I thought, oh my God, there's this giant speaker just fell right in front of me. Scared the hell out of me. The speaker had crashed in front of me and I almost had a near-death experience. This thing almost landed on me for no reason. It was hooked, it was secure. I made sure it was hooked. Something was obviously in the room with me. Is this thing following me? Is it part of my life now?
Cautiously, Stacy moves his work out of the paint room.
All of these events that are happening to Stacy feel very indicative of a demonic haunting. When you hear low growls, when things are trying to physically harm you, usually that's the sign of a demon. When you are under a lot of emotional stress, that definitely will attract more negative entities. There's a chance that this factory already had a lot of pent-up negative energy in it, so when Stacy entered this situation, that entity knew, okay, Stacy is vulnerable.
Stacy steels himself, believing the carpentry room will be safer.
He kept working.
I was, of course, on edge. I'm trying to calm down. I'm by myself. Nobody's coming in. I'm responsible for everything. I had this speaker that I was working on what I had to do was to repaint this one area on it. And so in order to do that, I had to mask it off, where I have to use a little tiny razor blade and trim it off so it'd be just right. I had my arm up here, and I had a razor blade, and I was cutting it along the edge. I heard this growl again.
There is no escape for Stacy.
Hell. But before I could actually figure out what it was, I felt something grab my elbow.
No! Let go!
And it pushed my arm forward. I had the razor blade, which is really sharp. And it forced me into my other arm, cutting it. I was like, oh my God. I was starting to bleed really badly. And so I grabbed my arm, wrapped it up really good.
Stacy makes a run for his life.
First thing I thought was, I need to get to a hospital because I'm bleeding and I'm going to die.
Losing control of your body is an absolutely horrifying feeling, and in this case, the demonic entity was so powerful that it was able to override Stacy's willpower and force him to hurt himself.
After the violent attack, Stacy digs into the history of the factory. He discovers that he is working in the same place that an employee died, a tragic death.
This factory is basically like a feeding trough of negative energy. Demons sort of just go wherever the negative energy is. So this demon is just gonna keep coming back for more.
Luckily, the hospital wasn't too awfully far away.
After all of that, what were you thinking?
As I was sitting there getting stitches, I was thinking to myself, you know, I'm not going back there because I don't want to die.
So you never returned?
I did not go back and get my last paycheck. I didn't care. I didn't want to set another foot in that place, ever. I still got the scar on my arm, by the way. I'll carry it with me for the rest of my life. I didn't really believe in, you know, supernatural. Today, I'm pretty much a believer. In fact, it doesn't matter what I believe, it exists.
My name is James. I work the night shift.
James has always been interested in helping others, so he's looking forward to starting his new job at a school for special needs students.
I was hired as the dorm supervisor for teenage boys with special needs. This was a dream come true job for me.
The building is a historic one, having stood at the spot for more than a century. And for a century, there have been whispers that it's haunted.
I heard rumors, but I always thought that was hooey. I've been working night shifts for the longest time, but this was the first time I was actually looking after, students. I was certainly nervous because I hadn't worked with a lot of special needs before, so I was especially nervous about that, and I wanted to make a good impression.
His job is to keep watch over the children throughout the night as they sleep.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
A baby monitor keeps him connected to the kids at all times.
I have to check all the students every half hour to an hour to just make sure they're breathing. As I walk through the checks, I walked with my baby monitor. They had all the dorm rooms down the hallway.
On his first look, everything seems normal.
It was pretty dark. I was doing my checks and it was getting pretty routine already. I mean, all I did was walk up and down the hall, open the doors quietly and listen and listen.
But just a few hours into the shift, James notices something out of the ordinary.
At the corner of my eye, I see a shadow, and of course I have to look again. I thought I saw another person was in there with me, and he disappears. I'm thinking that I'm just tired and okay, my eyes are playing tricks on me.
James brushes it off.
I get back to the kitchen and it was after 2 o'clock in the morning, and I just started making some coffee. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I just feel like tapping on my shoulder. I thought, there's no way there's a child behind me. No, 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 no. So of course I look and there's nothing there. Trying to shake that off. And I got my coffee and I sat down and tried to read a book.
But this wasn't the quiet night shift he was hoping for.
I happened to glance over at the refrigerator and, you know, before I'd noticed, yeah, there were refrigerator magnets with the alphabet, and I didn't think anything of it. But now I look up and I saw my name. The magnets were in a jumbled mess before, but now in the middle was Hi James.
Who wrote your name there?
Not these kids. I hadn't worked with them yet. I started to freak out a little bit. Too many weird things already. The tapping, the shadow of something, and now I see this.
Those that work the night shift should be ready at dead time, ready between 2:30 and 3 to see paranormal activity, absolutely. That is known as a time where paranormal activity is amped up. The magnets are being used as a device to communicate with James.
James has no idea who or what is trying to communicate with him.
I was a little scared. There was nobody else in this building except for me. The kids sleeping. Nobody could get in. And nobody knows my name, and so I don't know why I would see something like that. I was a little shaky. I was just wondering what was going to happen next. And then all of a sudden, clear as day, I hear a man's voice. Someone was in the school with me based on what I could hear on the monitor.
And that somebody knows his name.
I was definitely getting freaked out at this point.
Why didn't you get out of there?
I couldn't leave. I had to stay there and protect my kids, and especially if there was a lunatic running around just trying to freak me out.
James rushes to check on the boys.
I opened up the door. I walked in. I could see. I was relieved that I did not find anything. I backed out of the room quietly.
But the voice is back.
And I thought, this is impossible. I just checked those rooms and I just checked the hallways. Constantly walking up and down and pacing up and down these hallways. There was no way there was somebody else in that building. This is starting to feel more like a
something paranormal?
I don't want to admit that, but yes. I'm a little nervous talking about this because I've always been a skeptic, and this is the first time that I've ever talked about this.
But if it's not a human, what is it?
It's a 100-year-old school, and I had heard these rumors, and I just never really thought anything about it. I didn't believe in ghosts before. I was still trying to keep my wits about me.
The entity is moving closer.
I was worried about the kids. That's what the job was. I was there to protect these kids.
James.
I could not leave.
It keeps calling his name.
James.
And I had to muster up some courage because I needed to get to the bottom of this.
James.
Figure out why I was hearing this. I didn't want to have to call anybody or let my boss know that I was freaking out.
James dashes up through the stairwell, but something stops him dead in his tracks. James's first night as a dorm supervisor at a special needs school has taken a terrifying turn. All the students are fast asleep, but someone, something is awake, desperate for James's attention.
James. I am watching James.
I didn't walk into expecting to see ghosts. That's when I saw an older gentleman wearing, it seems like a uniform from the 1800s.
The spirit has a warning for James.
I am watching him.
And I'm what the hell? And he disappears. And there's nothing there. It's just me. There's no way that just happened. I know I'm not losing my mind. I was getting pretty scared and freaked at this point. I heard there was a spirit of a watchman, but that's all I heard. Maybe the rumors were true. I just wanted to get out of there.
But his duty to the innocent kids in his care keeps him there. He couldn't live with himself if anything happened to them.
I didn't want that on my conscience, on my head. I can't call my boss. I didn't want him to think that I was crazy and fire me on the spot, so I was just really trying to take care of it myself.
Listen to me, James.
But I wasn't feeling like I was a skeptic anymore.
Listen.
James has no reprieve. The spirit is watching him.
Listen to me, James.
The specter keeps trying to get James to listen.
It started to escalate. Things just seemed to get worse and worse and worse. Everywhere I walked around, I was starting to feel like he was there with me. I could feel his presence. Whew. I'd like this night to be over, and I'd like to calm down, but I wonder if he's still gonna be there.
James. I am watching him. James.
I'm very unnerved at this point.
Listen to me, James. Listen. James. I am watching.
When I finally turned and looked at it, and I've never been so scared before or since.
The entity is now moving straight for James.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I was was getting panicky. I didn't know what I was going to do.
What do you want from me?
And the warning is terrifying.
Protect them.
I was really scared.
And with a message of protect them, it disappears.
I wish I could understand what was happening here.
You saw a full body apparition. What does it do to you?
It sent a jolt through my body, to be truthful.
After seeing the apparition of the Watchman face to face, James now believes the stories.
Several people had seen it. I'd heard about it, but they were a little hush-hush about it. They didn't want to attract attention, I think. They had a hard time keeping somebody in this position. I am a skeptic until I had this job.
James tries to calm down.
I look up at the refrigerator.
The Watchman has one last message.
And the magnets have changed. And now it says, take care of them.
What did you think when you saw that?
I was a little bit of a mixture of unnerved and maybe a little bit of relief. I felt a little weird about it, but I felt a little better.
Protect them.
I don't believe that children or James are in danger at all. I believe that this night watchman took his job into the afterlife and really is concerned about these children and wants to make sure that James continues the tradition.
At this point, I didn't feel that this was a scary spirit of the night watchman. I think he was there to help me. He still felt a moral obligation to these students.
How did your night end?
I felt a little bit of relief knowing that my night was almost over.
James survives his first night shift, but is still quite shaken up.
I know I definitely saw the Watchman. I didn't know if I had the stomach for this, being visited by watchmans and the voices on the monitor. I did not know. I didn't want to have that.
The events of that first night changed James forever.
I had an authentic experience. I'm sorry for ever judging people who talk about having experiences, because I'm one of them, and I believe now.
Working by yourself is not easy. Kind of freaked me out. Alex.
You know this place is haunted, right?
Please help!
Where's that coming from?
There was nobody in sight.
I don't believe in that stuff.
William, I see something!
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
I'm Alex Handy, and I work the night shift.
In a small independent theater, night manager Alex begins cleaning after the last customers have gone home.
It's a second-run theater, so it's typically older movies, some live events. I mean, I like movies, so it's nice to be able to see them for free. I just sort of do the general work that needs to be done. It's a dark place. It's kind of got a bit of a creepy vibe. It has the feeling of like one of those old theaters that you would like see in the movies. It's 1939.
From the beginning, working the night shift has been a little eerie.
A lot of the times, at the end of the night especially, working in the theater, when you're walking around, it can kind of feel like someone's watching you. Like someone's, you know, in the room with you when you're the only one there. A place like that, you definitely hear stories, people, you know, hearing things or seeing shadows, stuff like that. I didn't really put too much credence into it.
But the day shift worker, however, does believe.
You know this place is haunted, right?
I don't believe in that stuff.
She told me that she was cleaning the bathrooms. And she was hearing like these weird noises, like banging sounds. There could have been maybe an animal that gotten in or something like that. There's a window up there. Maybe a bird got in, I don't know.
Oh, you'll see.
At first, for me, it was just stories, you know.
His co-worker heads home, leaving an empty theater. Alex hopes.
I didn't believe fully in the paranormal before I started working at the theater. I just wasn't fully convinced.
Alex believes will soon be pushed to the limit.
So I was cleaning up the concession stand. And I start to hear noises coming from inside the bathroom. It's an old theater, so like noises from pipes and stuff isn't uncommon, but this was something else. It sounded like someone was like banging the stall doors like with their full force. We have had people linger in the theater before, but we had checked and everyone had left at that point.
The same type of unexplained banging that had haunted his co-worker.
Hello? Someone in there?
This was loud. This sounded like someone intentionally making noise. I'm a bit freaked out as I go in. But then as soon as I start to open the door, it just like stops. Everything just cuts off like right away. That's even a bit more creepy than even hearing the noise. I go in and I'm looking around the bathroom. I don't see anything, but there is this fog. No reason for that sort of like condensation and that like fog to be there. Like that doesn't really make sense. On the mirror, there was like kind of a foggy handprint, as if like, I don't know, like when you get out of the shower, if you were to like press your hand against the glass.
Alex discovers this chalky handprint in the mirror of the woman's bathroom. A spirit might mark its territory with a handprint if it was very territorial and protective of the space.
What the hell? Stay back!
My adrenaline is flowing. I'm totally freaked out at this point.
Alex runs as far away from the disturbances as he can.
At that point, was able to sort of tell myself, like, okay, like, yeah, maybe you just heard something and it wasn't, like, it was just sort of in your head, was my way of sort of rationalizing my way out of it. No one's in the theater at that point. The doors are locked.
Suddenly, the projector is on and playing an old-timey soundtrack.
The projector behind me just turns on. I heard like a woman's voice call my name, and it sounded like she wasn't more than maybe like 10 feet behind me.
He can hear the woman's voice.
Alex.
But he can't see her.
Alex.
At that point, it's pretty hard to deny that something beyond what we think we know is happening.
Alex. Alex.
What Alex sees isn't of this world.
I'm sort of frozen in place. I'm completely terrified.
Night manager Alex is partway through his shift at a historic movie theater, rumored to be haunted.
At first, for me, it was just stories.
But stories become reality as he encounters a female spirit. In terror, Alex rushes into the auditorium, only to find that the spirit is dead set on finding her light.
Alex.
I just see this figure standing right across from me, and she's just standing there still. I'm totally freaked out at this point.
Alex.
My adrenaline is like up to here, it's at the top.
Alex. Alex. Leave me alone, Alex.
At that point, it's like, well, either I'm completely out of my mind or this is something paranormal has happened.
After coming face to face with the apparition, Alex now believes the tales about the Empress are true. The Empress was an actress and the former owner who died in a tragic fall. And it's rumored her spirit won't leave the cinema.
I don't really know how to process it at that point.
The spirit that Alex is dealing with is an intelligent entity, which is an entity who is aware of the living, who is able to manipulate objects in its environment, electronic devices, lights, make sounds. There is potential for danger depending on the frequency and the escalation of these spirit experiences. What looks like a woman might actually be a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's trying to manipulate us, to entice us, to come closer so it can absorb our energy.
That energy still has a hold on him.
Start to hear noises coming from the bathroom again. I have to check this out now. Through the mirror, I see these stall doors just shaking. There's no one there. I don't see anyone's hands. I don't see anyone's feet. No one is moving these doors. They're just shaking by themselves. And then I hear this bang coming from the projection booth, and the door to the projection booth is right beside the door to the bathroom. I'm pretty rattled at this point. No one's supposed to be in there. That's kind of where all the expensive equipment is. So I have to go there to check that everything's okay. I mean, like, maybe something fell, I don't know. God knows what I'm about to see.
It's as though the Empress is luring him to go upstairs.
Alex.
It's dimly lit. Once I get in there, I look around and there's no one in there. As I'm sort of have my back turned to the projector, all of a sudden it just shuts on. And I sort of whip around.
She's back.
And standing there beside the projector is this figure of this woman. You can see her face and her body sort of fades into light almost.
Leave me alone!
That scared the living hell out of me.
With the Empress in dark, Alex attempts to escape.
I'm in flight or fight mode. I'm ready to just leave the theater. Once my wits start to come back to me, I've got out of there as fast as I can and just like completely freaked out.
Alex may have left, but the Empress has not.
You went back to work?
After I saw this apparition, things calmed down. Nothing to the extent of what happened at that night, no. I'm definitely someone who thinks that the paranormal does exist. I'm someone who's experienced it. And once you've experienced it, it's kind of hard to go back to the way you thought before. So yeah, I'm definitely someone who believes that these sort of things can happen.
So how are you feeling now that it's over?
Just coming to terms with the fact that like, oh, this happened and this is sort of like, now you know that this sort of thing can happen, and yeah, it's definitely a shock to the system.
My name is William Hartman. I work the night shift.
Fresh out of high school, William lands a job as an overnight security guard at a factory.
I was excited to get this job because I want to get into law enforcement. The factory itself is large. It has a lot of history. It was built in the 1900s.
It was an old tractor factory used during World War II. The building survived a massive fire.
When I was first hired, I was told this place had a lot of turnover. The reason why was because there was things that was going on at night.
Happy to have a job, William doesn't question it.
Why don't we go do our first patrol, get that out of the way?
Yeah.
And make sure there are no ghosts.
I assumed that she was joking with me. I was a skeptic. I had no prior experience of the paranormal. My job was to patrol the property, make sure all the doors are locked and secured, make sure the property is safe, and also watch the cameras. My partner and I, we got to the basement. When I first started, I just was excited to go to work. It was building my career.
But it doesn't take long for William's excitement to change.
This place is creepy.
Sometimes I would hear banging, like pipes banging, mechanical noises. That's what we'd assume.
But then,
we noticed that the lights were flickering. I just assumed that the power of the place is just bad.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I will just leave a note with maintenance to check the wiring down here.
She scared me pretty good.
for William and his co-worker Lisa, it's getting stranger.
Did you hear that?
Strange stuff started happening. We did hear footsteps in the factory, but nobody should have been there. We started investigating around, but we didn't see nobody.
What's that?
Suddenly, I heard this piano playing. The keys were moving on their own. I did have some fear.
Why is there a piano in a factory?
I don't know. It was an old piano. Nobody's sure why the piano was there.
William struggles to find an explanation for the piano playing.
I'd assume it was rats or some type of rodents going inside the back of the piano. And then when I opened the back of it, there was nothing in there to make the sound of the piano. I was shocked. It stopped playing. And then we continued further down the hall, and then it started playing again. There's more that happened, though.
What happens next is terrifying.
We heard voices.
Where's that coming from?
We can faintly hear someone screaming, "Help!" We looked at every spot, and there was nobody in sight.
Please!
It scared us both.
Help, please! Help!
The cries that William and Lisa hear in the factory are spirits that are just trying to reach out to somebody.
Please! Help me!
They're basically just saying, we're here and we don't know why.
Why not leave the floor?
We didn't believe in abandoning posts. You know, we could be liable if something happened, like if there was a fire or something like that, or someone broke in.
Please, help me.
I looked around. I didn't see anything.
Hey, you check the monitors. I can keep searching.
There was nothing on the monitors. I was alone. I can feel a strange presence. Suddenly, the voices were coming from everywhere.
A couple of nights on the job as a security guard, William and his co-worker Lisa discover a piano that plays on its own. And then, unexplained voices from the empty factory. But worst of all, William is attacked.
I felt pain.
While protecting the factory, he has become prey.
I had scratches on my arm. They were like right here, on the bottom of the part of the arm. There were 3 scratch marks. I couldn't figure out how that happened. I was freaked out.
It's very likely that there are a lot of different types of hauntings happening at this factory. The scratch marks are probably from a demonic entity.
William rushes to the safety of the security office and shows his partner his scratches.
I got this.
She was scared, very scared. I knew something was wrong.
Lisa reveals that she too has experienced something frighteningly familiar.
She got scratch marks actually on her back. There's no logical explanation. Something paranormal was going on in this factory. We were scared. We were frightened.
Both of them were scratched. When you see 3 scratch marks on your body, it's the sign of a demonic entity, because 3 is seen to be mocking the Holy Trinity. It could simply be that whatever entity is in that location wants them to leave.
What the hell is happening?
That's when William learns the haunted history of the building, which began after a deadly fire.
People had died in the facility back in the 1900s after World War II. There was only one exit of the building, which caused an issue.
Because of this, people were trapped and burned.
The rumor was that their spirits are remaining at the building.
A lot of times in haunted locations, these hauntings occur because the spirits are confused. A lot of the times they don't understand that they're dead.
It appears the spirits desperately want William's attention.
Oh my God!
And the next thing, the fire alarm goes off.
The factory floor!
I rushed over to see what was going on. Lisa stayed in the guard shack by the monitors.
But there is no fire.
The pull station had been pulled. I radioed to her. The voices were back.
I can hear them, but I can't see them.
I can't see anything. William, I see something!
I turned around. I didn't see nobody.
There's nothing here.
There's something behind you.
I know she's not gonna lie to me. So I was freaked out.
William!
I felt there was very, very high energy there.
The energy manifests into something beyond belief.
What I saw scared the daylights out of me.
William, get out!
I got out of there as fast as I can.
William's terror soars when he looks at the security footage.
When I was looking into the monitors, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was seeing stuff that shouldn't be there, and it was unexplained. All I see is all these shadow figures just walking around.
Who do you think those shadow figures were?
I believe these people were spirits of those who died during the factory fire. I was terrified.
William can't protect himself or the factory from the paranormal.
Me and Lisa just left that place.
This factory is so dense with negative energy. It's very likely that there are a lot of different types of hauntings happening. The residual haunting with the cries being heard, and the scratch marks are probably from a demonic entity. In a location where a lot of trauma and emotional stress has occurred, those tend to be more haunted because that energy will linger on after death.
This was the scariest night of my life. I was glad to leave that job forever. After these events, I became a believer. I'm a big believer in the paranormal.
Let us out! No, don't let us in! Let us out! Let us out!
My name is Tanya, and I work the night shift. I was 18 when I started to work at the arcades. I came to work there because my mom passed away and my dad needed some financial help. He was struggling.
The arcade is in a historic building that's been around since the early 1900s. There are rumors that a female spirit lurks in the shadows.
Like most people say, seeing and feeling it for yourself is like believing. And I was the same way for a long time until activity started happening. At night when everyone was gone, I cleaned and made sure everybody was out of the building and locked up. I was mostly alone in the building. Being 18 and working by yourself is not easy, and it kind of freaked me out.
A month on the job, Tanya works in solitude on her shift until one unusual night.
I heard footsteps, so I thought it was a customer, and I went to try to check out and investigate what it was. I started walking towards the back. The footsteps just kind of peter off and didn't find anything.
Something or someone is playing games with her.
The activity started building. This time I actually saw something that, was just weird. There were 3 of the balls stacked in the pyramid. How did that happen?
Was that unusual?
Very unusual. I didn't put them where they were stacked.
Working alone, there is no one to tell, so she gets back to cleaning.
They were stacked again. I was like, what is going on?
Was that freaky?
Yeah. All the toys on the shelf flew off. At that point, I definitely thought something was happening. And it seemed like it was kind of centering around me. There was something, some activity going on there that is beyond, my control. It didn't feel human at all.
I believe that what Tanya is experiencing is a poltergeist, classic poltergeist. They can be very dangerous. This spirit might be acting out because it needs to be heard. It needs acknowledgement.
All of a sudden I heard bang, bang, bang. And I'm like, what is that? And then I heard bang, bang, bang even louder. I'm like, okay. So I went to check throughout the building to see if there's anybody else in the building with me, and there was no one there. And as I'm checking, the banging is progressively getting louder and louder. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to think. I was scared. It sounded too loud to be an intruder to me, so I had no idea what it was. Tanya. Next thing you know, I heard Tanya. I'm looking around who said that? And that's when I realized there's something with me. Tanya. It was a female voice whispering my name. Tanya.
Tanya's job at an arcade is anything but fun and games. And she senses that something is toying with her.
I heard somebody whisper my name.
Were you scared?
Oh yeah, very, very scared. I had no idea what it was.
Tanya locks the attic door, hoping to trap whatever it is inside.
Tanya. I panicked and I ran out. I was scared. So I called to my dad.
Tanya's dad shows up to help his distraught daughter.
Dad! There's something up there.
Okay. Calm down. We'll have a look around.
My dad didn't find anything.
Look, Tanya, you don't have to stay here.
It's okay, Dad. I just got spooked.
Tanya puts on a brave face for her father. She knows the job is too important to lose. She can't resist the rumors about the building and its former owner anymore.
I did some research, and I found out that the former owner did not want the present owner to have the building.
After her death, against her wishes, the sale went through.
The manager did a lot of renovating in the building.
Anytime there's a renovation or a restoration of a property, there is a lot of psychic residue that's being stirred up.
Former owner loved the way that the building was the way it was, and I guess with all the upgrades probably upset her. I believe something awoke.
Tanya's experiencing a lot of emotional crises. You know, her mother just passed away. She's expending a lot of emotion that a spirit might see as a source of energy it could feed from.
After my mom passed away, I think my ability to see and sense things became stronger.
Tanya returns to work, but she doesn't feel too safe.
I was very, very scared.
You went back?
Yes. And things started getting even more worse. I would hear my name being called. Tanya. And I heard it again. Tanya. I was like, Tanya. Like, almost like they were like trying to whisper in my ear, but they weren't close enough, but I could hear it. Tanya. It was freaking me out because I had no idea.
No idea why the spirit won't leave her alone and what she wants.
I saw out of the corner of my eye something like walk by, and I'm like, what is that? My heart was racing, I was sweating. Tanya.
She's in a game she doesn't want to play.
I was scared. The panic had set in. Why is it, choosing me? Tanya. I saw a full-figured apparition. She was wearing a black dress, and she had gray hair. She was just really upset and didn't want me being there. The lady that I saw was the former owner. No. Why? Please. And then she just vanished right before my eyes, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I just see? Tanya. All of a sudden, I heard this sound go like whizzing by me. And at first, I didn't know what it was until I looked on the floor, and it was a knife about like that big. It flew by my head. If I had been standing a little bit closer to the left, it probably would have hit me. Thank God it didn't. She was trying to hurt me. And a knife came by. It felt like it was threatening my life. She was like mad at me. I don't know why. Don't know what I did to her. Leave now!
This former owner might be singling Tanya out because it just needs to convey that some type of great injustice was done to it. It's so full of rage and anger, and it's focusing that rage and anger on Tanya. Tanya is in danger.
I ran out of the building. I got a very overwhelming feeling of sadness. It was so strong and emotional that I couldn't really, handle it. The past owner, on her deathbed, threatened that if the present owner got the building, she would come back and haunt it, and I believe she did. And then I think because I was the first person in the building that season, it decided to take it out on me. It freaked me out to the point where I never wanted to go back to that place. It was just scary.
I can tell you're still shaken up by this.
It just brings back a lot of, memories of the place. The fact that that ghost threw that knife at me, it literally gave me that feeling that I should not be in the arcades anymore.
Do you believe in the paranormal?
I definitely believe it now. I definitely don't want to go through that ever again.
For my own safety, I'm trapped inside the store. Someone or something knocked on the glass.
Someone creeping around outside.
I honestly just shrugged it off. Kind of like pushing people around just a little bit.
I feel like someone's watching me.
I'm turning around looking, there's nothing there. It just gave me goosebumps.
All these weird things were happening to me, but the worst was yet to come.
Want to imagine it, but it did happen. Even to this day, I get chills.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Lee, and I work the night shift.
On a dark country road, 33-year-old Lee makes his way to his job at a secluded overnight campground.
My job was overnight security at a campground. I would drive myself to the park and get there about 10 p.m. every night. Drive back home in the morning, 6 a.m.
Lee works the graveyard shift with one other campground employee, his foreman, Tim.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, buddy.
Just gonna go start my rounds.
All right, I'll see you in 45.
Lee is responsible for making sure everyone is safe and following the campsite rules. He's there to help and to lay down the law if necessary.
The three things I really liked about the job was the peace and quiet, first of all. The fact that I pretty much was my own boss. And I'll have to admit, I kind of like pushing people around just a little bit.
Lee's duties include making sure that all the day visitors have left and the parking lot is empty.
This particular night, I'm doing my rounds. I go down to the wetlands, and I see a car parked there.
And what do we have here? Hey, Tim, buddy.
Looks like we got a car parked in the day lot. I'm gonna go see what's up over there.
Copy that. I spotted some guy posting folks down there the other night. It might be them. Over.
Copy that.
I had got out of the truck to go tell these people that they had to get out, they had to leave. They're not allowed in the case wetlands area after a certain time.
Lee can never be sure of what he's about to run into. Partiers, poachers, or an amorous couple.
I only carried a flashlight, but it's a big, long, black, heavy one. It hurts when it hits you.
All right, lovebirds. Park's closed. Get out of here before I write you up.
That was really freaky. I can't explain what I saw. As I'm watching him leave, I hear a sobbing, and I mean a deep sobbing.
Hello?
Not a little whimper, not a little cry, deep sobbing right next to me.
Hello? Are you okay?
I mean, I turned around looking, there's nothing there. It just gave me goosebumps.
Is everything okay, Lily?
Yeah, everything's fine. I'm finished my rounds. Over and out.
Of course, I didn't know what was going on. I heard that, and I'm like, okay, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. So I got in the truck and I left.
The rest of Lee's shift passes without incident. But while on patrol the following night, he makes a surprising discovery.
It was gone. There was nothing there.
Hello? What the hell? Where'd it go?
So I was getting a little nervous and getting a little freaky because I didn't see anything. My head started to hurt, and I started feeling just really like a heavy pressure on me. It was liquid. It was liquid and a little chunky. It looked like it could have been bloodstained. I dropped my flashlight. And it was gone. Again, I am starting to feel like what's going on. I see in the distance a light. So I say, okay, what's going on here? There's no car here, so, you know, what do we got going on back here?
Hey, Tim.
Seeing something over here at the parking lot. A light.
Not sure what it is. About to go check it out. Over.
Copy that, Lee. Over.
Lee makes his way into the dark forest that surrounds the wetlands.
I think there's somebody there.
I recognized them from the campground. They're local troublemakers.
Okay. I think we lost them.
Howdy, boys.
These guys were in there frog gigging illegally.
Dump that out. All of it.
Come on, man, that's hours of work.
I don't care. All of it.
I made them dump their bucket.
Hurry up, I want to get the hell out of here.
I know they were nervous because I was there and busted them, but there was something else wrong with them. I don't know. So they were kind of freaked out.
What, is something scaring you, boys? Did you hear that?
And he looked a little unnerved. He looked a little shook up.
Yeah.
You know what's making that sound?
No.
All right, you two, get out of here. Leave your headlamps on, though, so I can follow you out.
watched him go.
Tim, it's all good out here. Just a couple of froggers. Tim, do you copy? Tim.
When I turned around, what I saw then, it creeps me out talking about. Even to this day, I get chills.
Overnight security guard Lee starts to believe the remote campsite where he works is haunted. After chasing away some poachers, he comes face to face with a terrifying apparition.
I'm not a person that gets scared easily. But that just scared me to death, so I felt like I'm getting out of here.
Lee runs back to the parking lot, but whatever he saw in the forest isn't ready to let him go just yet.
I began to get a headache. And I heard the sob again. It was a deep, deep, and disturbing like sobbing. There was someone walked in front of my headlights. You could see the full body walk in front of my headlights. I saw it with my own eyes. This figure, as clear as day, in front of my headlights. I saw it, and I froze. What is this I'm seeing on the ground? One of them had her head blown off with a shotgun. Chilled me to the bone. I mean, I still get goosebumps. I have them right now. I've got a chill right up my spine just talking about it. And it's been how many years, you know? I turned around to run back to my truck. I knew when I drove out of there that she was watching me.
Tim, man, we got something we gotta talk about.
And I asked him, what's going on at that place down there? What is it? There's something going on down there. I haven't said anything to you about it, but there's something there. And he just kind of stood there for a moment, and he said, oh, you mean the parking lot?
You might want to sit down for this.
No, thanks, I'll stand.
Back when I was doing your job, there was a woman, she got murdered. She had her head blown off with a shotgun.
And what evidently it was the blast had blew her head out the window, and that's what was on the ground there.
When Lee goes into this parking lot, he sees this car which disappears. He hears the sounds of crying, this stain which disappears, and also these headaches. This might be indicative of a spirit projecting these things for Lee to see. I think that the spirit might recognize Lee as an authority figure, and it's simply trying to get help. It's trying to escape this trauma that it keeps living through.
You think she was calling for help?
I think so. I think that's what it's all about. I think that's why I think she's still there. I believe that. Why else? You know, I have no explanation for it.
Despite what he has learned, Lee doesn't quit his job.
I never did think about quitting. In the beginning, I was on edge the whole time. But the longer I went there, you know, it just got commonplace. It was just, you know, well, here we are again. evidently she needs help, so I've tried to make contact.
Hello? You here?
Yeah, you know, just say hello and leave.
You let me know if there's anything I can do for you, okay?
I know she was standing there. I know she was watching every time. I guarantee you she's still there to this day. I think she needs someone to release her. I mean, that's, you know, something, somehow. Some acknowledgement, something, I don't know. Maybe this will help. Maybe her story being told, maybe that will help her get out of there, get out of the situation, whatever it is, I don't know.
I'm coming back. My name is Al Campbell, and I work the night shift. I work as a night clerk in a local gas station. I work the day shift normally, but I wanted to save more money for my wedding and save money for my son. So I asked if I could start working the night shift to get more hours.
Al loves his job, but not the area it's located in.
There's a graveyard about 2 blocks away from the gas station, so that freaked me out a little bit.
And that's not all.
This gas station is located in a very dangerous part of my town. I have no choice but to lock the doors at night. When a customer wants to come inside, they ring a buzzer, and I use a button to unlock it. For my own safety, I'm trapped inside the store.
There are other security measures in place.
We have 3 security cameras that look on our registers, and they also look out at the aisles. My first night working the night shift, it was pretty normal at first. My typical duties include cleaning the coffee pots, the pop area, fountain area.
His first shift starts out smoothly.
I was done with everything early. I decided to crack open my book. And no sooner that I cracked it open, started hearing the buzzer to the front door go off. I didn't see anybody at the door at all.
But the buzzer keeps going off.
At first, I thought maybe I was hearing things, or maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me.
And then
someone or something knocked on the glass. I just looked back and forth to try to see anything, and I saw nothing.
He's nervous. With good reason.
Not long after, I started hearing another noise, but this time it was coming from inside the store. It was like a scratching, kind of nails on a chalkboard noise.
He follows the sound.
As I'm walking towards the restroom, I can hear the screeching sound getting louder and louder. I was a little freaked out. thinking there's something in here and I have to get it out.
Al finds the courage to look inside.
My first reaction was shock. I didn't see anything. As soon as I realized nothing was there, I just kind of stepped out of the bathroom and stared at the door, like, what did I just witness kind of thing? Am I really going crazy?
That's gotta be stressful to think maybe you're going crazy, right?
It's very stressful. All these weird things were happening to me, but the worst was yet to come. As I was walking back to the front of the store, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone or something move, dart really fast.
Hello? Who's in here? If you don't come out, I'm going to call the police. Hello? Where are you?
Al doesn't call the police, but decides to call his boss.
It's Al. I'm sorry to bother you so late.
My boss just brushed it off, really, like someone was messing with me. It's no big deal. After she told me that, I just felt like I was going crazy.
Why didn't you just quit or go back to days only?
I had a lot of financial obligations. The next shift I had for the overnight, everything was fine. Everything was normal.
But just a few hours into a shift, that changes.
The beer cooler lights were going on and off, on and off.
This makes Al uneasy.
There's no way it could be flickering like that. Those are motion-activated lights. My anxiety skyrocketed. I started to hear the buzzer go off and go off and go off, and it wouldn't stop. I heard noises on the glass doors. Just scratching noises and like banging noises and knocking noises. There's nothing there, there's no one there, but the sounds are still going. I feel like someone's staring at me, someone's watching me.
What happens next haunts him to this day.
My eyes got big, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was absolutely terrifying.
While working nights as a clerk at a gas station, Al experiences unexplained sights and sounds.
I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
He can't shake the feeling he's being watched. Then one night, his fears come true.
It was absolutely terrifying. I saw a shadowy-like person staring at me. At that point, I freaked out a little bit.
What's going on?
There's something in here.
Calm down. It's probably teenagers trying to prank you.
Can we please just look at the security footage?
My boss played it down like it was nothing, but I knew it wasn't. As we were reviewing the footage, I noticed something strange. I saw a shadowy-like person go back and forth really fast, like they were pacing back and forth. The thing on the video was the same thing that was messing with me. The way it was walking was very aggressive. There's proof on the tapes that this is happening.
It's then that Al's boss reveals a tortured history.
She said the gas station that I work at is the site of the Trail of Death.
In the early 19th century, the indigenous peoples of the Lake Michigan region are forced from their lands at gunpoint. An expulsion marked by starvation, disease, and suffering.
The path they walked became the Trail of Death.
I think Al is just in this vortex of this very great energy, this almost like a very highly charged ley line, where you have this very awful trail of death, where all these injustices were done to this people. Any place which has blood in the soil is ripe for paranormal experiences. The shadow figure or shadow person that Al sees, which appears very sinister, could actually be very sinister. Anything which needs to disguise itself, to shroud itself in a cloak of darkness, is something that is potentially very dangerous and malicious.
I know it was something paranormal.
Why did you go back to work?
My main reason is because I need to make money for my son and for my fiance, and to make sure that we have a happy, healthy home.
Al stays on the job, but is anxious.
I always feel like something is watching me, or someone is watching me.
The smallest tasks have Al on edge.
One night, I had to replenish the fountain cups, and in order to do that, I had to go in the back storage room. In order to reach the cups, I have to climb a ladder. I make my way up the ladder, and I get the box of cups, and I throw them down. I started making my way down the ladder, and I started feeling a small shake, and the shaking got more intense. I was scared I was gonna fall. Whoa! Something just threw me off the ladder. I'm in a lot of pain, and I was just laying there shocked, like, what just happened? And then I look up, and the ladder started crashing towards me. The ladder smashed on the ground and made a really loud, deafening noise. And I just sat there with my knees to my chest, confused, scared, and I cried. And I don't cry very often, but at that moment, I was so scared, I didn't know what else to do.
Al falling off this ladder and almost being struck by it, I believe, was a very clear message from Spirit that it intended to harm Al. I think this spirit who is interacting with Al could be very destructive and dangerous because it's kind of preying on his fears. It's manipulating on the fears there.
I just wanted to go home. I got to leave early because I was traumatized.
Why did this incident scare you so much?
Because I could have died.
Despite everything he's been through, Al doesn't quit.
I have a lot of anxiety to go back to work because I don't know if something really bad is going to happen to me if I'm at work and I'm by myself. I don't know how to protect myself against someone or something I can't see. I just go to work and I hope for the best.
My name is Renee, and I work the night shift. The place that I work is a pay lake, a place where you go and you pay to fish. You can catch fish day or night and camp overnight. And I was responsible for watching over the staff, including the night shift. I started taking care of lakes when I was a teenager. I became somewhat of an expert, and that is one of the reasons why my boss hired me.
Hello?
Renee receives a complaint about an intruder.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Renee, I got the bait.
Renee's coworker and cousin Luis has heard similar complaints.
Okay.
Folks were telling us they saw the man walking around the campgrounds.
I'll go take care of it. Can you answer the front desk for me?
Okay, sure thing.
Thanks.
Because of those potential security threat, I walked out there to look for him. Nobody wants to walk the campgrounds at night.
Like many campsites, there are rumors that this one is haunted.
I didn't want to believe it. I honestly just shrugged it off.
Hello?
Finding nothing, Renee returns to the bait shack.
There was nobody there. Every night, folks were coming in and telling us they saw the man.
This has the cousins on edge.
We're both there just waiting to hear something, and suddenly,
Hello? Hi, there's a problem with the washroom. What happened?
It's broken. It's everywhere.
Okay.
Come now, please.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you.
One of the toilets is broken. I'm gonna go check it out.
just a sigh of relief. I walk into the restrooms and I see the busted toilet. And I go over there, I turn off the water. I tape up the door. Just getting it ready to get shut down. I start hearing footsteps. And I see a shadow coming around the corner.
Renee goes after it.
Hello?
It was really spooky.
Someone there?
Gave you that creepy vibe that someone's watching you. Or something's about to jump out in front of you.
Whoever it is, whatever it is gone.
That's when I walk over to the bait shack, thinking about what just happened.
But there's no time to dwell on it. Luis tells Renee they have another problem on their hands.
What's going on?
I don't know. Eli just started going crazy, man.
He sounded pretty scared. He said everything was going on and off.
Okay, you watch the gate, I'll watch the shack.
My first idea is that I need to go check the power box and see if that's the problem, and I go and I check it. I threw all the power off.
Hello?
I noticed a figure in front of me. Naturally, I thought it was a guest. There is no one there.
What the hell is going on?
I just checked the power, and there's nothing wrong with it. The lights kept on flickering in a way that it would just scare you. The lights went off. It was intense. That's when you start freaking out. When you try and find all the answers as to why it could be, and then you can't find anything. It's just scary.
His fear soon turns to terror.
Who's there? Luis? Luis?
To Renee's horror, he discovers it's not his cousin at the door.
I saw my boss standing there.
No! It can't be you! You're dead!
At a remote fishing resort, night manager Renee pursues an elusive trespasser. But once he realizes who it is,
It can't be you!
it shakes him to his core.
You're dead!
I saw my boss standing there. My boss had passed away many years ago. The day that my boss passed away, it was a very, very sad day for everyone who knew and respected him.
The boss was tough, but Renee seemed to live up to his expectations.
My boss was a retired Marine. I had just came out of the military myself, so taking orders from him was very easy. I always had a very strong work ethic, and he liked that. He liked that he could not have to worry about anything, that he knew that I could take care of it.
But seeing his boss now, in death, terrifies Renee.
A shiver just went down my back, and I did not know what to do.
No!
And then he disappeared.
I think anyone would be terrified if they were faced with, a full body apparition of somebody that they knew had passed. So I think that's why Renee had that initial reaction of fear. I would say that this is an intelligent haunting because the boss was directly interacting.
I saw the old boss.
Your mind must be playing tricks, man.
I saw what I saw.
I know what had just happened. I didn't want to imagine it, but it did happen.
That's impossible.
Hey guys, I just saw something. Someone creeping around outside.
The guy was wearing a cowboy hat.
Someone comes up to us and tells us that they've seen this man lurking around the campgrounds. All we could think about is we know who they're talking about, and we don't want to tell them.
It's okay, sir. We'll take care of it.
But it's our responsibility to go out there and check. I did go out and look for him. And there was this anxiety that I was going to find him. I'm sorry. I'm getting kind of a... I did feel that there was somebody behind me.
He turns to check.
I had this sense of uneasiness, of uncertainty, fear. Suddenly, he's staring right at me. And I didn't know what to do.
He panics.
I was so freaked out. I just wanted to run out of there. That shock. I mean, I could still feel like I'm seeing it today, like I'm replaying it right now in my head over and over again.
What is it? What do you want from me?
Renee never gets an answer.
It disappeared after it made contact. It seemed like he just wanted to say goodbye. To me, that feels like a sign of closure.
Renee's brush with the paranormal has left a permanent mark on him.
After these events, I never wanted to work night shift again. People tell me that they don't believe in ghosts. I always tell them, well, it's up to you to believe in them or not, but they're there. There's always something there. Remember, the old man is out there doing his rounds, so make sure you don't bump into him.
There was an uneasy feeling.
You're chasing something, but you don't know what it is.
That's Grace. She's dead.
That's when everything started to get crazy.
Why can't you just leave us alone? I was so scared.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Laura Ketchledge, and I work the night shift. I was heading off to nursing school in the fall, and my mother thought it would be a really good idea to get some practice and helping an elderly couple that she knew through family connections.
That summer, Laura takes a job as a live-in caregiver, 400 miles from home.
I was a teenager. I'd never really gone to somebody's home and lived with them, especially a home like that. This was a home that this family had lived in for 75 years.
Hello?
Well, when I first came into the house, there was an uneasy feeling. Just kind of felt a little bit like an intruder, like I was out of place.
Oh, that's Grace. She's dead.
That feeling returned as I was walking up the stairs.
Carol introduces Laura to her husband.
Charles, this is the new girl.
Laura, it's very nice to meet you.
Laura, it's nice to meet you there. Welcome.
Charles was just sweet and genuine. My job is to stay up all night, by his bed, turn him, give him medication, get him up to use the lavatory if needed, and to really make sure everything was okay.
Stay alert, Laura.
Carol was more reserved, and she had a worry, and she just wasn't straightforward with me. I suspected that there was a deeper story to this home. My official hours really started at midnight, but before that I would help make dinner. One night I had borrowed an apron out of the pantry. I had to give it a good tug to open it up. I was very careful afterwards to close the pantry door.
Laura is sure it's locked.
And I put on the apron and made dinner. Later that night, after I put Charles to bed and Carol went to sleep, I went back into the kitchen to tidy up. When I walked in the kitchen and found the pantry door wide open, I was very shocked it was open. It made no sense the door was open. Not for 1 minute did I second guess myself, because I clearly closed that door. I had a knot in my stomach. And then I heard footsteps and felt a presence. Right behind me. Nobody was there. Something was really, really going on in this house, and I felt terrible about it. For the next couple of weeks, I was getting into my routine.
The trump card wins the trick.
Okay,
got that?
I think I got it.
Carol and her husband were determined to teach me how to play bridge. We even had an imaginary player.
Thank you, Grace.
You need 4 players for the game.
But only 3 players are among the living.
I put the cards back in the tray. Later that night, around 4 a.m., I noticed something in the living room. I was taken back because all of the cards were out of the tray and scattered all over the room. Carol and Charles had gone to bed, and I had been in the living room earlier, and those cards were still in the tray. There was no logical reason that those cards were out of the tray.
As she tidies up, Laura feels something is watching her every move.
Just felt sick to my stomach, and I got a wave of nausea. I felt cold and clammy at the same time. Sensed this presence. It ran a chill down my spine.
What she sees next haunts her to this day.
I was so scared.
It's a few nights in as a live-in caretaker for an elderly man when Laura discovers something not of this world is watching her every move.
I felt a presence in the home. And then she just faded into nothing. I was so scared. I never moved so quickly in my life.
What did you think was happening?
I never really thought about the paranormal before I started this job, but there was something wrong with this home. It was haunted.
As far as Laura's concerned, the incident with the pantry door, the incident with the cards on the floor, the little things that started to happen were ramping up. Things aren't necessarily copacetic as far as the spiritual world goes.
Despite her fear, Laura keeps quiet.
I felt bottled up inside. I didn't know what to say, and I didn't want to alarm these two elderly people. I was there to help them, not scare them.
What do you do next?
I just was very vigilant because I didn't know what next was going to happen.
With eyes wide open, Laura vows to do her job, stay alert, and protect Charles.
It was around 3 a.m., and I was reading a book seated next to Charles. The electrical outlets flickered like some sort of a bizarre power surge. And when I looked at the doorway, there was this globe or ball of light. When it entered the room, you could feel it. It was like another person entering the room. It was powerful. I wanted to yell or scream, but nothing came out. It was like my voice was stolen or swept away. It was the most unworldly feeling that I've ever had.
Did you know what that was?
I think it was this orb or soul.
It's not unusual to have a haunted object that can reside in a place and then see the apparition of the spirit that's attached itself to the object.
I was terrified. That was one of the events in my life that has unnerved me the most.
Please stop.
Carol came into the kitchen and she looked at me.
Miss Grace doesn't like you wearing that apron.
I learned right then that this was Grace's apron and she was Charles's first wife. Charles had been happily married to his first wife for years, and she passed away, unfortunately, after a long, protracted illness.
She died in the home.
Grace's spirit still lives in this house.
And Carol believes Grace never left.
I practically ripped the apron off and stuffed it back in the pantry closet, and that's where it stayed.
We're very unaware that we can trigger bigger paranormal events. When Laura takes that apron, it's a sign that she's moved in on the territory that she really shouldn't be, and that is the husband. and that really upsets the spirit.
After Carol told me about Grace, everything was clicking together. The cards, they were monogrammed with Grace's initials. Those were her playing cards. That was Grace that opened the pantry door. That was Grace's soul that entered the room. It became clear to me that Grace didn't want me touching her things.
Laura is maybe looked at as a rival. She's looked at as someone from the outside who really doesn't have a place there. It doesn't fit the dynamic that it should.
Why not leave now?
I really felt, conflicted in my heart. I wanted to be there for this couple and finish the job, and plus I really needed the money, but I was also very scared.
I hope you decide to stay. Charles needs someone.
She sort of talked me into staying, at least for a little while longer. Later that night, I had to go down to the basement to do the laundry. And I was holding the handrail with one hand and all the laundry with the next. As I was going down, I felt a cold hand grip my right shoulder. If I hadn't been holding the railing, I could have broken my neck.
Laura is dead sure about who and what is attacking her.
That was Charles's dead wife. It was a terrible experience. It was so scary.
I think at the point where Laura is pushed down the stairs by Grace, that's the be-all, end-all. When physical attacks happen, there's no going back.
The violence pushes Laura to the brink. She cannot stay in the house.
Charles, I have to go. I can't.
Wherever Laura goes, Grace is never far behind.
The first wife was just laying next to him on top of the covers. Then she looked at me. It was the look like I was intruding. She didn't want me there. Her eyes said to me, "Leave." I just wanted to get the hell out of this house. I was done. Charles died peacefully at home about a week after I left, and I don't think he was alone. I think Grace was with him. I think Grace was just waiting for him to pass over to be reunited. Because of what I've been through, I believe now.
My name's Megan, and I work the night shift. I am a bartender and server. Before I got the job, I was walking by and noticed they were doing renovations. This building that it used to be an old firehouse, it's been converted into a restaurant. I decided to just walk in and introduce myself, and within the hour, I had a job. My job is to set up the restaurant, serve guests, and then once they all go home, I clean up and close shop.
Just a few nights on the job, Megan gets a warning.
Excuse me.
Have you seen him yet?
One of my first customers said, "Have you seen the chief?"
You will.
I was just too busy doing my job to really take it seriously. It was just idle conversation at the time.
Megan has no time for idle conversation.
I would have to close the building, staying there later after the other employees.
I got this. You go home and get some sleep.
Thanks.
So I was there alone at night. I found that at night, it was not uncommon to hear footsteps when nobody was there.
Then it goes beyond that.
It's the feeling like someone is behind you, and when you turn around, they're not there.
It's all in your head, Megan.
Working alone, night after night, starts to take a toll on Megan.
It's just every night, it's little things. I want to play them off.
All she wants is a calm, quiet shift. But that's not on the menu.
You want to ignore it, and you want to pretend that it's not happening. But then it's just more and more, and eventually you just start to feel on edge every night when you're closing. Every noise that you hear behind you, you jump. About a week later on, it just escalated. I was mopping at the end of the night. I kept having this nagging feeling that someone was there.
Megan leaves the floor to dry. But moments later,
and when I came back, I noticed instead of just streaks, there were these footprints, and you could see the outline, and they just started in the middle of the room and just did this weird walk in a circle. You couldn't see it enter the room or leave. They started in the middle. I honestly just start to think, am I crazy?
Even after all that, you stayed?
Every part of me wanted to just run out of the building, but at the end of the day, I still have a job I have to do.
Megan's uneasiness grows.
Eventually, you can't ignore that building sensation and the feeling of eyes on your back or the hair on your arm standing up, and you can just feel it start to manifest itself. I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I could just hear this rattling. And as I looked over, I saw a wine glass on the shelf started to shake. It just smashed everywhere. I was scared. There's no way it could have just slid off on its own. It wasn't on the edge. It would have had to have been physically grabbed and then thrown. But there was nobody else in there. I'd have to really just try and tell myself to calm down. And that's when I realized I wasn't alone. But then you blink and there's nothing there.
But something is there.
I heard right next to my ear. It was enough that you could feel it. There's nothing to be seen. That moment, I realized that I was being targeted.
While closing the bar alone at night, Megan is being served some serious scares.
I heard right next to my ear. I felt something next to me. Whatever was there saw me, and it wanted me to see it.
Leave me alone.
All of a sudden, there was nobody.
How did you feel?
I just felt so nervous. And then all of a sudden, just instantly felt cold.
Megan fears the rumors about the chief weren't bar chit-chat after all.
That was the first moment that I really felt panic. I booked it out of there.
It seems to me like this spirit potentially could be harmful. If a spirit gets to the point where it can physically interact with you, then that's at a dangerous level because you don't know exactly how powerful it can get.
Why don't you quit right then and there?
I was in college and I needed some money.
It's time to tell her boss about what's been happening to her.
Let me show you something.
He confirms Megan's suspicions about who is tormenting her.
Find them all in the library. It was very tragic.
The ghost from the old fire hall.
He died on the job.
The chief.
He burned to death. It was a terrible story.
He died in a fire just down the road. I was scared of what the next step was gonna be. You know, why did it want me so bad?
Is the chief dangerous?
He seems angry.
As we were talking, we could just feel that energy building in the air, just the little pinpricks and the coolness coming in. And all of a sudden, it felt like something was behind me. Something pushed me forward. After I was pushed, the pop gun came out of its handle.
Why can't you just leave us alone?
At that point, I'm not having it anymore. I'm out of here. That's enough.
When a spirit is able to get enough energy that it's able to physically interact with the living, that means it's at a level where you don't know how much more physical it's gonna get with you. So in this case, I don't think Megan is that safe.
After that, I really contemplated not coming back.
Megan finds the courage to return to work after an unexpected request.
Out of the blue, a local ghost hunter came and asked if they could do an investigation. I wanted to be there because I wanted answers, and I wanted to see what they found.
Is there a spirit present here?
I was just frozen at that point. Just absolutely shocked that there was such an instantaneous reaction to the question.
If you're the chief in the photo, could you turn the light on?
The light instantly just clicked on.
Could you turn the light off?
Megan.
That's when everything started to get crazy. We started to feel our hair getting pulled and just coldness everywhere. The whole room started to feel electric.
What are you doing?
I've seen enough horror movies. I know that nothing good is coming after this. I was out of here.
When somebody dies unexpectedly in a very tragic way, it leaves behind a lot of traumatic energy, and that energy lingers in a location.
I absolutely love this job. After these events, we've changed some things. We no longer close alone at the building. There's always a buddy system. I at least have some backup. We just do our best to do what we have to do to keep doing our job.
My name is Gerald, and I work the night shift.
"28-year-old Gerald works as a custodian at a high school that's been shut down for almost a year.
I do like the night shift. Don't have to deal with too much traffic, don't have to deal with the public. The main building of the school is very old. We do security, checking the exterior doors and making sure that nobody can access the interior. It's a little eerie to just be around the building itself, but it's not too scary. It's eerie.
Gerald continues his duties inside the school.
Clean hallways, maintain and fix up the classrooms that have been blocked off.
Classrooms that are rumored to be haunted.
My name's Kate and I'm Gerald's wife. I do worry because he works the night shift all the time, and it is a late shift. You never know what could happen.
Did you believe the rumors of the school being haunted?
I do. I believe in the paranormal and the spirits.
I did not believe in the paranormal.
But the next night changes everything.
I had just started working at the school. Call comes over the radio.
We got an issue outside the gym here.
There's water just outside of the gymnasium.
I'll go get another mop.
Maybe it's a busted pipe. Maybe rain is coming from the roof, but it wasn't raining that night. So I started mopping it up.
And it gets stranger.
I noticed that there was scratches in the wax on the floor. What was odd is we had just worked on those exact same scratches the night before.
Then suddenly, the lights above him start to fail.
Hey, I'm gonna need a ladder and an extra couple of light bulbs. Hello, are you there? Gerald for Ellen.
Relax, man.
It was weird. By the time my colleague came back, the lights were back on.
Do not sneak up on me like that. Look. I thought we took care of this already.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I'm wondering, okay, what's going on? But there's no explanation. So we mopped it up and we went on our way.
The partners head out for a perimeter patrol.
Most of our crew members were off. This night, there was nobody out but us two.
Whew, I am freezing.
Instead of going around, let's take the tunnel. Come on, faster.
There's a tunnel connecting the main building to the farthest out building, just in case of these storms or rainy days.
As soon as they enter the tunnel, the energy changes.
It's a little eerie, it's frightening.
And now, Gerald's coworker is frozen.
Hey, buddy, you okay?
He wasn't hearing me. It was almost like there was something blocking my voice.
Hey!
So I got louder. Hey! Hey! And he's still giving me that blank stare.
Hey, you okay? Hey. Yo, you okay?
Why can't he hear me? And then I saw eyes beating on me. As I'm telling a story, I'm getting goosebumps, chills up and down my spine.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
He finally acknowledged me talking to him.
I think it went this way. Come on.
Are you crazy?
Let's go.
We ran towards it. But it was.
Why would you run towards it?
Well, because there's not supposed to be anybody in the building, and that's due diligence, is to make sure that there's nobody left in the building. It's frightening because you don't know if someone's hiding behind a corner or what's going to happen. It's the worst feeling that you're chasing something, but you still don't know what it is or who it is. My colleague and I scoured the tunnel top to bottom. There was nothing in the tunnel.
I'm out. I'm done.
What do you mean you're out? What are you talking about?
You be careful, Gerald.
It definitely scared my colleague. He decided to pack it up and leave. I was annoyed, and I slammed the tunnel door shut. And now, something from that point after I slammed the door shut, pushing me. Something was there.
In a closed-down high school, Gerald, the night caretaker, finds reappearing scratch marks. A disappearing intruder. And now, he's being violently attacked.
The more I try to walk to the right, it's more forcing me to the left. I couldn't move. I was scared. Something's pushing me against the wall, and, like, I don't want to face it. But I had to move. Because if he's able to force me against the wall, then he's able to do more.
Gerald tries to escape, but is no match for this otherworldly force.
At this point, I'm not calling out for help or anything because nobody's around to really hear me. I am trying to find any explanation not to panic because I'm in the school by myself.
Gerald is face to face with the entity, and then it disappears.
I'm free.
Kate! Gerald? Oh my God, listen, I gotta tell you something.
I was at home with the kids, and he had actually called me and told me, like, you'll never believe what just happened.
Something grabbed me. I don't know.
Hearing the panic in his voice put a panic in me, like, oh my God, like, what's going on? And as he's telling me, I'm just getting complete chills through my whole body. I definitely believed him immediately.
Gerald has no doubt that the school is haunted.
There's no other explanation. At that point in time, I can honestly say I was scared.
Gerald is experiencing what I think is a very territorial spirit. The living should be wary of angry spirits. They can harm us in several ways. Sometimes physically, sometimes mentally, sometimes emotionally, and sometimes spiritually.
As his shift comes to an end, Gerald confronts the morning caretaker to find out more about who or what is in the building.
I said, hey, we saw something. And he said, okay, well, what'd you see? I described him to a T. And he goes, there was a custodian that hung himself, took his life in the gym.
Killed himself. Right over here.
He worked at the farthest out building, and he would always use the tunnel. At that moment, I got the worst chills over my body. Now everything made sense. I now fully believe that I seen the spirit of the custodian that hung himself.
There's definitely a paranormal spirit going around that school. I do worry because he's already seen him once, that there's a possibility that he might see him again.
I think it's entirely possible in this case that the janitor's spirit was trying to establish dominance. This is my school, this is my place. Be respectful or get out.
I had wanted you to transfer out of that school.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. But I never have, and I don't believe I will.
Mm.
Most people out there would want to leave, like my coworker, but I still have to perform my duties to 100% because that's what is needed in that building. After I got pushed against the wall, I definitely started to look over my shoulders, and it made me feel very uneasy. I get that I was upset that night, and maybe it aggravated something in that building.
He's very nervous and scared to go to work sometimes, just not knowing if he can have another encounter.
Gerald has found a way to believe he won't get hurt.
I've stayed at that school for 2 years now. I have to respect the building that I am working in and perform my duties to 100% and be aware that I'm being watched. And not just by supervisors. I've come to believe that he just wants to make sure that we're doing our job.
spirits, I didn't take it that serious.
It's just us.
That can't be.
I know you're here!
There was a presence there.
Please help me. It was real.
I was dead wrong.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Alex, and I work the night shift.
It's the middle of the night. Alex is heading to his new job as a custodian.
I was really excited about working at the school. My daughter went there, I had benefits.
The school has a reputation in town for being haunted, but Alex needs the job to pay for his daughter's tuition.
I heard rumors about the school, that it was built over a cemetery. I didn't know what to think, what to expect, but I had to work there. It was a big school. I knew it was going to be hard because I was the only one there with all the duties that I had to do. My typical duties on the shift is cleaning the classrooms, cleaning the restrooms, cleaning the halls, cleaning the gym. On my first shift, it is very quiet.
But that changes quickly.
The environment at the school at night is very eerie. It was not lit up very good. It just feels uncomfortable. Shortly after, I noticed things happening. Kept on hearing a lot of noises in the hallways, but I mean, it's an old school, so I didn't think anything of it.
It's getting too strange to ignore, especially the eerie footsteps echoing from the hallway.
Hello?
Throughout the night, that was happening. There was nobody else around. How could that happen?
Hello? Somebody there?
I heard what sounded like someone whistling. Just like that. It's like if somebody was trying to get my attention with that whistle.
Hello?
I hear giggling along with that whistling. It was real creepy. What's going on?
Hello?
The doors are locked to the school. The gate is locked. This was not making any sense. I know that I'm alone in that school. I started searching to see where this whistling was coming from.
Hello? Somebody there?
Someone or something is deliberately toying with Alex.
Somebody there?
I went upstairs. Came downstairs. I did not find the location or somebody that was whistling.
Hello?
I was trying to find the source.
Hello?
Could not find it.
I know you're here! I know you're here! You hear me?
Alex's first night is wretched, but he knows he can't afford to quit.
I need to take care of my daughter. I need to work here. Please help me.
Over the next few nights, Alex's uneasiness grows.
As time went on, things started to get worse. Somebody was watching me as I was doing my work. And then I just heard that whistling again. Whistling and giggling.
I'm not chasing you tonight. I got work to do. Not gonna happen.
He does his best to ignore it, but something in that school is taunting him.
As I was cleaning a classroom, I saw books fall. The books started to shuffle by themselves. There's no way that these books can shuffle by themselves. Something had to push these books and make them shuffle. It seemed like an unseen hand moving the books.
In Alex's case, when you see something with textbooks go flying, when you see objects moving, that's poltergeist activity.
And then all of a sudden, I heard this bang, like if somebody took a sledgehammer and hit the door. And I'm like, I was startled. What's going on? I've never seen this before. Anybody there? Who's here with me?
Rumors of evil at the school are proving to be real.
He said there were spirits. I didn't take it that serious. I was dead wrong.
While working as the night custodian at his daughter's school, Alex is repeatedly disturbed by objects moving on their own and unexplained sounds that follow his every move.
I need to take care of my daughter. I need to work here.
I could see something was there.
And now, a glimpse of some kind of entity.
I was terrified. After I got my composure back, I went to look. There was nothing there. I'm wondering what is going on. There's something going on here. There has to be spirits here. And I'm scared.
Shaken to his core, Alex turns to school officials to help him understand the strange late-night happenings.
As all the things started to escalate, I started talking to the staff, and then they told me about Clown Boy. He was buried under the school.
It's a little dusty, but I found it. I want you to see this.
Clown Boy was a clown in the circus. He developed the plague, and he died and was buried in the cemetery under the school.
You're being serious?
Yes.
I felt very uncomfortable that it was built over a cemetery.
It's all starting to make sense now.
A lot of times when you disturb a burial ground, it tends to upset the spiritual energy that's there. It's very common for malevolent spirits to be attached either to a building or to be attached to a ground itself.
Night after night, the haunting grows in intensity.
Every night I was terrified, having to go back. I felt like I was being tested and I felt like I was being run off. But at the same time, my daughter comes to this school and I need to be here. One night, I had to change the toilet paper in the boys' restroom. And that restroom was freezing. I couldn't get warm. I felt a scratch on my back. I turned around. I immediately turned around. Who's there? Who's scratching me? There was nobody there. I saw the red scratch on my back. I couldn't believe it. And it hurt and burned. This is violent, and I'm scared, really scared.
It's about to get worse.
I saw somebody standing there, and I saw Clown Boy. I saw him.
No! No! Please! No!
It was aggressive. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. He was laughing, evil laugh. I didn't know what his intentions were. None of this made any sense. And then I just got released. I ran back into the classroom. I was terrified.
The spirit has now shown itself as malevolent. When a spirit has inflicted harm on you, you're at the point of an extreme haunting.
Hail Mary, full of grace.
I waited in that classroom for a while. I didn't want to go back out there. I didn't want to see Clown Boy again. What's next? What is he capable of doing next?
What did you do?
I was scared, terrified. But I opened the door. And there was nobody there. I left that school, never went back. I had enough. I got a new job, paid her tuition.
Years after leaving the school, Alex has recurring nightmares where the buried spirits are calling him back.
Because of these events, I know that there are good spirits and bad spirits in the world. This just solidifies my belief. I felt like I was targeted for some reason. I am so happy to be away from Clown Boy and that school.
My name is Mariah, and I work the night shift.
Mariah's career is on the move. She's just landed a job as a salon coordinator at a luxurious spa.
It was like my first grown-up job, and I was really excited to start it because it was a 30,000 square foot salon and day spa. It was really glamorous and elaborate, and it was a really good opportunity. And I love the beauty industry, so I was like, this could be my in to just like start the rest of whatever happens.
Mariah loves her job, but the hours are long. Together with another coworker, she often works late into the night.
So we would be there if we had an event late as 2 o'clock in the morning, or on an average night just around 10:30 to 11. We would have one girl counting cash, doing the deposit, and the other employee would go turn off the lights, lock the doors, and do stuff like that.
I guess it's my turn?
Yep.
Mariah heads to the hallway in the back to shut things down for the night.
So it was my first time closing, and as I was starting to turn off all the lights, it feels as though there's someone walking out of the room behind me. I was concerned that maybe there were still clients in there, or employees, or worst case, someone had gotten into the spa that wasn't supposed to.
Despite no one being there, Mariah feels a presence. It is following her.
When I would leave each room and start walking down, it almost felt like it was a couple steps behind me everywhere I would go.
Hello?
I looked behind me, and there was no one else in the hallway. That was the first time I had ever felt very scared.
The next night, Mariah cautiously returns to the salon.
It actually started getting a little bit weird and uncomfortable, and just like the feeling of someone behind you when you were alone at the desk.
While doing front desk duty, Mariah hears someone walking.
Hello?
She follows the footsteps down the hallway.
I was holding my breath. I didn't want to see anything out of place. I didn't want to see anything that wasn't supposed to be there. It was like dread and that cold feeling again. I hear footsteps behind me. At that point, it was more than just like a feeling. That's what made me start to freak out a bit.
Mariah is relieved her coworker has arrived.
There's someone in the massage rooms. What do you mean? I felt someone. I saw someone move past me.
I explained to my coworker what had happened, and she was newer too. We had both kind of started together, and we were just like, again, this is our job. We have to finish what we need to do.
She implores her colleague to go back with her to check out the hallway.
Neither of us wanted to go in there. We didn't know what we were gonna see.
Lord. You're that scared, huh? There's something here. Okay, we should go. Okay.
There was a noise of the door opening up. We called our manager at that point.
I just wanted to let you know that we were just closing up the spa and a door was just slammed shut and we just don't feel safe here anymore. So I think we should just close up for the night. I think we would feel much better if...
It was just kind of silent on the line for a while, and she laughed. No one really took us seriously. We kind of felt that they didn't want to listen to what we were saying.
Right. Have a good night. Thanks. Bye now. What'd she say? Client's still coming. We close up after the client.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just finish up with her and then we'll be done. We'll be out, okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
But at the end of the day, it was my paycheck, so I had no choice.
They return to work. They're counting the minutes until their final client arrives.
As I was pulling files, I had that same electricity in the air feeling.
Footsteps again, coming from the same dark hallway.
I could hear folders falling, and you could hear the papers scattering out onto the floor. Another file came, not just like falling off of the shelf, but it launched itself. It was really aggressive, and I think that's where the fear came from, because it wasn't just, oh, that accidentally fell. Like, that, someone made that go across the room like that.
So usually when objects are moving around, that is a sign of a poltergeist. What they do is they draw energy from a living person, and that energy manifests itself in objects being flown around and stuff like that. A poltergeist haunting has steps, and it can escalate to the point where it can really cause a lot of harm.
What do you want from me?
There's nothing serene about Mariah's night shift at a spa in a renovated warehouse. A taunting presence stalks her in every moment. Tonight, that presence is just a few feet away.
What do you want from me? Stop!
A poltergeist usually needs an agent in order to draw its power from, and so Mariah might be the agent for this poltergeist.
Look, we're gonna just finish with that last client and everything will be okay, all right? Just relax here, take these. You're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
One final client, and the girls can leave. And this terrifying night will finally be over.
Mariah will be taking care of you today, okay?
Hi. This is the changing area. Shower.
I set her up with her locker. I get her everything she needs.
It's really quiet in here.
Hopefully it stays that way.
But the poltergeist won't leave Mariah alone. It follows her.
I go back to my desk, and I'm sitting there.
Help me! Help me!
Babe,
Crazy!
are you okay? What happened?
Within minutes of her changing in the locker room, she comes running out, and she's crying.
There's someone in there!
In the locker room?
Yeah, I swear I heard her giggling.
She says to me, I don't want to be here. Someone tried to get into my dressing room, and I swear I heard someone like giggling. I didn't know how to respond to that.
You need to get out of here. There's someone here.
Ma'am, wait!
It was terrifying because I knew there was no one physical in that room with her.
Mariah puts on a brave face and goes to investigate the changing area.
At this point, I was scared. I was incredibly nervous. That was a very strange thing to have to deal with. So I kind of walked into the locker room with a lot of courage, and I was like, I need to figure out what's going on.
She immediately senses a disturbing presence.
Something was wrong. It was kind of like when you walk into a room after someone's had a really bad argument, and you can feel that tenseness in the air. And as I'm walking down, the shower at the very end has the curtains closed, but every other shower is open. Then I get that feeling again. Like the same feeling when I was closing out the rooms, like there's someone right behind me. It's like the whole air gets thick and electric, and you can just feel that you're not the only ones in there. And I think it was like it wanted to make itself known.
Hello? Somebody there?
sorry. I just got freaked out by myself.
There's someone in there.
Come on, Mariah. Let's just go.
But then we are walking out of the locker room, and as we do so, the shower curtain that we had just torn open flings itself shut, and in that moment, we are frozen in fear.
What's that? I don't know.
Then it got worse. We were scared. We were very scared. We knew that there was something there that wasn't a human being.
I don't see. Come on, Mariah, let's go, come on.
I felt like it wanted to hurt me, and everywhere that I would go, it would follow me.
So there's multiple reasons why a spirit might attach themselves to a person. One is that the person is experiencing a lot of stress. In Mariah's case, she is working at a spa late at night, and she's young, and she's afraid of all of these events that are happening to her. And so if there is a spirit in that location that is looking for somebody to attach themselves to, Mariah is a perfect target.
Even to this day, I'll sometimes feel like there's always someone a couple steps behind me. I feel like regardless of what job I go to, that spirit and energy is still there with me.
Look at you.
My name is Wayne, and I work the night shift.
Every evening after 11, communication technician Wayne and his partner start their graveyard shift in the downtown core.
My job entails going to the various offices that provide customers with internet service. And I do this primarily in the evening because that's off hours. That's when people are not using the services. And we carted in the building and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. A lot of stories about it being haunted, strange sounds, strange feelings. There's a lot of uneasiness about the building. When you look at the building from the outside, there is nothing that would suggest that there's anything haunted. I just blew it off as stories. We went into the floor that we had to work on. My partner and I are in the process of starting to do the preliminary installation work for the following day. It's at that moment where I start to hear a metallic sound.
What is that? You tell me.
It's a banging noise, but it's rhythmic. It's not random. It's just as if somebody was banging a baseball bat steadily on a metal pipe. So it was like kunk, 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 just like that. We began to systematically search that floor, going to where we thought the sound was the loudest. The sound didn't get any louder. In fact, it just kept getting progressively quieter until it just didn't exist at all.
What now?
And I said, I don't know, I've got no answer.
Wayne's colleague isn't satisfied. He takes a look on the factory floor. And now, a new disturbing sound.
Many of the stories that come out of that building are of unseen footsteps. You can hear them, but you don't see anybody. I had never experienced any of that.
But Wayne's colleague is hearing them.
Very quickly after that, another sound had presented itself. At first, I didn't know what it was. It was out of character for the building, and it was a clicking. It took me about 10 or 15 seconds to realize what I was hearing was an old school typewriter. The sound was so very close. It was not more than 6 feet away from me. But it sounded the same as if someone was actually typing a letter or something.
And it starts again.
You would hear that mechanical chick, 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 chick. And just like the sound, it just disappeared, altogether gone.
Meanwhile, Wayne's partner senses something in the elevator.
There's something in here, man.
Wayne and his colleague agree there is an unwanted visitor.
We had a definite problem.
Let's go check the security cams.
Did we have an intruder in the building? We had to investigate this further, so we did.
If there's someone in here, we can see it on these cams.
Wait.
What is that?
We went as far as calling our dispatch to find out if somebody else had used the security cards to get in the building.
You sure about that?
Come on now, Wayne. Just two of you.
Okay.
Our dispatch said the only two people that were in the building was my colleague and I.
Okay, thanks.
No problem, Wayne. See ya.
It's just us. We're alone in the building.
No way. That can't be.
To be told that you're actually alone in the building, the fear is growing. This is not normal. We both got back to work, but there was a feeling that this wasn't over yet.
It isn't over. It's just begun.
My spidey senses are starting to go off a little bit now, and you get that cool feeling on the back of your neck. And in my right ear, I hear a woman whisper,
"He's coming. He's coming."
What made it more real for me was I could feel the exhale on my skin. It was real. There was a presence there.
He's coming.
Communication technician Wayne and his colleague are working in a building rumored to be crawling with spirits. Wayne can't deny what he's experiencing.
In my right ear, I hear a woman whisper, "He's coming.
He's coming."
I heard it clear as day. There's no women in the building, and we are alone. I was terrified. It was real. and then to turn around and there's nothing there. So what made the voice and what made the breath?
In some ways, spirits are like unruly children who don't get their own way. They crave attention. It has to be extremely difficult to be around the living and none of them can see you. So how do they react? They knock, they bang, they touch people. They will sometimes do things that are extremely frightening in order to get attention.
Wayne's co-worker keeps searching. He knows he felt a strange presence at the elevator.
Is anyone there? Wayne?
He heard disembodied footsteps that he thought were me.
Were you thinking maybe we should just leave?
We can't just leave. You know, we've got an unprecedented amount of work that we would be accountable for. We'd have to have some explanation to our managers in the morning. It's like, well, why did you leave 100 people out of service? Well, there's ghosts. They're not going to buy it, right? We just kind of like push it into the back of your mind if possible, and you just go back to work, get it done.
But the entities won't let them.
One common aspect of hauntings is that we see different layers. We might see spirits from the Prohibition era existing in one part of the building, completely unaware there is a more modern entity, layer upon layer upon layer, all independently of one another.
And now, there is a tap, echoing from the abandoned elevator. But there's more than strange sounds waiting for Wayne.
I'm waiting for stuff to clear on the computer screen. I raise my head up and I see a woman. She's got a skirt on, it's kind of a tan color, but she looked like one of the girls from the operator services from the 20s. I was blown away. I had never seen an apparition, I'd never seen a ghost.
The tap continues. It's coming from inside the elevator. He turns his back and freezes in fear. And back in the office, behind Wayne, she's there.
He's coming.
The coworker makes a run for it.
She was there and then she was gone.
The lull is temporary.
Wayne!
And that's when I hear him call my name.
Wayne!
Top of his lungs, just screaming out my name. That sound went right through my spine. It just shocked me.
There's something in here, man.
I said, are you all right? He said, I saw a guy. I'm like, what kind of guy? He's like, old guy, like wearing a blue shirt kind of thing. Where'd he go? He just disappeared.
I heard the rumors. I didn't believe it.
He was shattered.
Let's get our gear and get out of here.
We've had enough, like just enough. The whole building shook. The floors, it was like a ripple effect went through the floors. I could feel it right through my feet, actually right into my hips. The building is going to collapse. I'm not going to be in it.
Outside the building, the world is unaware of their nightmare.
It's fight or flight. We were running before our feet touched the ground.
Wayne and his coworker make their way out. The female apparition who yelled "run" appeared to be warning them.
Never again. I'm done.
I'm out of here.
So my partner, he transferred off that shift pretty quick, though. He was done.
Wayne tries to make sense of what was terrorizing them.
There was a rumor that during the construction of the building, the first elevator death recorded in the city was during the construction of the elevator, where a gentleman fell from the 4th floor. Then died at the bottom.
This isn't the spirit of a living person left behind after their death. This is a type of paranormal recording, replaying itself over and over again. He's not conscious. He's not sentient. He's an echo.
It blew my mind. The world is bigger than what any of us can imagine. Beyond. I don't think we'll ever grasp it.
I knew I was the only one there. At least I believed I was.
I could feel a presence.
There's something in this house.
I was terrified.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Bobby, and I work the night shift.
Bobby lands her ideal job at a doctor's home from the 1800s. Now, a museum.
My position at the museum was director, which enabled me to have full access to the premises. As director, I worked all hours of the day, but the evening shift that I worked would have been 4 p.m. through 2 a.m. I have a true love for the house. My family is very connected to it. For many years, my grandmother worked there. She was actually delivered by Christopher Best, and many of her children were delivered by his son, Duncan.
She works at night in an old house filled with generations of doctors' preserved memorabilia. Some carry the scent of the dead.
The house was always a little creepy, especially in the evenings. You have to remember this is a house built in the 1800s. The light switches are almost always on the other side of the room than you're walking into, so you're walking through the dark. When I started at the museum, there were no rumors of ghosts, there were no whispers of any sort of paranormal activity. It had just been a house that the doctor had lived in. I was a true non-believer, but I've had flashlights go off on me while I'm trying to walk through the room and they just decide to shut off.
At night, Bobby's duties are to photograph and catalog the items. Only a few nights on the job, and the atmosphere in the parlor changes.
I couldn't really put my finger on what it was, almost like a breeze, like a wind, some sort of movement. It was if somebody had just walked into the room. It was like a wash over you, and you could just smell the perfume. I turned and I just saw something very quick out of the corner of my eye move. It had a form. I couldn't tell you what it was. And by the time I tried to focus on it, it was gone. But I said to myself, I was not gonna let a little apparition scare me away.
Undaunted, Bobby continues that night with her coworker to set up for an upcoming public talk.
This talk got some buzz. Hope we have enough chairs.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great one.
I had heard footsteps above me, and they kept growing louder and louder.
No one's here, right?
No one.
I'll check.
Be careful.
The footsteps were clear as day. There's absolutely no denying it sounded like somebody was just walking forcefully through the house, as if in a march almost. The staircase in the front parlor had been roped off. It sounded just like somebody upstairs.
Bobby follows the footsteps to a part of the museum close to the public.
The footsteps just stopped when I opened the door. I felt a heaviness in that area of the house. It was drawing me around the room. And that feeling of somebody watching you.
When Bobby opens the trunk, she unleashes a darker energy.
Inside was some articles of clothing. In particular was a small suit. Would have been what you'd wear on a Sunday. That was when I really noticed just the heaviness in the room, just the sorrow in the room. I feel maybe like I've crossed a line with that. I can't even explain it any other way. I immediately let go of the suit.
Stop. But it's too late.
It's as if in that corner, in my mind's eye, I can see a little boy kind of squatting in that corner.
Leave my stuff alone! Alone! Alone!
Though Bobby loves her job as a museum director, her skepticism about it being haunted is being challenged by coming face to face with a terrifying spirit.
When I saw that apparition, I had kind of focused on it. It was immediately gone.
Bobby knows without a doubt who is haunting her and that room.
It was the little boy's room. James was the first son of the doctor. He had passed away in the house. It took 2 weeks for that little boy to die. Tragically, very sad situation.
James died as a young child of undulated fever, a disease causing a painful death.
I don't know if that was the suit that he was laid out in. It very easily could have been what he was wearing for that.
Spirits are very possessive,
And if we handle or disturb what was once theirs, it can generate a lot of activity. These are very clear examples of spirits saying, don't touch my stuff. There are many reports of paranormal activity being generated when the belongings of a former owner were disturbed or handled.
I want to be respectful, and the suit is still on the bed to this day. It took a moment for me to just kind of reset myself and carried on with my job. Just kind of put it in the back of my head and pretended it didn't happen and continued that evening.
Bobby? Yeah. You okay? What was up there?
Oh, it was no one. I must have been hearing things.
I'm a deny kind of person, but that was the first instance that I had to deny.
We have a lot to do to get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll get to it. Continue over here. I'm just gonna go get some stuff from the shed out back.
Okay.
Bobby distracts herself by preparing for the lecture.
I love my job. It was more of a suck it up, you know? It's a great place.
She prepares to catalog the perfume bottles.
You opened it up after what happened?
The perfume was a little bit too tempting not to open. A kid, you have your grandma's perfume in front of you, and you just, you know, you want to smell. So I justified opening the perfume with that. It was such a light and pretty scent. I believe it was violet. And I immediately noticed it as the perfume that we had smelled earlier that evening. And then the smell was everywhere.
Do you smell that?
Yeah, perfume. Yours?
No.
It was like somebody had squirted perfume and walked into it. And then, gosh, we had heard the faint sound of a piano playing.
This is too weird.
I'm right behind you. I'm gonna lock up.
But before Bobby can make it out,
Her perfume had kind of come into the room noticeably. It was like a wash over you. There was a presence. I could feel a presence.
and suddenly, the Victrola comes to life.
Leave my stuff alone.
It had to have been levitated off the ground probably 6 inches while playing. And just dropped. It was like a person picked it up and just dropped it. It was so real.
Leave our things alone.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
I think Bobby's experiencing a mixture of both residual hauntings, trace memories, trace elements of things that happened a long time ago, but also an intelligent haunting. It can be common for a house to be haunted by an entire family, an entire generation, even though they may have died at different times. It's simply their home, the only home they've ever known. They want to be there, and they plan to remain there.
I do believe it's the family. I don't believe they mean people any harm. I think that maybe I just happen to be connected in a way that they're familiar with. Maybe they were trying to make contact in a friendly way, but it's just scary as hell.
After seeing the apparition clearly, Bobby believes she knows who it is.
There was a very clear outline of a shadowy figure. I believe this to be Emma. Emma is Christopher Best's daughter, and she lived in the home until she was in her 80s. She was actually the last person to live in that house. Emma taught piano lessons out of the house. 2 of my aunts took piano lessons from Emma. The eerie part was, when I looked at that photo, I realized that that was where I had been standing when the Victrola decided to jump off the floor or fall to the floor, whatever it did. I'm surprised I lasted as long as I did.
My name is Jim, and I work the night shift.
"45-year-old Jim starts his first night shift as a care support worker at a residence for intellectually disabled adults.
When I first got the job, I was excited because we did need extra money to help, supplement our incomes. My wife worked full-time, I worked full-time, but we needed extra income.
Around the corner here is the basement.
The day staff have gone, and Jim finds his duties are shared with just one coworker.
Who's that?
Oh, that's one of the former owners of the place. This is where the residents sleep.
Together, they'll work long into the night, standing watch over the house and its sleeping residents.
Why are all the doors open?
The residents feel safer with them open.
The gentlemen that live there, they like their doors open. They don't like to have their doors closed. It reassures them a little bit that they know somebody's there to help them and protect them.
After the residence floor, the next stop is the basement.
She shared that the basement, where the laundry room is located, kind of freaked her out. I told her that I would go down and bring up the first load of laundry.
But his coworker won't go.
When you go down the stairs in the basement, they creak a little bit. It's an old home. It was built about 1843.
But the feeling Jim gets being down there can't be explained.
Just get this weird feeling. I had a feeling of unease. You can feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up, and it just kind of freaks you out a little bit. The water pitcher flew right off the shelf. Dropped the laundry basket, and I stared at it, which felt like forever. I would love to have shared with my coworker, but she would have been incredibly terrified, and I know she would have left.
Jim keeps silent and gets back to watching the residents, settling in for a long night ahead.
I shut the lights off in the hallway, and I had 2 little night lights that were plugged in, so it just had very dim lighting, so not to wake the gentleman up that lived there. As I was sitting there, I kept thinking I could see something out of the corner of my eye. And I had this feeling, like a little bit of a cold sensation. I looked again when I saw it, and I saw this black. It was out, I'd liken it to like a cloud, which was outside the bedroom, the end of the hallway. And then, in a blink of an eye, it was gone. It just like, it didn't go through anything. It just disappeared right where it was. I couldn't believe it. You see stuff like that on TV, and you think, oh, that's not a big deal until you actually witness this for yourself. You have all these thoughts going through your mind of like disbelief. Oh, and you're just trying to figure out what is it and where did he go? And then I was thinking, I gotta go down to the bedroom. I gotta just check on that guy. I peeked in, he was sleeping soundly.
What's wrong?
Something just grabbed my hair.
My shift partner, she said it felt like somebody had pulled the back of her hair.
All right, I'll go check, okay?
Her eyes were huge, and her hands were shaking. I knew right away things were happening in that house, but I wasn't really sure why they were happening.
Into the basement again to make sure there is no intruder.
My senses, I'm very heightened to everything that's around. Going down, and you can hear your feet hitting the steps, each one. You can count the squeaks of them going down. I got to the bottom.
No one is there, but he double checks the locks anyway.
So when I was down in the basement and I was bringing a load of laundry to fold, I had this sense that I was being watched.
Did you see anything?
No, there's nothing down there.
This is cold comfort for Jim's distraught coworker. He stays by her side, but it's not long before new disturbances come from above.
There's something in this house.
Jim's first night working at a resident home begins with strange occurrences and a spooked coworker.
Something just grabbed my hair.
And now, noises from what should be an empty attic.
Did you hear that? Do you see what I'm talking about?
I heard noises in the attic, which is just right above the second floor where I'm sitting. It was like a rhythmic pattern of like when a child is skipping. And there's a door that leads up to the third floor. As soon as I opened the door, the noise stopped.
Hello? Hello? There's nothing there.
You didn't see anything?
I'm just kind of thinking to myself, you know, old homes have a lot of personality. They make strange noises sometimes. It could be the heating.
But Jim's coworker isn't buying it.
I have to go. I'm done. I'm sorry.
She quits, leaving Jim to complete his night shift watching over the house. Alone.
You didn't go?
No. I definitely couldn't leave. I'm responsible for them being safe and taken care of. And I wasn't willing to not do that.
Jim is left with the laundry to finish, so he heads back down to the basement.
I open the basement door. I look down the stairs, and it's almost like you're looking like at the longest walk of your life. So as I'm getting the laundry out, and I just had this constant feeling of being watched. There is a clothesline rope that goes from one part of the foundation to the other, and then they had a tarp over that for a little bit of a breakup in the basement. For some reason, I decided I was going to walk over to the tarp and look behind it.
And Jim is face to face with a male entity. He makes a run for it. After the encounter, Jim shakily returns to his second-floor watch.
I was terrified. I felt like I was having anxiety. And I just started getting a little bit of the sweats too.
But Jim has no chance to calm his anxieties. It's now upstairs with him.
There was a human-like mass that was inside the doorway of the room. My legs started to shake, almost like if you feel like hypothermic, almost. And the figure just kind of floated straight back into the room until I couldn't see it anymore. I just couldn't believe any of this was really honestly happening. I had to muster up enough courage to go down and look inside the room for the safety and well-being of them guys. I just took one step at a time. My heart was racing so fast.
Nothing prepares Jim for what awaits behind the door.
No! It's hard to really explain if you've never seen anything like that before.
Just stay back! Stay back!
I didn't know what I was seeing.
Get away from me!
And then the entity vanishes.
My heart rate was just pounding.
So you couldn't leave?
I know I couldn't leave because I'm responsible for these guys while I'm on shift.
But it's not gone. It's changed form.
I'd almost hear a guttural sound that it was making, as though it might have been gasping for a breath over and over until it disappeared. I have no idea what it could have done if I would have gotten any closer to it.
Jim assumes that the dark, shadowy mist that he encounters in the doorway to the residence room is evil, that it means him harm. That may be the case. There are some who believe that dark in appearance means dark in nature. But other cultures believe that dark and shadowy figures are the opposite, that they are good, that these are the spirits of our loved ones who are backlit by the light of the afterlife. And so all we can see is their shadow. For me, at least, the jury is still out.
As I'm sitting here discussing it, my hands are clammy feeling. And they have been through the whole process of just reliving this.
I know, I can see you grasping your hand.
Yeah, I was scared. So I sat in a chair for a while, just trying to wrap my head around things that were going on. But I knew inevitably I'm responsible for the safety and the well-being of these guys that I'm working for. I wasn't leaving until my shift was over. 2 hours goes incredibly slow. It goes very slow when you want to go home in a hurry.
Dawn finally arrives, and with it, the end of Jim's long, terrifying night.
As soon as my shift ended and I got in my car, I was just trying to process everything that I went through. I was worried that the spirit would follow me home.
After his paranormal encounter on the night shift, Jim learns that the entity may have been the former owner of the home.
Heard stories in the past that there was one of the owners, he had passed away in that home of pneumonia.
When we look at the context behind this haunting and the history of location, it may be that all Jim was hearing was the after echo of the old man trying to breathe.
This event has most definitely changed my belief in paranormal. I believe that when you leave this world, you are part of a universe, per se, and that you are potentially always around. I have no idea what was going on in that house. And I wasn't willing to stay and find out for another shift. Didn't want to find out what it wanted to show. That was the worst experience that I ever had.
My name is RW, and I work the night shift.
"22-year-old RW returns to his old high school to work as a custodian on the graveyard shift.
I really needed this job because my wife left me, and I became a single dad.
RW's former high school is a lot quieter on the night shift.
Did you hear any strange things about this school?
You know, as a student going there, when different students would talk about odd things that happened. However, though, we dismissed that because I was a complete skeptic.
But the day custodian is a believer and warns RW to be careful in the auditorium.
All right, are you messing with me?
I'm not messing with you.
You okay? I'm fine.
RW moves on and begins his shift.
At the high school, I was put on task by the other custodians to clean the auditorium. Areas that the other custodians didn't want to do, and I later found out why.
A big task ahead of him. He gets to work.
There had been a drama workshop going on during the day, and so they wanted to make sure that everything was prepped up, ready for the next day.
Not long on the job, it begins to get strange.
I began to hear footsteps that were going back and forth across the stage. I knew I was the only one there. At least I believed I was. Still being a skeptic, it didn't faze me really. Didn't pay attention to it. I dismissed it when I heard footsteps going by. I was told to prop one of the doors open so that it helps to dry the floor. As I was mopping, that's when the door slammed shut. It was propped open good, but it slammed with a force. There was no way for that door to slam on its own. It scared the crap out of me. There was a thick prop that I had up in front of it. It wasn't even laying in the close vicinity of where it had been. Someone had to have moved that and slammed the door shut.
He has no explanation for what is happening.
I kept trying to dismiss it.
Hello? Is there someone back there?
The curtain was moving as if someone was standing behind it. Like you could see the outline of them moving past the curtain from the other side.
Hello?
I just thought someone was behind the curtain. Honestly, I did. So I walked towards the curtain. At this point, realizing that it couldn't be a janitor, I'm getting really annoyed and scared, I'm not gonna lie. When I went up the stage left entrance, there was a stairwell there.
Hello?
I could see there was no one there behind the curtain. Maybe it was just a wind draft. You know, maybe my imagination was playing tricks on me.
Get it together, man.
That's when I heard the whistling. The air, it just suddenly changed.
Who is there?
Became static filled, like something was in there with me. I felt like something was watching me, watching my every move. At this point, I had become a believer that something was in there that I couldn't see.
RW being under a lot of stress is opening him up to a lot of factors, and those factors are supernatural.
The disturbances seem to be coming from behind the curtain.
Okay, pal. You asked for it.
Someone was behind me again, and I couldn't see them.
RW.
I hear someone call my name from center stage. I was terrified.
The whispering of RW's name is an immediate way of saying, I'm here, don't doubt that I'm here. But I'm here, and I want you to address me. It's time now for us to communicate with each other.
Who the hell are you?
RW tries to be brave.
If you're messing with me, I've had enough. Man, it ain't funny anymore.
That's when it hit the fan.
What should have been a quiet first night shift for RW as a custodian has spiraled into a terrifying evening.
Something was in there with me. That's when I heard the whistling.
The presence that RW feels has now become aggressive.
That's when hit the fan. The props fell. I felt like it wanted to kill me.
When the prop almost kills him, he reconsiders rumors about the haunted auditorium.
This Mr. Renee was a teacher who had been killed back in the 70s. And a prop had fallen on him when he was there working late one night, and no one was there to help him, and he died.
It's a violent movement of an object to get something to drop to show RW, this is how I died. I also think the drama teacher is maybe being a little forceful with this message too, which is driving RW's fear. It's kind of spiraling a little out of control.
I heard him call my name again. It gives you the creeps.
The entity's targeting of RW intensifies, trapping him now in total darkness.
Not only did the center light go out, but all the lights in the auditorium went out. Now I'm in the darkness. Didn't have a flashlight, but I did have a lighter. The problem with the lighter was every time I would walk, the flame would flicker and it would go out. So I would have to re-flick it again. It was as though someone was in there with me. I needed to find the light switch.
Just as RW reaches for the light,
suddenly the center stage light appears on. And that's when I see someone standing in the direct beam of that light on center stage. I was scared. Now I've got someone I can see. I saw him standing there on the stage. In my mind, I think he was still being a drama teacher, still doing his job, trying to teach you.
Don't hurt me.
I could feel every sense in my body, every nerve ending.
What do you want?
RW.
Get out of here! Leave me alone!
I did an about face, and I ran out of that auditorium as fast as I could. I was gone.
RW bails on his first and only night shift at this haunted school.
I told them that I couldn't come back. They understood why.
Why do you think the spirit of Mr. Rainier targeted you?
I started replaying it in my mind, thinking of all the incidences that had happened. And if he had really wanted to kill me, he could have. I think he was more or less trying to show me how he died and the fear that he felt being trapped there an entire night with no help. This was my old high school. Plus, I had been a student who had been in drama.
And what happened to your skepticism?
After that, I became a believer. And I believe in the paranormal. There is something out there that we can't explain.
Thought that maybe that one of the guests was trapped. It was not a human being.
Who's there? That startled me pretty bad.
I don't see anyone. There was this smell.
I believe in the spirits without a question.
What do you need from me?
It goes right into your soul.
I was looking at pure evil.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Sam, and I work the night shift.
Salem, with its storied past of witch hunts, is home to the old hotel that Sam works at.
As a night auditor, you work a shift generally from 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. I have been fascinated with the witch trials history of Salem for years.
In 1692, on the very ground where Sam now works, over 200 citizens were accused of practicing witchcraft. 20 were put to death. Working in the quiet on the night shift allows Sam to study the history of the witch trials for his book.
It was a perfect job for me because it's kind of a slower job, and I was able to write while I was working. My first week at the hotel started off fairly non-eventful.
And then, suddenly, that night, the old hotel is creaking with unfamiliar sounds.
I heard what sounded like banging on the inside of the elevator. So I thought maybe that one of the guests was trapped. I noticed that the elevator was in the basement area of the hotel, which was odd because there was nobody there to be in the basement, and you needed a special code to go down there. So I pushed the button to the first floor for the lobby, and it comes up. Then the elevator opens up. I look in, and there was nothing in the elevator.
The elevator is empty, but someone or something is in the hotel basement.
I was terrified.
Sam has never ventured to the underbelly of the old hotel.
I see what looks like lights that were leading me to the back wall of the basement.
Hello?
Looked like there were footprints, but the footprints were huge footprints. They were not my footprints on the ground. It was leading me to the back of the basement of this hotel.
He's led to a dead end.
Looked like something was filled in the tunnel beneath area of the hotel.
There is something unusual about the brick wall.
The tunnel was bricked in, so I was not able to go inside. It made it even more creepy. Then I heard what sounded like the moan that I heard before.
Sam feels a presence behind the wall.
I was terrified. I started suspecting that there may be something paranormal going on, something that was not explainable. I was terrified. I felt helpless. I felt like that I was in a place where I couldn't get out because I was working, and I felt like my workspace was being invaded.
What made you stay?
What made me stay at the hotel was the fact that I was working on a book on Salem's history. We had very few people to work the hotel, especially working overnight. So I was determined to stick it out, even though things were getting progressively scarier for me.
On Sam's night shift at a hotel in Salem, rumored to be haunted, he finds himself face to face with something he can't explain.
I looked up and I saw what looked like a shadow coming from the back of the hotel. There was not much of a shape to it. It was just a black mass of energy, like it was trying to form into something. And it was feeding off the energy of the hotel. The blackness came over, and then, to make things even more scary, there was nobody there.
Nothing human. The entity's presence is still with him.
There's a helplessness there. Like, I can't leave, I can't call anybody, it's 3 in the morning. Do I call the cops? Are they gonna think I'm crazy?
The moaning is now coming from outside.
And it was kind of building and building, and whatever it was sort of revealing itself to me. It looked like a man wearing an old school hat. Seeing those red eyes, I knew whatever it was not a human being. I was looking at pure evil, and it was looking back at me. I have never been that terrified in my life.
When the spirit manifests in front of Sam, it has glowing red eyes. And in my experience, that is not a human spirit he's dealing with. He's dealing with something non-human. And he would do well to watch his back.
Suddenly, the spirit is now in front of him. Sam seizes the moment to escape the entity.
I had to get out.
Sam, you seem very upset with the telling of your story. What's happening?
I'm super emotional about this experience because I felt like going back and kind of feeling the emotion of what it was like seeing this figure in the window haunts my dreams.
Sam quit his job. He's safely home in Boston. But the attachment to the entity was not over.
I had no idea what that shadow figure was and what it wanted from me.
Sam uncovers horrifying facts.
It turns out that my family is related to the Putnam family. My cousin Ann Putnam Jr. accused 62 people, and 19 of them were hanged for witchcraft.
The entity could be a victim of Sam's distant cousin, one of the accusers.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking realizing that I am descended from the bad guys.
Sam has a very personal, familial connection to the Salem witch trials. And it's no coincidence that he has been singled out. We are talking about innocent men and women who were put to death in the most awful ways, crushed by rocks, hanged, all for something they weren't guilty of. Imagine the resentment, imagine the anger, imagine the simmering rage. He's been targeted by an entity.
Now knowing that he may be in danger, Sam searches for a way to protect himself. In his ancestors' documents, Sam comes upon an apology written by Ann Putnam Jr. for the harm she caused.
I thought if I would say this apology, that maybe it would give them some kind of peace and they would possibly leave me alone.
He returns to the hotel to deliver the apology.
That I, by such providence of God, be made an instrument for the accusing of several persons of a grievous crime, whereby their lives were taken away from them, whom now I have just grounds and good reason to believe they were innocent persons.
I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. I'm truly sorry. I'm sorry. Truly sorry.
When I read that out loud, I felt like it was a cleansing of some sort. I felt like that I was giving Ann Putnam Jr. the chance to say the words out loud through me.
Maybe now, the angry entity will leave him alone.
When I found out that I was related to Ann Putnam Jr., I decided that it was my passion, my role in life, to give a voice to those without a voice. And I wanted to get to know the victims as much as I can through research, through history. Now that I've experienced what I have firsthand working at the hotel in Salem, I believe in the spirits without a question.
My name is Riley, and I work the night shift.
As midnight approaches, Riley makes her way to her very first job as an overnight office cleaner.
At 16, I have this job because I was starting to get into trouble. I was staying out all hours of the night. I wasn't, listening to what my mother wanted me to do. I just wanted to have fun. I was 16, and I was rebellious, very rebellious.
Riley has been hired to help clean a building that's about to go up for sale. The job has been scheduled to last 3 nights.
I wasn't thrilled, I'm not gonna lie. It's third shift. Nobody really wants to stay up until the wee hours of the morning unless you're having a party.
The moment Riley arrives, she realizes something is very wrong.
When I first walked into the building, the air was very thick. It was hard to breathe. It was stale. It was like nobody was in there for a very long time.
Adding to Riley's apprehension are the stories she's heard about the building.
There was rumors around town about the things that went on in there and how nobody really liked working in that building at all. Hello? They would hear whispers, they would hear footsteps.
You're late. Now stop standing around and get to work.
Sorry, okay. In the building that I was cleaning, there was only one other person that was working with me, this old woman.
Riley sets to work on the near impossible task of cleaning the office. She soon suspects there may be someone else in the building.
Did you hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
Hello?
I had stuck my head out in the hall, look and see who was in the building at 2 o'clock in the morning because nobody was supposed to be there.
Hello?
So when I looked up and down the hallway, there was no one there. They were running. The footsteps were running down the hallway.
Who's there? I can hear you.
Run! Come on, run!
Did you hear that? There's someone running out there. You have to have heard it.
Just get back to work, okay? Take care of that carpet.
She played it off like she didn't hear it.
I told you I didn't hear anything.
But I know she did.
Riley returns to work, but what happens next is impossible for her and the coworker to ignore.
A few minutes later, as we're vacuuming the floors, we heard this huge door slam coming from the hallway.
Did you hear that?
I don't know.
I went out in the hallway and I walked up and down.
Hello? If you don't show yourself, I'm gonna call security.
And I didn't see anybody at all.
Hello? Is anyone there?
When I heard the other door slam, it startled me pretty bad.
What are you doing? Get back to work.
Look!
What's happening?
I'm calling security. Hello? Hello, security? Hello? Hello? How do you work this thing?
Overnight office cleaner Riley discovers the building where she works is home to terrifying paranormal entities.
What are you doing? Just stopped.
We were looking at each other, trying to figure out what was going on and whether if we should call somebody or if we should continue on with what we were doing.
Okay, come on. Let's keep going or we're not gonna get paid. Okay, come on. Hurry up!
We only had a few more hours left in the night, so we needed to get moving.
Riley's relieved when the end of her shift finally comes. When she gets home, she talks to her mom.
She said not to pay it any mind and just to finish the job. It was almost over. And if I had any problems, there was a walkie-talkie that I could use, that I could radio security in the other building, and they would come if I needed them to.
Following her mother's advice, Riley returns to work the next night.
I was uncomfortable going into the place because I had all these unanswered questions of what happened the night before.
You can finish up in here. I'm gonna start down the hall. Just get started on those shelves, okay?
Okay. Suddenly I heard this cry somewhere in the building.
Please, hurry.
Hello? Are you okay? I never forget that woman and the way that she had cried out. It just scared the hell out of me. It goes right through you. It goes right into your soul.
Are you okay? Is anybody in there?
So I had walked over there to see who it was who needed help.
The cries seem to be coming from the kitchen.
Is that smoke?
I was looking up at the vents to see if the smoke was coming out of there. But I couldn't see anything.
Louisa!
And I didn't know if the building was on fire or what was going on, and I knew that we needed to get out of there.
Louisa, there's a fire!
It smells like smoke.
Yeah!
Okay, we have to call security. Where's the walkie-talkie?
I don't know. Oh, there it is!
Good.
And as we were trying to radio for security...
Oh, why won't this work? Hello?
Okay, there.
Hello? Security? Quick, hurry! Help me!
Take the batteries out.
And the next thing you know, it said it again.
We have to go. Go.
The voice on the walkie-talkie to me, to this day, I think it was just something to try to warn us that something that is in there does not want us in there. As we ran past a side office,
There's a fire, sir!
I saw a janitor standing in there cleaning with his back facing me. So I stopped.
Sir, we have to get out of here. There's a fire, sir.
When I touched him on the sleeve and he turned around, I'll never forget that. Never in my entire life. I'll never forget the way he looked. Half his face was burned. I looked at him right into his eyes, and his eyes were dead. I couldn't even move. I couldn't breathe. I had to look like a car accident. You can't look away, but you have to keep looking. The relief I felt when I finally made it out of the building was, thank God I'm safe. Whatever it was in there is not with me now. After I explained everything to my mom, what I had witnessed and what I had seen, my mother told me to pray that it was something that is not of this world and that, you know, it doesn't belong here. So I did my own research and I started going through old newspapers and I found out that there was a fire back in the 1950s that killed 5 people. 1 janitor, 2 men and 2 women. The janitor was the man who died in the fire in 1950.
A lot of energy was expended during a very tragic event, and Riley comes in and picks up these energies. These spirits need Riley to acknowledge the trauma they suffered before death from some accident that could have been prevented. They might also be trying to warn her, you know, in case she's in danger herself.
I do feel for these people. I really do. It broke my heart to see and to know that these people were still stuck in this building. This building is still for sale to this day. What I've learned from that event is that if they want to show you how they died, they will show you how they died.
My name is John, and I work the night shift. After graduation, I had went back to my hometown to stay with my mother. I really didn't want to be a burden on her. I needed a job. A friend of mine, he says, you're in luck. He says that we had a guy just quit a few days ago.
It's an unusual job, but John needs the money to pay off loans and to help out at home.
Let's go, John. We got a call.
Yeah.
John and his partner are called to the site of a tragic drowning.
I took a job for recovery and transport of deceased individuals. This was my fourth night on the job. We had a call to go out to a drowning. We would pick up the body and transfer it to the coroner's facility. He had his accident at the river. He was intoxicated at the time that this happened. The guy originally weighed 180 pounds. When he was retrieved, his body weight had almost tripled. The water had soaked into him, and his body was bloated with liquids. So he was pretty heavy. There was this smell.
Oh, God, that's disgusting. What a nightmare. Oh, my God, give me that. Get through the mask. Yeah.
I mean, like, the godliest, deathliest smell that I've never smelled anything like that in my life.
That isn't the only thing they have to worry about.
That doesn't look good. Looks like the bridge is out. Now what? So what do? We don't have much of a choice. We gotta go back to the office.
Weather forces them to break protocol and bring the corpse to their office rather than to the coroner. As they unload the vehicle, they get a nasty surprise.
All this liquid starts coming out of the van. And he says, oh man, I can't believe this just happened. His abdomen exploded. It's where all that's coming from, his stomach area.
Got it.
What are we gonna do, leave him in the van? And he says, no, we have to take him into the office. Regulations state, as long as we have custody of him, we cannot be no more than 50 feet from him. I was thinking, like, where are we gonna put this guy? You know, because he's leaking these fluids still.
Where are we going? Out of the end there. That room's got a drain in it.
My partner says, well, he says, there's only one place that we're gonna be able to put him, and there is a janitor's utility closet.
Great, there's a drain over there. This'll work, all right?
It's gonna have to set him up and let him drain, because we can't put him anywhere else.
1, 2, 3. Stop! Turn.
Took us a minute, but we got him off the gurney. We set him up, made sure he was secure, that he wasn't gonna fall.
Where do you want this?
When we shut the door, we had to get these towels to put down on the bottom of the door so to keep some of that smell from coming out. We were in a stress mode at that time.
They call their supervisor to find out what to do next.
Can we go? Nope, we're gonna be stuck here for a while. Rules and regs.
With no idea when the bridge might reopen, John and his partner have no choice but to stay put.
The way that it was going outside, we had a feeling that was gonna happen.
John hears something move in the hallway. He notices the gurney isn't where they left it.
This was kind of strange to me.
he shrugs it off and locks it back in place.
The onset of a haunting, you can often see small acts, the kind of things that you may not notice at first, and they are the onset of bigger things to come.
Minutes later, as John heads back to the break room, he's rattled.
No way, no way, no way. The gurney from the other side of that room hallway is now in the reception area. That was the freakiest thing. Those wheels were locked on that gurney.
Hey, Tim! Tim!
Both those wheels had to come unlocked. How did that do that? How does that happen?
Tim!
I was definitely feeling that anxiety at that time. I was getting anxiety. This is where it started to get strange. That smell hit me again. Whoa.
The smell from the body?
Yeah, from the just hit me all at once. And as I took a few steps, I noticed these two towels that we had laid in front of the door were moved out into the hallway, like something went over and moved them. We were the only ones there. You know, who else moved them? That's what got me thinking, you know, there's got to be something else going on, something of the supernatural type of thing going on.
It gets stranger still.
I notice the door is cracked open about 6 inches. Now I know this door was locked. And so I kind of like walked up to it, trying to see what was going on.
John makes a terrifying discovery. While stuck in his office overnight with a dead body, John experiences some unexplained activity. And the door he locked that contained the corpse is now somehow opened.
When I looked into the door, I could not believe what I just saw.
Get out here! Get out here!
The bag that this guy was in was unzipped down below his chin.
Jeez!
His head was out of the bag, and he was looking straight at the wall. His eyes were closed when we put him in there. Now they're open.
We didn't leave him like that.
No, we did not.
Right?
What were you thinking?
You know, a surreal type of thing. You know, it's just like a dream or somewhere you just don't want to be in this bad nightmare.
We closed the door, right?
Of course we did.
These zippers are pretty thick and heavy. You just can't unzip them that easily. How did that happen? I've never been more afraid.
Once we die, not everybody moves on automatically. Some spirits find themselves earthbound for a certain period of time.
What do we do?
Well, we're gonna zip them back up and check that bridge and see if we can get the hell out of here.
Zip them up, yeah.
We re-zipped the bag back up, and we shut the door.
John's discovery of the bag zipper being pulled down to expose the cadaver's face is a troubling one. What John's dealing with is an intelligent haunting. It's interactive, and not in a very nice way.
John wants to leave, but knows if he does, he'll lose his job and more.
Chief said that's actually a criminal offense if we leave that body there.
Before they have a chance to regroup,
we kind of like jumped. You know, what is this next thing gonna be? Now you hear this knocking on the front door. A knock, just a steady knock on the front door.
Who is it?
I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone.
All right, I gotta go around and take a look.
My partner said, I'm gonna go out around front and see who it is. And you just wait right here, I'm right back. And he says, is there some knocking on the door? Because I don't hear it on this end. And I said, yeah, I can hear it on this end, but no one's there. A big chill comes through you, you know, when the hair starts standing up on your arms, you get the goosebumps type of feeling. That's the kind of feeling that I got.
Anything? This doesn't feel right, man. Let's get out of here.
Then suddenly, John hears a disturbing cry.
It was a scream, but it was a low scream, but I can plainly hear it saying, let me out. And I turned my head like that. Nothing there, but I know I just heard that.
John is being haunted by the spirit of the dead man who appears to be undead.
That guy, when that door was open earlier, I think he came out. He's trying to get our attention. I wanted to be out of that building. I wanted to be back home, but you can't leave that body there. You know, I mean, that's a felony. This has got to end. I can't deal with this anymore. So I got angry at that point. I got mad. And so the door that was down there in the hallway, I ran down there and I shoved it open.
The corpse is showing his face again. But something has changed.
When I looked at his face, his eyes are open. You can see like tears coming down his face. And that was very, very strange. This guy was somehow still attached to his body. I was very upset about it. I can help the living, but I don't know how to help the dead.
Leave me alone!
John?
What do you need from me?
John!
Leave me alone!
John!
Leave me alone!
John! No, buddy. Calm down. Come on.
You leave me alone!
I told this guy or whatever was in here, I said, you want to leave? Now leave. You don't belong here anyway.
John's plea is answered when help finally arrives.
The medical examiner's office was able to come across the bridge. They came out to retrieve the deceased person that was in the room there. It was a big relief when he was out of the building. I mean, I felt this, oh man, like you can breathe again type of thing. We're just happy that this is all now over, and it's time to go home.
As John heads home, he tries to shake off the night, but he can't.
This guy's standing right there, right in front of me. Whoa. Oh my God, I couldn't breathe. It was only like 3 or 4 seconds. I didn't know if I was seeing something or if it was actually him, but solid figure, just like he was sitting in that room.
Do you believe this was paranormal?
Yes. This was just one of the most remarkable things that has happened to me. In order to understand it, you have to experience it.
This will be your patrol route. And watch your 6. This place is haunted.
I thought, you know, stories, whatever.
I felt like I wasn't alone.
And then things really got worse.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Grayson, and I work the night shift.
At 0 hours, 21-year-old Grayson arrives for his new assignment.
I am a military police officer. I work on a military installation, performing patrols and civil services for the United States government. I can't tell you exactly where I work for security reasons.
Private Grayson reporting for duty.
Welcome, Private. This will be your patrol route.
If you've been on a military base, it's pretty bland, but my patrol is a very unsafe area, and this area was kind of left to rot. It looked more of relic, essentially. Forgotten.
There's no power in most of the buildings. You will need this. Get to it.
So when I started, they definitely had some rumors as to things that had gone on in the area, such as doors opening on their own and things moving on their own.
Oh, and watch your 6. This place is haunted.
Some of the guys were jokers, so you couldn't take everything they said to heart. My duties would include security checks, checking perimeters, making sure nothing has been damaged. And I would patrol the same place every night. My patrols are done alone. Everything like that is on my own. As I walked through one night, I shined my light out and realized that one of the doors hadn't been opened. I never leave a door open. I checked, but there was no one else there.
And then the door opens again.
Had to do a double take just to make sure that there was no one there. You know 100% that there was no one there. To move these doors, you had to actually physically push with a lot of effort, and at that point I was in complete disbelief, complete shock.
What the?
As I'm standing there trying to figure out what is going on, I have no way of leaving. I have to just continue on what I'm doing. I continue, I push that door closed. The wind couldn't move the door shut. The area was so still. I then continue moving through this area. And I stopped dead in my tracks and I just stood listening. I followed the sound, this punching bag. It was right there in the middle of this building. It was swinging on its own.
What the hell?
I just give it a nice little jab.
How do you explain the door opening and the bag swinging on its own?
Walking through these buildings alone, it's very dark, plays tricks on your mind.
But what happens next isn't a trick.
I was walking through a different area, new for my patrol, and we had to exercise noise discipline, so we weren't able to make any noise. You're not used to this area, it's your first time out there, and you still don't know what to expect. It was very nerve-wracking. All of a sudden, this radio turns on by itself on full blast, scaring the out of me. This radio was hidden. It had not been touched for a while. It was covered in dust and dirt and debris. And when I lifted it up, there was no plugs for this radio to even be turned on. What these gentlemen had told me was happening here. I now had every reason to believe the stories that I was told.
Now, when that radio went on, in his fear, Grayson might not have heard that message that was trying to come through. A lot of times in EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, you really have to listen to the message in order to discern what it is that's there.
Adrenaline gets going, it pumps fear into you. I could not understand why this was happening. It's absolutely terrifying. I feel like every moment I was there that something was watching, every move I made. And all of a sudden,
Grayson, a U.S. military police officer, is on a new assignment at an abandoned army installation. Doors opening of their own, a dead radio coming to life, and then a presence. Grayson is convinced something he can't see is out to get him.
something metallic smashes me in the shoulder.
United States Police!
So I had this holy moment. I don't know what that object was that had struck me.
This is a restricted area, show yourself!
This thing was physical, it attacked me.
Grayson can't use his training on something he can't see.
Whatever I was dealing with definitely had more power than I realized, whether alive or not. It's absolutely terrifying. I'm looking around and I can't find anyone there. There's no one there. And my heart is actually racing thinking about this experience. Man, I can't speak now. You guys got me nervous now. Sorry.
When you're younger, you're wide open. Spiritually, you're wide open. I believe at Grayson's age, he's very vulnerable to interacting with the spirit.
I was not alone in the human sense.
Grayson runs away from the sector he was attacked in.
There seems to be a presence following me everywhere.
Show yourself!
I hear these footsteps moving towards me, and I shout out, "What the f***?"
Who's there?
The entity is following him.
There's a noise behind me. And that's when I ran. I didn't want to be there. I ran as fast as I could to get out of that area. At that point, I realized I was dealing with a paranormal experience.
You have a job to do. You can't just run away from this.
It's nerve-wracking to be stuck in this position where I have a job to do. I have to continue doing it whether I'm scared or not, whether I'm alone or not. It terrifies you.
What's happening to Grayson is above his rank. He needs backup.
There's somebody in here. Show me. Show me on the map.
This sector. Here.
I went back with my partner and we checked out the area to make sure that there was no one there. We searched around the building, we searched in the building. We didn't find anyone. I absolutely did not want anything or anyone to be in there. All my training could not explain what had just happened. I couldn't make any rational sense of this. I'm aggravated. I was pissed off, but I'm also scared. Am I going to get hurt?
I don't get it.
I told you. This place is haunted. Let's get out of here.
No longer did I believe there was an intruder. I believe there was something else at play. Some other force that I was dealing with.
Grayson wants the truth.
You gotta tell me what's really going on here, Sarge.
Another military police officer, long before your time, was killed in this building.
In my opinion, Grayson's run across a soldier that's passed on. When an earthbound spirit stays on this plane, your personality doesn't change in death. Getting hit with something is a little extreme. A dead soldier didn't like the cut of Grayson's jib and went after him. So in this case, you just have a bad seed.
The so-called bad seed steps up the violence.
One of the cups fell off the shelf. It fell straight onto the floor.
What the hell was that?
As these objects start falling off the shelf, I'm in a full-blown panic at this point because I'm stuck in this office. I can't move. There's nowhere for me to go at this point.
What's happening? You brought it back with you!
It seems the spirit of the angry soldier wants them out.
My partner felt that something had followed me into the area. Something came back with me. I absolutely believe something did follow me. I ran. Honestly, the fight or flight kicked in, and I ran. After these events took place, it definitely opened up my mind to a whole different world that I had no understanding of. Something could be there and just harm you. This place is creepy. It is beyond evil. I do have my fears about the things that these spirits can do to us.
My name is Dave, and I work the night shift.
Dave takes a new job at a large convention hotel in the downtown core.
I was the operations director for the hotel. My general manager, who's also a dear friend of mine, she asked if I could step into that role.
Working the night shift in the off-season gives the hotel an unusually quiet feel. Dave's job entails everything from overseeing the housekeeping staff to setting up conference rooms.
Just check the list. 408 needs to be prepped for a late check-in.
Okay, I got it.
He's been in the hotel business for more than 30 years and knows that most places come with a rumor of at least one resident ghost.
I had heard stories from some of the other employees there about this little girl they would see on occasion. And I thought, you know, stories, they're whatever. Then a few months in, some strange things started happening. I was working night shift with a young lady. She was pretty new. She'd been there maybe a month. There was a stairway there that went down to an office area. Well, she heard the steps coming up.
Hello?
She said it was like stomping coming up the stairs. Well, the thing is, nobody was down there. That was all locked up.
Hello?
The housekeeper makes her way to Dave's office to report the disturbing sounds.
Hello?
But before she can get to Dave, something rattles behind the closet doors.
Hello?
You okay? Breathe.
The closet was rattling.
She said, I heard the door shaking. She said, I freaked out.
Easy.
Just check, please.
Just check the closet. Okay, sure. I'll get it. There's just boxes and stuff here.
I didn't... I heard noises in the stairwell, too.
Okay, we're going to have a look at that, too. It's okay, we'll check it out. Come on.
Although still shaken, the housekeeper cautiously shows Dave the stairwell.
I don't see or hear anything.
There was someone here. I heard it.
No one could have gotten in or out from down there.
Just take a break. You know, get a cup of tea or coffee and just
Yeah.
relax, okay?
Dave doesn't have to wait long until he has his own strange experiences.
I went back to work the next day, just everything is normal, and I was setting up for a convention. And I thought I heard something like a thumping. Well, the thing is, the room was all locked up. Nobody had been there since about 4 o'clock that day. I opened the door to the room, looked around. There was nothing, it was just an empty room. It happened again.
I put in your inventory request for the conference room. Are you okay?
Dave returns to his office to check the surveillance cameras.
Nothing was ever captured. No one could have gotten in or out from there.
Despite what has happened, Dave tries to take things in stride.
I stayed on the job. I thought, you know, maybe there's something, maybe not, but you just kind of try to put it out of your mind, go on about your business and do your job. And then things really got worse. I was setting up a small breakout meeting room. And something caught my eye. I looked over towards the doorway and I didn't see anything. I thought, ah. It happened again, but this time it's a little different.
During the off-season, Dave is working as an overnight operations director at what appears to be a normal hotel. But then, he starts experiencing a series of unexplained phenomena, culminating in a frightening encounter.
It looked like a little girl's head peeking around the side of the door. And I thought, what? Did I see that? I freaked out. I just hightailed it out of there. I was so startled and just beside myself.
Dave starts questioning the hotel's history and learns a little something about the mysterious entity.
One of the rumors at the hotel is that a small child had drowned in the pool there. So I thought, you know, maybe this is that child still lingering. At that point, I was like, wow, what these stories people have been telling me it's really happening.
There are several reasons why a spirit might linger after its death, but one of the most common reasons is that the person was not expecting to die. A quick death, and they suddenly find themselves outside the body, confused. Where am I? What happened? What's going on? Why is nobody looking at me and talking at me? Can they see me? Do they know I'm here?
After what he's learned, Dave seriously considers quitting. But jobs are scarce.
I've worked in hotels since I was 15. In that area, what I did for a living, you only had a few options.
In search of answers, Dave investigates the pool, which has been closed for several months, awaiting repair.
There's the water on the floor on the pool. It's very unsettling to hear that and think there could be a spirit there that is trapped somehow. And I mean, that's very unsettling.
I have to see this.
The housekeeper, he comes in and she's just totally freaked out. She had been feeding a family of raccoons that were living behind the housekeeping department.
What is that?
There's this video of these baby raccoons in a bucket. She thought she had only taken a photo. Then the video goes black. Well, that's where she'd put her phone back in her pocket. And if you listen to the audio of this recording, a few seconds in, you hear a small child's voice. I want to play this video for you. You're not going to believe it when you hear it. There were no children present on the property. And to pick up a small child's voice on some random recording, that is remarkable. I mean, it's just amazing to me. I believe this is the voice of the spirit of the little girl I had been seeing around the property. I believe I actually saw a dead person, and now I'm hearing her voice right here on this recording.
Did you hear that?
And she was very frightened, and I told her to go home. I heard the voice again. I looked. There's the little girl standing across from the pool, just looking at me. She was staring right into my eyes. My heart about pounded out of my chest, just like instantly. Every hair stood up on me. I just got that fight or flight feeling. I had to get out of there. I was gone. I retired from the hotel business. I was in it for 40 years. I now work for a big box home improvement store.
Any ghosts?
There are no ghosts at my new job, at least not yet. I started out very skeptical about the others' claims of this little girl on the property, and now I'm definitely a believer.
My name is Michael, and I work the night shift.
Since graduating high school, Michael has been working the dinner rush at one of the longest-running restaurants in his town.
This restaurant was older. It was around for decades before I started working there. I worked my way up from dishwasher to eventually an assistant manager for the restaurant.
And like many old places, it comes with tales of being haunted.
I had spoke with coworkers about there being a ghost. There was a rumor that somebody had passed away in the restaurant. But there was nothing that I actually witnessed to make me think that was actually true.
But that is about to change.
Hello? Everything to our satisfaction?
There were some sounds that I couldn't explain, and sometimes customers heard them as well.
Thanks for coming. Have a good night.
I would just kind of shrug off as, oh, it's an old restaurant, it's just a piece of equipment or something like that. It's just the fans. It was just something that I took as part of working in this building.
But the strange occurrences are ramping up the later his shift.
There were also definitely times where I felt like I wasn't alone. One of the first times I can remember feeling like I was being watched, I was in the office in the basement by myself.
The time between 2:30, 3 in the morning is generally known as dead time, when paranormal activity is supposed to be at its heaviest.
It felt like there was something looking in the door at me. All the cooks, the dishwashers, the bartenders, they had all left for the night, so it was me by myself in the restaurant. When I went to investigate, I didn't know what to expect. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was nobody there.
He returns to the office to finish his closing duties.
It was just something that I had to put in the back of my mind.
Michael gets back to work and keeps quiet about what's happening.
You went back?
I was in college, needed the money, so I needed to go back to work. Kitchen was closed, all the money was counted and put away in the safe. And then something strange happened. I could hear clear footsteps above me. The office was in the basement, and the banquet room was above it.
Still in denial about the rumors, Michael assumes a burglar must be upstairs.
There absolutely is a potential for robbery. It was an older restaurant, so I mean, security wasn't that great. It could lead to potential dangerous situations. I peek around the corner to see if anybody's there. There was a large figure. It had eyes that were large black holes and a very long oval mouth wide open. I was absolutely terrified at that moment. I remember thinking all these stories that people have told me in the past, there is something there with me. It looked like a person, but it didn't look like a person.
A lot of times, with an incomplete manifestation, you may see an incomplete face, black eyes, but the rest of the body is intact. It's a spirit that's unable to control itself or be able to manifest completely.
After this horrifying experience, Michael can keep silent no longer.
You okay, dude?
Michael sits down for a drink with his colleague, Jason.
Can I tell you something?
He confides in Jason about what he's seen.
I go to the banquet room. I open the curtain. It's a ghost. It's a ghost right there, an old woman. She looked dead. I was so scared I ran downstairs.
I swear to God, the same thing happened to me.
My name is Jason, and I work the night shift.
Michael learns he isn't the only night shift manager to be haunted.
When I first started at the restaurant, I heard rumors that there were strange things going on. And I heard footsteps.
Jason ignores it and gets back to work.
I heard what sounded like a huge stack of plates just crash to the floor. That's when I knew that it wasn't alone.
Michael is working the closing shift in a restaurant known for being haunted. After a frightening encounter, Michael discovers his co-worker, Jason,
I swear to God, the same thing happened to me.
has a terrifying tale of his own.
I thought I was getting robbed. We had a large cake knife that we didn't need anymore, so we just stored it in the office. So I grabbed that to defend myself. I went out to try to investigate. I tensed up.
Somebody there?
My adrenaline was pumping. I got ready to have a fight with somebody.
Jason searches everywhere. No fallen plates, no anything.
I could not find a single thing wrong. Not one thing was out of place. It was at this moment that I really began to feel that this place is truly haunted. I was my pants. I locked myself in the office, finished my duties, and got out of there as fast as I possibly could.
Jason's story confirms what they both suspected.
We looked at each other instantly and knew the rumors were true.
I have no problem admitting that it scared the out of me.
That's really weird.
But who or what is haunting the restaurant?
There was a story of this one elderly woman who, during a baby shower, had a heart attack in the banquet room of the restaurant. That could have been the source of this paranormal activity.
If that did, in fact, occur, then that would, in my eyes, lead to some paranormal activity there.
We all have a choice when we die. We either go to the light or we choose to stay. I think the old woman stays at the restaurant and remains at the restaurant because that's where she was happiest.
But for these managers, the nightmare is about to get worse.
And there just happened to be a lull in the conversation. We hear things crashing.
You heard that, right?
Yeah. Both of us had heard the same thing.
I was super scared. We got up and started walking through the dining room.
Let's see if we get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
When I saw the thing in front of me, I just jumped back. I could hear somebody say goodbye. I was absolutely terrified at that moment. I literally ran out of the restaurant.
Jason is long gone. Michael makes a run for his life.
I just drove and I got the out of there.
Normally when you whisper goodbye to someone, you're telling them goodbye because you're leaving. I think she's finding it harder and harder to keep herself around. And that maybe she feels she just needs to go to the light.
It's very real still. I mean, to this day, I can picture this figure as if it happened last night. It wanted to make itself known to me, and it looked like it was trying to scare me, and it worked. I've never been that scared in my life.
I'm a man of science, so I don't just jump to the unexplainable first. But I believe it is a female entity that existed in the restaurant.
Before I started working at this restaurant, I never really thought about anything paranormal. And now I am absolutely a believer.
Sure you're ready for this?
I'm ready.
It was very hot that night. It was a summer night. And the weird thing was, around the dresser, it just got really cold.
And I thought I saw something.
I felt something grab my wrist. That scared me.
These things were demonic. I don't think that I'm crazy.
I didn't know what to think.
What you are about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Ronnie, and I work the night shift.
As midnight approaches, 21-year-old Ronnie makes his way to his job as an overnight support worker at a group home for adults with developmental disabilities.
Hey, Carl.
Hey, Ronnie. Good.
I got hired at a group home. I had agreed to work night shifts every weekend, so every Friday and Saturday night.
Yo, you get some rest, eh?
You too, but not too much.
All right, sounds good.
Take care.
You too.
The night shift starts at 11 p.m. and it runs until 7 in the morning.
Until daybreak, Ronnie will be the sole employee at the home.
Yeah, mostly the night shift is you're kind of like a security guard in a sense. You're making sure everything's clean, you're making sure that the place isn't gonna catch fire. All the people who live in this house were sleeping. I try to be as quiet as I can. I don't have the lights on, I don't wanna wake people up. It's very rare that you have to interact with the people who live there. Well, it's an old house. It's a well-kept house, but it's old.
And like many old homes, it's prone to strange sounds. Are long and lonely, but Ronnie doesn't mind the solitude, and the pay is good.
Typically, when you work a night shift, you get paid a premium, so it's definitely an incentive to want to work the nights.
As Ronnie settles into his evening routine, things take a turn for the strange.
I'm just sitting in the office. Suddenly I heard this noise, this droning sound. I thought that maybe someone was awake, but the sound did not sound familiar to me at all. I had never heard this sound before. The interesting thing with the sound is anywhere that I was in the house, the volume remained the same. On the first floor, the volume was the same. The stairs, the volume stayed the same. Second floor, it was the same everywhere. It was just this sound that no matter where I was, I could hear it.
What is that?
The only time the volume changed was when I exited the house to see if the sound was coming from outside. There was no sound at all. When I returned inside, I could hear the noise. The noise stopped, and I thought I saw something, but I couldn't be sure. I had been working there about 4 months at this point. This was the first experience that I had that I couldn't explain.
But things are only just getting started.
Out of nowhere, I just begin to hear crawling. And it's coming toward me, and it's getting faster and louder as it's coming toward me. My heart was beating really fast. And I don't think that I'm crazy. I think that for the most part, I'm pretty level-headed and logical. I was sure of what I heard. I knew that I heard something. So I called my friend who was the night supervisor, and I just said, man, call me crazy, but are you here? I just have to rule this out.
You're not in the building, are you?
No. Why?
So he tells me he's not there. My heart falls to my
After an eventful night of mysterious happenings, Ronnie tries to get some rest.
At this point, it was actually now a sleep shift. So I was allowed to sleep, and there was a bed.
But not everything in the house is sleeping.
Just as I put my head down, maybe a minute after, I heard crawling, like a human crawling. And I opened my eyes. And it sounded like it was coming directly towards me. But my back is facing it, because I'm on my side. So it's coming from behind me. And I could hear it crawl right up to my bed, and as soon as I got to my bed, it stopped. And it was the most scared I've ever been in my life. Like ever. Like, ever.
In a group home for adults with developmental delays, overnight support worker Ronnie finds himself stalked by a sinister, creeping presence.
And I sat up. And I looked around. Couldn't see anything, but I was rattled. Like, I was shooken up. I've wanted to run away, but I can't leave. I can't leave this house. I can't run away scared. I'm responsible for people. But I knew I saw something. So even though I'm scared out of my mind, I have to check the house, make sure that people are safe. And I searched the house. But there's nothing. People were sleeping. I checked the second floor. There's nothing there. So I went back down. The last place I had to check was the kitchen. In the dining room, the lights are off, so it's very dim. Is that? This thing was crawling toward me, and for whatever reason, I just had this crazy sense of this thing wants to kill me now. For all intents and purposes, I'm trapped in a house with what I think is an entity who wants to kill me. And my heart was beating through my chest. And when I got to right in front of my face, it let out this noise. And I actually yelled. Stop! And suddenly, it was just me.
Ronnie did the right thing by shouting at the spirit, because what he did was he was focusing his energy to a point which repulsed the spirit, which caused it to stop.
Morning can't come soon enough. When his manager finally arrives to relieve him, Ronnie wants answers.
Hey, Ronnie, everything okay?
I told my night supervisor about the entity crawling toward me. And he knows I don't lie, I don't make stuff up. And he got me to tell him in as much detail as I could.
Ronnie's manager has a surprising story of his own.
I didn't want to scare you, but you deserve to know the truth.
He recounts hearing a horrible incident that happened at the home.
He told me that he heard a long time ago, when the day shift got to work, the night staff were nowhere to be found. And they were at a loss for words. They didn't know where the staff went, and the front door was actually wide open. And it turned out that night staff was found shot and murdered.
They found her body right over there, right beside the cot.
There was nothing physical in the house, so I came to the conclusion that it must have been something not of this world, something from the spirit world, perhaps a demon, perhaps the spirit from the night shift worker.
Ronnie's experiencing what I believe is perhaps a residual haunting or a spirit who died under very tragic circumstances and is simply trying to tell its story. It needs acknowledgement before it can move on. Ronnie is lying in bed and he's hearing the sound of something crawling towards him. This might be the spirit trying to show him what it was doing in its last moments before death. It also might be just trying to generate fear in Ronnie. Fear maybe is an energy which it can siphon, which it can feed from.
I still work as a support worker. Great job, I love it. But I don't do night shifts. Don't do those anymore. As scary as I find it fascinating. Because I think we all wonder what happens when we die. And when you have experiences like this, I think that it paints a pretty clear answer for you.
My name is Matt. I work the night shift. I worked in an office building. I was a security guard at night. I basically was in charge of securing the building, locking down the doors, checking the premises to make sure there were no unwelcome visitors or guests on the property that weren't supposed to be there. It was a really good job. I enjoyed working there, I have to say. My coworkers and the maintenance guys had some weird stories about the building. Still, I would approach things from a skeptical point of view. But what I found really interesting is right across the street from where I worked is a burial ground. And it was located next to an old church that was built sometime around the 1800s. One night, it was late, there was nobody in the building. It startled me. The only way these elevator doors were to open is if somebody pushed the button and there was nobody in the building. The elevator doors slowly opened.
Hello?
And they were just opening and closing by themselves. There was just no reason for that to happen.
What do you think was happening?
I didn't know what to think. I was just so startled. I had to make sure there was no intruder in the building. I checked the entire building. I secured all the doors, but there was no one left in the building. I thought I saw somebody.
Hello? Hello? Can you stop?
The person isn't stopping. I was walking pretty fast. I should have caught up to the person. This thing just disappeared. I thought that was weird.
Matt can't let whoever it is get away.
Hello? Hello?
I don't know where they went, just vanished.
Just when he seems to hit a dead end, the unthinkable happens.
saw somebody working at their station. It was more like a shadow figure in the shape of a person. I was so scared. He was just standing there staring at me, didn't say a word. He just vanished out of thin air, just vanished. That scared me. Honestly, it made me feel like, what's gonna happen next? I just had to get out of there.
What are you doing? There's something going on.
That's when my coworker explained the story about Pete. There was a former employee that had passed away. They actually kept Pete's office exactly the way it was after he had passed away. Nobody goes in the office, everything is still there as if he was working there. It was just really, really odd.
Matthew discovers that the custodian's office is left untouched since the custodian died. Maybe it's left that way because somebody tried to rearrange things and the custodian got mad, or the custodian is still lingering around because everything is still untouched.
They thought if they were to mess with his office that maybe he would come out and maybe freak them out or scare them or something.
Don't go in there.
I just, couldn't wrap my brain around it. I said, what if I see him again? You just can't imagine the feeling that you have in your stomach.
That is probably a residual haunting. A residual haunting is usually when a spirit is sort of just replaying itself on a loop because it's imprinted its memory into the location.
Did you want to quit?
I did want to quit, but then my wife, she didn't want me to quit. We had really good benefits there. I have to work, so I kind of just told myself to push through it.
Matt returns the next night, but he's nervous.
The only way I can explain it is that there's this fear knowing that something bad is going to happen to you. I've seen all these things, the elevators opening and closing by themselves, a shadow figure. I was kind of frightened because I didn't know what to expect. All of a sudden I look up, I see this crazy figure.
No!
Matt's job as a security guard has him feeling more scared than secure. While working the night shift, he encounters the ghost of a dead employee. And now, something much more terrifying manifests.
All of a sudden I look up. I couldn't believe what I saw. I just stood there and I just said, what am I seeing? Am I seeing a real thing or am I seeing something supernatural? It was freaking me out. I definitely felt unwelcome. All I knew is I just wanted to get out of there and go home. I see this ancient warrior figure. I felt like it could harm me or hurt me.
If a spirit is powerful enough and there is enough energy in the area to draw from, then it could very well hurt somebody.
I thought I was going crazy. I had to get out of there. Thinking Maybe I was hallucinating, but to me, it's like, that's some hallucination to have such a vivid image of that kind of figure. And the ancient warrior figure just disappeared into nothing.
And when he disappeared, what did you think?
I couldn't wait to get home. I'm about to leave. I just seen this black mass, darker than the shadows, and that's how I knew something wasn't right. And I just froze.
Did you feel like you were in danger?
At that point, yes. I was so scared because I felt unwelcomed. I felt like it wanted me out of there. It was dark, very negative feeling. I saw what looked like creatures to me. These things were demonic, and it almost seemed like they were getting ready to gang up on me. Demonic entities were nothing like I ever seen in my whole life. I was really scared.
Please stop.
I thought they were gonna hurt me. Can we stop for a minute? You know, definitely brings back memories. I don't want to have that feeling again of being apprehensive or feeling like I'm gonna get hurt.
Leave me alone!
I didn't want to get hurt. I just wanted to get the hell out of there and get home.
All the different types of entities that can haunt you, a demonic one is usually the most malicious because they are made of just pure negative energy. The fact that the shadow figures were very aggressive, to me that means that Matthew might be in danger.
I actually had trouble sleeping a lot because these experiences frightened me. One night, I thought to myself, maybe these restless spirits had some kind of connection to the burial ground that's across the street from the building.
The office where Matthew works could possibly be a spirit portal because there's so much activity happening. A spirit portal could definitely attract very different types of spirits. There is the more residual spirit that's in the custodian's office. We see the ancient warrior. We see the dark, shadowy, demonic entities.
Your work environment should also be your safe place, but in my work environment, I didn't really feel safe. I had enough.
My name is Patrick, and I work the night shift. I was studying forensics, and I wanted to get some experience on hand. I saw an ad in the paper. It was an interesting job, and I thought I'd apply.
Patrick lands the job. It's not for the faint of heart.
I'm a trauma and crime scene cleanup person. It was right in line with what I wanted to do, and it would place me in learning all about forensics and crime scene and cleanup and investigations.
Were you warned about the bizarre things that could happen on the job?
I was told that, things might happen, and other guys never lasted.
So a lot of people quit?
It's a big turnover, yes. A lot of people are not used to the fact of being in an environment where there was death or crime, or so many people who would commit suicide or murder.
But Patrick isn't worried.
Sure you're ready for this?
I'm ready.
I was skeptical. I really didn't think anything would happen.
On one of his first night shifts, Patrick and his boss are called to a women's shelter.
And it was very hot that night. It was a summer night. The police had left. The tape was still there. Something was really, rotten.
You get the dragon's blood?
Yeah.
We're also given a fluid to put on our noses called dragon's blood. And it would actually stop any kind of things going into your nose so you wouldn't throw up or get sick. And then all of a sudden, I just felt a really heavy sadness, a really heavy feeling around me, almost like you wanted to cry or something. Being around death, I don't know, my senses just went up. I felt really depressed and really alone. The woman, she had committed suicide by taking all these pills. She died there within 10 hours prior to we came.
Hey! You here with us?
He tries to shake it off, but adding to Patrick's discomfort, the heat.
The room must have been about 80 degrees. And the weird thing was, around the dresser, it just got really cold. It's impossible because one side of the room was very hot, and I thought, well, maybe there's air conditioning going on. But nothing was happening. And it was all cold. I could put her hand like this, and it was all cold, straight up and down, as if somebody was standing right at the dresser.
What was going through your mind?
The more you dwell on something, the more things happen. So I stayed pretty well calm and tried to go through it and do the job.
But as the night wears on, that proves to be easier said than done.
And then all of a sudden, the drawer just came wide open. It was closed. It caught me off guard.
You okay?
Yeah.
My boss didn't see anything. He didn't believe a lot of it. So it wasn't like something was haunting me or attacking me. So I continued on doing the job.
But a few hours later, something breaks Patrick's concentration.
It was a young voice sobbing and crying. And she said, I need my pills. I want more pills. And my boss, he's heard it too.
Must be coming from another room.
Yeah.
Patrick tries to focus on the job at hand.
There were still pills on the floor and pills on the dresser. And I was staying opposite the dresser, and all the pills started moving around. As if somebody was pushing them around. They were just moving everywhere.
Don't go. Don't leave me here.
I heard this woman's voice. She was upset.
Please. Please don't leave.
It was a heavy energy in the room, trauma energy. I could just feel this energy like saying, don't leave or something. That's what it felt like to me. Something was saying, don't go, don't leave me here.
Don't leave me, please.
That scared me. The thing just went bang. I wanted to leave. I couldn't.
In the dead of night, as Patrick cleans up the scene of a suicide, he experiences some strange activity, from objects moving on their own to disembodied voices.
The thing just went bang.
Please don't leave.
I was scared. I could just feel this energy like saying, don't leave or something. Don't go, don't leave me here. I was almost like numb. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, and my heart was pounding like crazy. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. I felt something all around me, like trying to touch you or keep you there. You don't know what to do, because it's not something normal that happens. It's something paranormal, right? I really felt like I had to break away. And then all of a sudden, I was outside.
Did you tell your boss what happened?
He didn't want to talk about things. He said it was hard for him to sleep at night.
Sometimes it can be a scary situation when a ghost tries to make contact with us, but they don't necessarily mean for it to be that way. It's just, it's not meant to be spooky, but it's the only way they can get their intent across.
Despite his experiences, Patrick doesn't quit.
I didn't think about quitting. I'm there to learn. I was working for quite a bit now, for a couple weeks. I was called to another job by my boss. We got the details that this woman had killed herself and bled out, and all the blood was still on the floor. They had found a rope that she had tried to hang herself with. She had actually slit both her wrists, so she bled out before she tried to attempt hanging herself. Again, I just felt this like really heavy, bad feeling. It's traumatic when you're right there and there's a death scene and somebody died tragically, and you feel all the emotion, feel everything that was happening coming through.
Help me.
I heard something. I just heard this voice saying, help me.
Help me.
It sounded like somebody was distressed. Obviously, somebody was in pain or trauma.
Help me.
I looked around, nobody was there.
But something is trying to get his attention.
It just felt really, really bad energy. Like something angry, something upset, very depressed. I felt something grab my wrist and just pulling really hard on it. It's like something was trying to cut my wrist. It was like a razor blade, and it really freaked me out. It was like something took 3 nails in their fingers, scraped it right in the arm. It was really hurting. It was a physical thing.
A lot of times when someone has died suddenly, their spirit is in a state of confusion. This transference of pain from the spirit to Patrick is very common. It's just the most effective way for a spirit to convey what happened to them.
I was pulling myself back, thinking, well, kind of in shock, this isn't happening. There's nobody really here.
Do it.
I heard this woman's voice.
Do it. Cut yourself.
She was putting that in my head. That was like, cut your wrists, you know, this whole image of like, do it, kill yourself, you know. And that's what I was getting, these images. And wow, I was like, I couldn't handle it, I couldn't breathe.
What did you think was happening?
I felt like I was being attacked by the spirit who had just died. I could see her face, she was very traumatized, crying. And all I could see was putting her hands on, and all the blood was dripping off her. It was like this, showing me this is what she did.
Patrick may be in danger because there are spirits that may be feeling anger or rage at the manner in which they died. Patrick is vulnerable. He's taking these elements, this dead energy, into his energetic system.
I really felt like I had to break away. I couldn't get the images out of my head, and the feeling of death and everything, and being around death.
Did you fear for your life?
I was scared. I really felt something was trying to latch onto me or maybe kill me. So it's pretty traumatic.
Hey, buddy, why'd you go running out like that? What happened to your arm? Gotta take a picture of this. Okay. I gotta document any injuries on the job, okay? Hey, just hold it right there. What is that?
So she showed up in the picture.
Yes.
Then he saw her.
He just stepped back and goes, wow, you got something here. It looks like a ghost.
The spirit of the suicide victim might be making itself known to Patrick because it's seeking absolution, it's seeking confession, it needs a witness, it needs to confess its sins so it can eliminate its last earthly bonds and properly cross over.
We're gonna finish up and we're gonna get out of here, okay? I'm freaked out, man.
I just said to my boss, I can't do this anymore. This is freaking me out. I just couldn't do it, and I quit.
Working so closely with the dead would definitely increase the paranormal phenomena in Patrick's life. I think Patrick did the right thing quitting before these events escalated into what could have become a very harmful encounter.
What's it like telling that story now?
I still get freaked out about the stories. I haven't really told anybody, many people, not even my coworkers, because a lot of people think you're gonna make it up or it's not real, but when you actually experience it and have it and see it, it makes you think.
Are you a believer now?
I didn't believe it at first, but I really have no choice because I saw it and I experienced it and it scared me. I never want to see anything like that again. I still have some nightmares about it.
It's another cold one here. When I first started working there, I felt like I was in danger.
Whatever was in the building put their hands on me and pushed me over.
It scared the crap out of me.
Leave me alone. Knowing that there's a spirit in there that has taken on your shape.
At that point, I got scared. These incidents made me a believer.
Does she want to kill me?
What you are about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Tim, and I work the night shift.
As midnight is about to strike, radio DJ Tim arrives for his first night of his dream job. He's finally hit the big time
I worked as an overnight DJ and morning show producer, doing multiple duties.
As a new employee of the station, Tim will be working very hard during the off hours.
It was my job to prepare not only a radio broadcast after midnight, but news for my sister radio stations. I was very excited about the job. It was dark at that time, and so I made sure to flip on all the lights when I came in.
Working alone in a popular radio station, Tim has plenty to keep him busy on this long, lonely night.
Literally, I was on my feet and moving most of those hours between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning.
It's been quiet at the station so far.
Then things started happening very strange. I thought I heard a giggle. I dismissed it and didn't think anything else of it.
And this one's for all you night shifters out there. Friends, I feel you. It's a lonely job, but somebody's got to do it.
As I'm broadcasting for that short break, I hear somebody knocking at my studio door. It was kind of a nervous knocking, very insistent. I was a little bit put off by that because you can hear the knocking sound come over the air.
Hey, I'm on the air. Hello?
There was nobody there.
What do you mean there was nobody there?
I could see all the way to the end of the hallway.
The source of the banging can't be explained.
I thought I was, fooling myself or hearing things.
Let's keep it rolling with another stone cold classic.
Something just won't leave Tim alone.
I thought I saw like a 10-year-old child, and I realized, wait a second, something is not right here. I was seeing something that shouldn't be there.
Tim goes searching for that something.
I was completely alone. Nobody was there. Whatever's going on here, I'm really, really bothered by this. I got very agitated.
Tim's dream job is becoming a nightmare.
It's another cold one here, so make sure you crank that heat. And for those of you without any heat, here's another hot little tune.
The disturbances are coming from all over the building.
It sounded like someone pacing above my studio.
Whatever it is, it's coming closer.
It got extremely cold in that studio. I thought I would see somebody in the hallway. I could see nobody there.
Finding nothing in the hallway, Tim braves the stairwell. The footsteps upstairs keep getting louder.
When I went to the stairs, I got the sensation that something is watching me on that landing.
Hello, is anyone there? You can come out now. Hello?
I climbed the stairs, and that was a mistake.
There, friends, I feel you.
Alone on the night shift. At one of the top radio stations in the U.S., DJ Tim tries to hold it together in the face of unexplained disturbances.
Hello?
At that point, I got scared.
Is anyone there?
Why is this happening? Am I going crazy?
Tim tries to find safety in his studio. Nowhere is safe.
These things definitely should not be happening.
He presses on. Tim can't leave dead air.
New details in a police investigation where police report that a homicide is expected to... Pardon me, homicide is suspected in a...
Hey, Tim. How was your shift?
Hey, this place is more than a little weird.
Yeah, well, it has a history.
He let me know that this building had been a funeral home at one time.
A lot of death happened in this place.
Which could explain what Tim has been seeing.
And he says, probably this is one of the kids that passed away. You've got yourself a ghost.
I don't know if I can handle this.
I go, that's insane. That was not the explanation I was expecting.
The building that houses Tim's radio studio was at one time a funeral home, linked with the bodies of those who died. Some of these spirits died under extremely distressing circumstances. No wonder that if they still linger on this earthly plane, they are confused, they are troubled, and in some cases, they're angry.
He goes, that's why we've had several people leave the position that you're in.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do, man.
Why didn't you quit?
I was really enjoying my job. I didn't want to quit, even though I'm like, this is weird. You know, I work in a funeral home, really?
Determined to keep the job that he loves, Tim returns for the night shift with a strategy.
I kept my studio door open when I was broadcasting.
That way, he can keep an eye on the hallway.
It was a busy night in sports last night with the Blue Jays taking on the Yankees.
And then it started up again. I would hear the footsteps on the landing from the top portion of the stairs, almost like a child
He tries to ignore the sounds.
4-2. And now this.
Until he no longer can.
And I said, enough is enough. I'm going to confront this spirit.
Tim is convinced she's in the stairwell.
Opened up that access door to the stairwell, and I heard a giggle.
Hello?
Nothing can prepare Tim for what he sees next.
Who are you?
And suddenly, the little girl is no longer alone. She's joined by a blood-spitting entity.
She looks at me in a very, very strange way.
Stay back. What do you want? Stay away from me!
Come on, Mommy. Come with me. Mommy, are you okay?
I felt like I was in danger.
It's about life and death. Tim is trapped in the studio.
Tim, whoa, Tim, what's wrong? Calm down, big guy. Everything's gonna be okay.
But Tim knows that nothing here will be okay. Unless he can come up with a plan.
I didn't want to quit my job, but I had to figure out some way to deal with these spirits.
In cases like this, where we have victims dying under tragic circumstances, those spirits can often be confused. They can be sometimes aggressive in trying to communicate with the living.
As night returns, Tim does as well.
Drawing was a way for me to make sense of something that was beyond what I was able to experience before. The lady in white was a figure I could not get out of my head, so I drew her.
He has a unique way of calming himself and the spirits.
I was a skeptic, and these incidents made me a believer.
Thanks for a good night.
I would thank them, the entities, when I left, and for a while, that would work.
I'm Heather, and I work the night shift.
In one of Canada's largest cities, Heather, a restaurant entrepreneur, is about to unveil the city's latest fine dining experience against all odds.
It had been abandoned by the last people that were in there. Nobody could make it work for longer than 2 or 3 years, and everyone went bankrupt, and it just had a bad reputation for business.
It also had a bad reputation for being haunted.
I knew the rumors that it was haunted, but I wasn't ready to believe them. Thought people were just making stuff up about ghosts and spirits.
Heather needs to succeed where others have failed.
I invested a lot of my own personal money, so I risked a lot here. I had a lot at stake for sure. I took it upon myself as a challenge to prove them wrong, that I could do it.
But there's no denying the place oozes a certain atmosphere.
Kind of had a ghostly feeling to it. It was just eerie.
With a grand opening set for tomorrow, Heather's burning the midnight oil.
I worked long hours because I just am that kind of a person. I wanted to make sure everything was done perfectly.
It's now 2 a.m. No one else is expected in the building until daybreak. And yet,
I would hear banging on the air conditioning furnace, the heating and cooling system, basically.
hardly unusual for an old house.
I just kept trying to ignore the sounds and keep working. And then I heard someone walking up and down the stairs, which freaked me out because there was no one in the building but me, I hoped. I looked around, there was nobody there. I'm not someone that scares easily, so I went to investigate. Got myself a baseball bat, ready to go, just in case, and I was ready to swing.
Sounds lead her to an old back room.
I could hear glasses breaking.
She feels certain she's being followed.
I did see a vision of somebody. Well, when I turned farther to look at who it was, there was nobody there.
Anyone there?
Scared the crap out of me. Even though I'd heard the rumors about there being something in there, that people called it a haunted house, I thought it wasn't possible.
So how'd you make sense of this?
I questioned myself whether I was just actually working too hard and imagining it all. So just carried on for the night.
Back in her office, she refocuses her attention on the business at hand, tomorrow's grand opening.
I just wanted to open the door so I could get people to come in and enjoy what we'd created and to enjoy the food and the whole atmosphere.
Day comes and goes. Heather's opening night is a rousing success.
We had a really busy night and the waiters were all swamped. So it was highly exciting for everyone and all my staff.
With only a few stragglers left, later that evening, things go south.
What was that?
Strange noises coming from somewhere. We proceeded to look for where the noise might be coming from.
Those noises beckon them back to the old room, where Heather had felt a strong presence the night before. To a doorway leading to the wine cellar. Why it's unlocked is a mystery. Only Heather has a key.
We listened outside the door, and we could still hear noises, things crashing. It was very frightening. The noises stopped, and we walked in, and there was nobody there. I felt something near me that wasn't tangible, but I knew it was there. I saw a blur of somebody in a red dress. I was scared.
In the middle of her restaurant's grand opening, Heather and a coworker suffer a terrifying encounter.
I did see a vision of somebody in a red dress, but when I turned to look at who it was, there was nobody there. At that point, I started to think that maybe there was truth to the rumors, that it was haunted. Then my next idea was, are we in danger? I was terrified when that happened. Well, I'd never experienced anything like that. I didn't know what to do or how to handle it. But I didn't want to tell the staff how I was feeling at that point.
Heather's sole drive now is to see her last customers off, close up, and go home for the night.
Felt like a bodily presence was near me, but there was never anything that I could see.
You okay?
I was scared and more worried for my staff than I was for myself.
Worried her erratic state may have spooked her customers, Heather tries to make amends.
I'd love to offer you a...
But things
Excuse me for just a moment.
go from bad to worse.
I felt quite a jolt on my shoulder, and there was nobody beside me.
I thought that I would...
Whatever was in the building put their hands on me and pushed me over.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Sure?
Yeah, thank you. I'm fine. I'm gonna get you something really special, okay? I'll be right back.
Did you feel like you were in danger?
I started to get quite fearful. Didn't know how to protect myself. I didn't know what I was protecting myself from.
With Heather's last customers out the door, a deep chill fills the room.
I knew there was something else in this restaurant with me. I could feel it. I saw this woman in a red dress that looked like me.
It's like looking into a mirror.
Knowing that there's a spirit in there that has taken on your shape is a terrifying thing.
This could well be a phenomenon known as the doppelganger, where an entity takes on the guise of a living person.
Without warning, the doppelganger vanishes into thin air.
I didn't know then if she wanted me to be her friend or whether she wanted to kill me. Absolutely terrified. I was afraid for my life.
This entity is engaged on what appears to be a prolonged psychic assault on Heather. It's making her life hell.
Why didn't you just leave?
I didn't want to run away because I had a lot of money invested in this project. I mean, it was $500,000. I was determined to carry on. Once I came to the conclusion that there actually was a spirit in there, I wanted to do some research and see if I could figure out what happened here. What spirit is in here and where did it come from?
She uncovers the dark and twisted history of the mansion.
I found out that it was owned by a wealthy family, and they had a daughter named Sarah. The tragic story of their daughter Sarah was that she was stood up at the altar, and she came back to this beautiful mansion, and she went up to the 3rd floor where my office was, and hung herself there in a red dress. I realized then that what I'd been seeing around the restaurant all this time was actually Sarah. And I believe that that was her spirit that was still in there.
Why do you think she was coming after you?
I have a great life, and maybe she was jealous of that because she never had what I have.
One thing's for sure. Sarah isn't leaving anytime soon.
Sarah didn't want me there, didn't want my business there, and tried everything in her power to not let us open and then to not make it comfortable for us to be in there. She wanted the house to herself.
There are a number of ways in which entities can attack the living. Sometimes those attacks are physical, but there are other forms of attack.
I was feeling Sarah's presence more than anything.
We can see psychic attacks in which a spirit wears down the psychic defenses of its target. Those people can be at risk of many behavioral crises, up to and including taking their own lives.
I heard her coming down the hall.
In the end, Sarah's haunting forces Heather to close down her dream restaurant.
Word did get around that the place had some kind of weird spirit in it. When Sarah comes into the room, I get this tingly sensation and short of breath, and I start to sweat and shake, and my face goes ashen white.
It seems like it's happening. Look, Heather, you're shaking.
Yeah, I know. It's starting. She came for the interview.
My name is Dan, and I work the night shift.
"32-year-old Dan works as a night manager in a bowling alley that has seen better days.
I was super excited to use my marketing degree to go into a bowling alley and try to revive kind of a dying sport.
Dan's shift begins long after the customers have left.
Part of my job before starting to count the money would be make sure that there's nobody left in the building, so I would actually have to do a walk around. Oftentimes I found myself there alone 5 or 6 days a week.
He's not long on the job before he realizes there's something unusual about this bowling alley.
It started to get strange. One night I was getting the lanes ready for the next morning for the league. Plugged the machine in, got it ready, set it down on the lane, started running it. And I had to go back in the kitchen to start getting some other things ready for the next morning. I came out and it was unplugged.
There is no explanation for the heavy-duty plug being pulled from its socket.
There was nobody in the building. I had made sure that everything was locked up. It was just me. So that happened not once, twice, but 3 times in a row. I plugged the lane machine back in order to get that job done. I knew something was there. Something that I couldn't see with my own eyes. I couldn't wait to get out of there. I mean, it is startling, and it did begin to freak me out.
Night finds Dan making his way back to the bowling alley.
I was working at a hotel, a nice hotel, and I was getting paid half of what I was getting paid at this bowling alley. So, you know, sometimes you have to deal with things that you don't like.
Dan settles in the safety of his office to finish up his auditing duties.
I would hear what sounded like thuds, footsteps, coming from the basement.
He checks the surveillance screens. No one is in the building. But Dan isn't alone, hearing strange sounds.
Well, I was a maintenance man on the automatic pin setter.
I hear the same thing.
One day I followed him downstairs.
Hello? Anybody here?
Just slowly, just like somebody, boom, 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 walking down the stairs, and then it stops. I was working there for 15 years before I saw anything happen like that.
Dan had also followed the footsteps
Someone down there?
to the bowels of the bowling alley.
Is there someone down here? Who is that?
See, and I didn't even know that you had heard those.
Yes.
You'd look over your shoulder, knowing that there could be something possibly watching.
What he's describing exactly what I saw.
Come on, man, who's there?
I hear Bob. I'm looking around and I hear Bob. I ran up to the front real quick.
That presence in the basement terrorizes Dan as well.
I saw this shadow.
What is going on?
Like Bob, Dan races away from the basement.
To my astonishment, he also had experienced the same things.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you warn Dan?
I didn't think anybody would believe me.
I kind of felt the same way.
Yes.
Like when things were happening to me.
Dan and Bob are both experiencing the same types of events in the same location, sometimes independently of one another. That makes their evidence, in my view, more compelling.
He has grave concerns about returning to his night shift.
Did you have the thought that it could hurt you?
I think in my mind, I hoped that it couldn't. I hoped that it couldn't hurt me. I couldn't just leave. I was very torn because I loved the job, and I had to provide for my family, so it was a significant amount of pain for me.
That night gets stranger.
When I was sitting in the main office, it sounded like a game of bowling was going on. And you could see some of the lanes from the office, but not all of them. You had to actually get up, get out the door.
Unexplained voices echo throughout the supposedly empty alley.
I would walk over to the lanes and check to see if maybe somebody's pulling a prank on me.
Is someone in here?
There it is. Oh, there. Oh, I have to get a photo.
Nobody was there. There's no balls on the lanes. Is this something that maybe sound is echoing off the wall? I had no idea how this was happening or why it was happening.
It's no longer just voices.
Look at that!
Dan sees something he has no words for. Dan, a night manager at a bowling alley rumored to be haunted, is now face to face with an angry presence.
Look at that!
Off to the corner of my eye, I saw it looked like a person.
No! 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 No!
It scared the crap out of me.
No! No!
That's what I saw.
Bob has also been frightened by this terrorizing entity.
What did you think it was?
A ghost? An apparition? Couldn't see through it. It was just darker than the background.
It was darker than dark. And just dissipated right into the wall.
Yes, that's what I saw. That exactly. Same thing I saw.
Really just see that really just happened. Surreal.
When I saw that apparition walking through the wall, that was like really, really like heavy. You're the only one in the bowling center, but there could be something there from beyond in the building with you at the same time.
At first, it seems as if what Dan and Bob are witnessing is a residual haunting, a type of paranormal recording mechanism. But as things progress, they soon begin to realize they're dealing with something far more intelligent.
That was the thing that made me know there was some kind of spirit in the building.
Freaked you out knowing that something was there. It was scary. It was definitely scary.
Knowing that the bowling alley is haunted, both men try to make sense of their otherworldly encounters.
Well, there was another employee named Michael, the late maintenance guy. He worked there since he was a very young man till he was about 62, 63 years old. He passed away unexpectedly at home. And me and Danny suspect that he never passed on to the other world.
The mechanic, this was his thing. This was his job. He loved this place.
The bowling alley has no history of tragedy or violent death. So the spirit of the old mechanic probably has lingered there because he was very affectionate toward that place during his physical lifetime. It was somewhere he found comfortable. He was familiar with it. It was probably his happy place. And therefore, some part of him either returns after his death in spirit form or has lingered behind.
I did end up quitting that job. I was scared.
A little skeptical before this, and now I believe, really believe.
Officers' duties were to lock down and secure the building.
Excuse me, sir?
Weird things happen around here.
I felt this presence behind me.
I felt trapped.
This is not your home. You will haunt here no more.
I have never been this fearful in my entire life.
I don't care how tough you are. If something comes to you in the middle of the night, you're going to be screaming just like a little kid.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name's Anthony Simonelli, and I work the night shift.
While attending trade school by day, Anthony takes a night job as a peace officer at the headquarters for a large metropolitan union.
In 1997, I was a peace officer in a union hall. I needed this job to support my family, and I was also studying to become an electrician.
Anthony works the overnight shift in the old union hall, 5 nights a week.
Hey. I first walked in the building, I really didn't have any bad feelings or anything about the building. They seemed like a nice, normal place to work.
The building's locked down and the custodians are gone for the night, so it's just us tonight. Got it?
Got it.
Most of the night I was alone, but I did work with another peace officer.
He spends much of his shift patrolling the large, empty building on his own.
It's a pretty big building. Has a bank in it, has a medical department, and it has multiple people that actually work there for the union. Peace officers' duties were to lock down and secure the building at night. We would go lock each of the floors off and patrol them and make sure there's nobody on the floor and make sure that it's secure for the night. On the medical floor, I was doing rounds, locking up, and I could hear footsteps and something coming up very closely to me. It stopped. I was a little nervous, but I figured it stopped. Kept on walking maybe another 15 feet. And I heard it again.
Anthony follows the footsteps to the nursing station.
Hello? Anyone here?
He finds the room completely empty.
Hello?
Just made me nervous. I was by myself with just a flashlight, looking in the dark.
Certain that an intruder is close by, Anthony continues his sweep of the floor.
Who's there?
I could feel a presence behind me. I stopped, and I didn't see anything there.
I said, who's there?
I don't know what it was or who it was, but it felt like it was right behind me.
If there's anyone here, show yourself.
And I was very nervous. I was scared.
Show yourself.
I just wanted to get out of there, and I did that floor very quickly, and I was out of there and back to where I felt safe.
Must be hearing things.
I was hoping that this would be the only time I heard anything like this, because it did put a strain on my wanting to be there, but I had to do my job.
The following night, Anthony returns to the medical wing and resumes his patrol.
Hello? Ma'am?
And I seen a woman walk by very quickly.
What are you doing here? The building's closed.
Dark hair, she's, I would say, late 20s, and she was dressed in scrubs. I knew something wasn't right when I seen her, because the hairs on my neck and my arm hair stood up.
Ma'am! Ma'am?
The female figure leads Anthony to the nursing station.
Hello?
Once again, the room is completely empty.
There was a desk there, and the phone started ringing. As I walk up to the desk, the phone kept on ringing, ring, 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 ring. No one should be calling us up at that time. The office was closed many hours before. And I was hesitant to pick it up because I didn't know who would be on the other side. I reached out my hand, and the phone stopped ringing.
The phone may have stopped ringing, but something else in the room is making noise.
It scared the out of me.
Hello? Ma'am?
While patrolling a large union hall at night, Peace Officer Anthony encounters an intruder that turns out to be a terrifying paranormal entity.
I think it's 30.
Seeing a full body apparition is actually pretty rare when you are experiencing a haunting.
She didn't look like a solid person because I could actually see through her.
In Anthony's case, the woman that he sees is most likely a residual haunting. A residual haunting is sort of like a psychic imprint on a location. So the spirit is just repeating actions that they did when they were alive.
I think it's for me.
I had to get out of there quick. At that moment, I was scared. I didn't know what was going on.
Anthony is determined to get some answers.
I never experienced anything like what was going on in this hall. So I felt there was something more supernatural.
The phone was right there. As soon as I went to pick it up, as soon as I touched it, it stopped ringing.
Went back to the Sarge, and I told him what happened, and I told him I seen a woman in that room.
She was dressed like a nurse.
You're not gonna believe this. There was a nurse who worked here.
Anthony is shocked by what his co-worker says next.
She used to work late some nights, so I'd check up on her. Hello? Anyone here?
I'm the one that found her. She was dead.
What happened to her?
Nobody knows how she died.
The cause of the nurse's death was never determined by authorities and remains unknown to this day.
Weird things happen around here.
Him saying that weird things happen didn't make me feel any better. It just got me more nervous. I just didn't want to do that floor anymore, go into that area.
If this place is haunted, shouldn't we tell somebody?
Listen, do you like working here? Just keep your mouth shut. Okay.
I think he experienced things throughout the years he's been there, and I don't think he liked to speak about it because he worked nights and he didn't want to scare himself. I really didn't have a choice to leave the job because the benefits and the pay was decent, and I just couldn't leave.
The next night, he begins his shift in another part of the building.
Constantly, as you walk through, you would stop, turn around, shine a flashlight in that area. You will actually walk around corners and check them again because you think somebody actually was there. And that was very eerie and, you know, disturbing at times. It got to a point that certain rooms and areas of the building, I would go in and get out very quickly because I didn't want to experience anything else that was going on there.
So Anthony's strategy to continue working at this job was to avoid certain areas of the building. If activity stops then he might be fine, but if he does notice that the activity is following him, then I highly advise that he leave.
Anthony continues his rounds on the top floor.
We used to lock the elevators off with keys on a panel that nobody could actually go up to that floor at night.
Even though the floor should be secure, Anthony still has to check it.
Excuse me, sir? Sir? Hello? Excuse me, sir?
I looked and I seen somebody walk by.
The building's closed. Sir? Sarge? Sarge, I just saw somebody in the upstairs hallway.
Nobody should be up there.
The floor's been locked off for hours and nobody should be there.
We'll check it out.
I heard a conversation. It would sound like a couple of men and maybe a woman or two, and it was like an intense conversation, like people were talking back and forth.
Excuse me, just wanted to see who was still here.
Swung my flashlight around to see if somebody's in the room or something. Behind the desk, there was a big portrait of a man. I put my flashlight on it, and I noticed that the man looked like the man in the hallway.
Who's here? Where are you?
The hairs on my back and my neck went up, and I just got really nervous. I started sweating and everything. I felt trapped. I just had to get the hell out of there.
When Anthony begins the night shift as a peace officer at a union hall.
Hello? Ma'am?
A series of disturbing sights and sounds lead him to a room.
Excuse me, sir?
That he now finds himself trapped in.
So I back out of the room, and I hear somebody say, "Thank you, good night." I lock the door, figuring if somebody's in there, they're locked in now. I couldn't believe that as I was experiencing these things, I couldn't believe it was real. I felt there was something in that building, a spirit, an entity, that didn't want me to go in these areas or didn't want me there at all. I just had to get the hell out of there.
Heeding his co-worker's warning, Anthony tells no one about his terrifying encounter.
I kept it to myself that I was nervous of doing these areas because, like I said, I needed a job. I had to go back and earn money to support my family.
Fortunately for Anthony, the next several nights pass without incident. But it's just the calm before the storm.
A few nights later, on the medical floor, I was doing rounds, locking up. I didn't want to be there because of what happened previously with the woman and the ringing of the phone. I heard a noise in one of the offices.
The sounds lead Anthony back to the nursing station.
I opened the door.
The very room in which the nurse died.
And this machine is moving on its own.
Anthony searches for a way to turn off the machine.
I actually looked for some sort of power source.
What the hell?
There's no power going to this machine. It should not be moving at all. At that moment, I was scared.
Whatever was manipulating that machine, it really feels like it didn't want Anthony to be in this building.
If it could move that machine, it could move anything. It could be dangerous.
Should be here. Get out. Get out. Get out.
I don't care how tough you are, how big you are. If something comes to you in the middle of the night, you're going to be running and screaming just like a little kid would.
You gotta tell me what's going on. Why is this happening?
People spent their lives working here. Some people died here. Maybe they're just protecting their turf.
I thought we were the ones protecting this place.
Maybe they think we're the intruders.
A spirit might become territorial for a couple reasons. One reason might be that it simply isn't even aware that it is dead. So when somebody comes into their space, they want them out of there.
Get out!
Anthony suddenly sees his terror in a new light.
I felt that some of the spirits that I encountered, they were employees that spent more time in this building than actually in their homes.
Anthony has had enough of ghosts and hauntings. He resigns that very evening.
I didn't want these things to happen anymore. I was relieved to actually leave the building and go on with another job. After all these events, now I'm a believer. I believe in spirits and the afterlife.
My name's Clark, and I work the night shift. I'm a classically trained concert pianist, and I have toured all over the world playing and recording.
Tired of life on the road as a touring concert pianist, 28-year-old Clark is looking for a place to call home.
I got tired of that work and wanted to get off the road and bought a concert hall. I had to sell my house to buy it.
Hey, come on.
I was going to renovate it and learn the business of music presentation.
To save money, Clark also lives at the old concert hall.
I ended up having a living unit created in the hall so that I could manage things. When I first moved into the hall, the only other being that was there was my black lab, Maya. The hall is a very old building. It was built in 1884. You expect to hear a few creaks and groans as these buildings expand and contract with the weather and the time of day. I was hearing that quite a bit, but also with its age and its dilapidated state, the hall had a reputation as a space that was a little bit creepy. I always thought that when people came up with these stories that they were either just figments of their imagination or hearing the creaking and the groaning of old buildings. So totally non-believer. The first strange experience happened to me about a year after I bought the hall. One night when I was closing down the hall, I felt this presence behind me. Turned around and nobody was there, but you could feel this presence. So I immediately thought someone had gotten into the building, and I had my flashlight with me.
Hello?
I had to look around every nook and cranny to make sure that nobody was hiding behind any of the spaces in the hall.
Someone there? Hello? Hello?
I yelled out, "Is anyone there?" And there was nothing. I went into this heightened state of panic because I'm the only one in the hall. We have a security system in the space, including motion detectors and door sensors, and the security system was on when this occurred. My beautiful dog came in and started barking. And she's not a barker.
Get it together, Clark.
And nothing. There was nothing. I knew there was no one else in that hall except me.
Clark thinks exhaustion may be playing tricks on his mind.
I've just been working so hard, 24/7, trying to keep everything together. I thought, oh, you're really starting to lose it, Clark. You know, the fatigue's taking over and you're seeing things.
But what happens next cannot be easily dismissed or explained.
Besides running the hall, I was still continuing with my career as a concert pianist. I would often perform there. It was a pleasure to play up there until things started to get a little bit creepy. One night, I was performing with a violinist. And in the middle of our performance, I suddenly could not hear that violinist. And that violinist couldn't hear me either. The two of us locked eyes and had a very bewildered look on our faces, not really knowing what was happening. It was a bit of a panic. It was the strangest thing ever, and we were only a very short distance from each other when it happened. In all my experience and understanding of science, it's just something that's totally impossible, and yet it happened. We were able to communicate with each other after a minute or so, and we restarted, and we didn't have that incident again during the performance. You could not put any logic behind this.
When Clark was performing on stage with his fellow violinists, the way that their perception of sound was being manipulated is something that I personally have never encountered. I believe that this sonic manipulation that's happening could be paranormal because of all the other activity that's been happening.
After the performance, we had a chat about it and wondered what the heck had happened up there.
I gotta go, Clark. I'm done with this place.
Please.
Maybe you should cleanse this place.
And then a number of other performances within the 2-week period experienced exactly the same thing. And we had some of the performers come to us and say, what's going on up there? Through all of these experiences, we were running the risk of getting a very bad reputation where people would not want to come and perform. We actually have had quite a famous performer who just said, there's no way I'm coming back there ever again.
This is a nightmare for Clark as a business owner and as a resident of the concert hall.
I was beginning to wonder what could possibly happen next.
Clark doesn't have to wait long for an answer.
The strange creaks and groans, my dog barking, the strange performances. I began to sense that I wasn't the only one in the hall.
Looking to escape life on the road, Clark buys his own concert hall. He begins to suspect the presence of unseen forces when strange events occur both backstage and on the stage.
I suddenly could not hear that violinist.
His suspicions are confirmed when he has a terrifying encounter.
It seemed like a real person to me at first, and was dressed in this uniform that was red, so I thought maybe it was like a red coat from the War of 1812. My adrenaline just started flooding through me. So I barricaded myself inside my living unit. I was beginning to wonder if I was actually losing it. You know, I just really need to get some sleep.
Maya, what's wrong?
I saw this entity in the corner of the bedroom. I was absolutely paralyzed in fear. I have never been this fearful in my entire life. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, I was at a full 10. I could not believe what I was seeing. When Maya started barking at this entity, it was affirmation that it wasn't just me seeing something, that this other creature could also see this strange entity in the corner of my bedroom. The hair was up on her back. She was frightened as well. I left the room thinking that maybe when I come back in, I won't see this again. When I walked back into the room, I saw it immediately, still standing in the same place, right in the corner of the room. I never thought I'd be so scared.
Why didn't you leave the building?
I did have the thought that I should probably go and sleep somewhere else for sure. But, you know, I had put my blood, sweat, and tears into this place.
Clark takes refuge in the hall, any place other than his bedroom.
I had to be brave. I had to make it work, and I was willing to do whatever it took to do that. I thought, what should I do? I can't function. I'm not sleeping. This is freaking me out.
Clark tries to make sense of what is happening.
One of the interesting things that I discovered that may be related is the fact that right across the street from the hall, there used to be 2 graveyards. They were very old. These graveyards were moved in the early 19th century to another location. I feel that there's a good possibility that some of these spirits may be from these burial grounds, but I'm not sure.
This spirit of the soldier that keeps reappearing to Clark is definitely an intelligent spirit because it is directly acknowledging Clark's presence and is trying to interact with him. A lot of the times with an intelligent haunting, they're a result of a spirit just wandering aimlessly, not really having a purpose.
At this point, I was not sure what I should be doing or thinking about seeing these things. I felt either I buy into the fact that there's something very strange going on in this hall that I can't explain, or I just say, I'm exhausted. Maybe I'm done because I'm starting to see and feel things that don't make any sense whatsoever. my friend and I decided to do a clearing ceremony of the hall, beginning with my bedroom. We did some rituals involving talking to the entity.
This is not your home. It is time to move on.
One of them told me to give the entity some direction.
This is not your home. It is time to move on.
You shall haunt here no more.
You shall haunt here no more.
This is not your home. It is time to move on. You will haunt here no more. This is not your home. It is time to move on. You will haunt here no more. This is not your home. It is time to move on. You will haunt here no more.
I had this tingling feeling in my spine that I've never felt before. I felt the energy shift a little bit. I felt like it was finally over.
For the first time in weeks, Clark sleeps peacefully. Clark awakes from a dead sleep, only to be confronted by his worst nightmare.
In the corner of the room, you could see this figure.
Why won't you leave me alone? Leave me alone, please!
I was panicked, absolutely panicked. This figure was staring right at me. And I don't know if it was trying to communicate with me. In that moment, I was absolutely terrified.
What do you want from me?
Nearing his breaking point, Clark recalls his friend's advice.
I need you to go. Go and guard the back door.
They said, well, you should give it some direction, like go tell it to guard the back door. And so I did.
I need you to go. Go and guard the back door.
And surprisingly, the entity left.
A lot of the times with an intelligent haunting, they're a result of a spirit just wandering aimlessly and not really having a purpose. And so when Clark gave this redcoat spirit a job, it left him alone.
That whole fight or flight mechanism that they say people have, I can attest to. I was really torn between staying and running. Since that time, I have never experienced that feeling again. It was definitely something that I can't even imagine putting myself back into that state.
Clark leaves that night. Living at the hall proves too much. In order to make it work, he'll need to foster a new perspective.
In 2011, I met the man of my dreams and I moved out of the hall, so I no longer live there, but I work there every day. This experience of seeing this entity in my bedroom still haunts me to this very day. It will never ever leave me. It has become part of my life because I see this figure from time to time in the hall. It's just almost a normalcy of something very abnormal. I had no belief whatsoever in the paranormal when I bought this space. I definitely am a believer now. I had enough experiences, concrete experiences, to believe that there is this other dimension and there are other beings in those dimensions. We're not alone.
I don't see it. I don't believe it.
You saw it, didn't you?
Things are happening.
You hear that?
That should not be happening.
As they say, curiosity killed the cat.
I couldn't scream. I was frozen.
What you're about to watch is based on true events. Some details have been altered to protect confidentiality.
My name is Nina, and I work the night shift.
After a career in law enforcement, Nina returns to her hometown to fulfill a lifelong dream.
I'm the owner, manager of a historic inn located in a little mining town. It was a vacant building. It used to be a mine office for one of the local mines that closed. But it was originally an inn. I renovated it. I took it back to the early 1900 period, and I financed it with my own personal savings.
This is a big gamble. The once thriving mining town of Nina's youth isn't what it used to be.
It became a ghost town. All the businesses went out, and it's just your old-timers still living there.
The property Nina owns has a history.
There were so many ghost stories always being told. Many, many accidents in the mines, many deaths of people. I was well aware of it. It was a risk, but I believe in the town.
Too busy with hotel preparations, Nina and her right-hand woman have no time for the rumors.
Put that one up there, Chief.
My name is Trina, and I work the night shift.
Trina has been a very close friend of mine for years, and when I decided to go into this business venture, I asked Trina to come work with me.
With Trina's help, Nina is ready to open just in time for the holidays.
The first thing I experienced at the inn was around Christmas time when we were decorating.
So we put up this beautiful Christmas tree, and the Christmas tree had these bells on them.
You hear that? Yeah.
And out of nowhere, oh my gosh, the bell started ringing.
I looked at Nina, and Nina looked at me, and I thought, this shouldn't be happening.
I looked around. There was no source of air conditioning, no source of heat coming up. Nobody came in the front door, but the bells would just ring. And I found it really strange, perplexing. And then they just stopped out of nowhere.
But then, something else grabs their attention.
The garland on the stairs that we just put up 10 minutes earlier, it started swaying in, out on the balustrade.
It scared me because it's like, okay, what's going on here? But I have no clue because there was no justification. It was the first experience that something just wasn't right in the building, or something just wasn't right, period.
With every passing night, nowhere in the hotel is safe from the strange behaviors.
Things get moved around a bit. We sometimes put things down and turn around, and they're not there when you go to pick them up. This is getting weird in here. Things are happening that should not be happening.
When you work a night shift, you are much more likely to experience a haunting because it's late and you're tired and you are revisiting the same location every night.
Nina can't shake the feeling that something is tracking her every move.
You always felt like you're being watched, as if there's a presence there, but you can't see anything. But you are being watched all the time in that building, and it would almost raise the hairs up on your back. And you don't know what's there, you don't know what's around, but there is definitely something.
Later that night, now alone, it gets more bizarre.
Hello? On occasion, I would hear high-pitched wails throughout the building. Hello? Doors slamming, as if someone is walking around in the building. But at this time of night, everybody's out like a light. There's no excuse, no logical explanation for doors slamming, sounds like walking, screaming.
How did that make you feel when you heard them?
At night, and when you're by yourself and you're working a night shift, it scares you.
Nina can't find a rational explanation.
All the activity that's happening definitely signifies that this is a haunted location.
The next night brings a snowstorm and more.
It was a cold winter night, and the snow was coming in hard.
The roads are closed, forcing Nina and Trina to stay the night.
Weren't you scared?
We were uneasy.
It's something I can handle because nothing was harmful. Scary, but nothing has ever been harmful.
Me too. I knew that. I'm in a sound sleep in the middle of the night. All of a sudden, I'm wakened by a sharp jolt. It wasn't just a tap, it was a jolt.
Nina, wake up. Wake up. Nina, wake up.
A string of frightening episodes puts hotel manager Nina and her assistant Trina on edge. And now, an entity only Trina sees visits them at night.
Nina, wake up.
I was sound asleep.
Nina, wake up. Wake up.
Nina awakes, but the presence is gone.
There was something, it banged the bed. There was someone in here.
I didn't see it, I didn't hear it.
And I said, it just banged the bottom of the bed and scared the living life out of me. Something's in the room, but nothing's in your room. So how do you explain that?
Trina, did you leave the door open? Of course I didn't.
The more you think about it, the more anxious you get. And the more you have to calm yourself down about it. It frightened me.
Let's get out of here, come on.
Nina believes her friend, so they search for an intruder on the security cameras.
I told myself that there was logical explanation.
But after reviewing the security footage, Nina doesn't know how to explain it.
When I watched those videos, nothing. Nobody entering, absolutely no movement of anybody coming in or out.
I don't see anything.
I can't justify what was going on.
Poltergeist hauntings are usually the type of hauntings that escalate in steps. You know, everything started off very small, bells jingling, objects moving, and then eventually the bed was shoved in the room. Poltergeist activity, it can potentially be dangerous.
I did not think anything would escalate. I just thought they were just subtle little things that I can blow off. But then my guests started complaining that there's odd things going on.
Couple more cancellations, Trine. This isn't looking good.
And it's like, what are we gonna do? I just don't know what to do.
Before anything can be done, it gets stranger.
I was going to take a snooze in the manager's room. But then out of the corner of my eye, something moved, and immediately you turn. I saw the tin fly right at her head.
It frightened me because I didn't know what was coming. I just saw something come flying past my head. I felt like I was a target.
Something did this to her and directed it right at her head. And it freaked me out. I'm telling you, it was like, oh my God, something's going on here.
What do you do about it?
Nothing. There's nothing I can do about it.
When Trina has tin cans being thrown at her, could possibly be a combination of an intelligent spirit and a poltergeist in this inn.
Trina's haunting the other night, and now this attack is too much.
Oh my God, I gotta get out of this building. Made me quite anxious. I had to go.
She reluctantly leaves, and now Nina is left alone to manage the inn.
I just want to close the door, get out, because it's just too much. But I put out so much money, like my entire life savings. And, it wasn't just my life savings. My staff depended on me for employment. If I close, I'm going to lose big time.
Nina has no choice but to retire for the night.
I had just finished closing up the inn for the night, and I was tired. I went upstairs, time to go to bed, and I went into a good sleep. You're sound asleep, and yet you could almost know, as if you're awake, that something is there. Something is watching, something is there. I don't know. I remember laying on my back, and I woke up and right at the end of my bed. Something is standing there.
Nina is holding down the inn after an onslaught of strange disturbances sends Trina home.
I gotta get out of this building.
Nina is jolted awake in the middle of the night.
It was a man. I would definitely say he was dressed like a miner.
Did you try to scream?
I couldn't scream. Absolutely not. I was frozen. It felt like it was for minutes and minutes and minutes. It could have been seconds, but it just felt so long. It really scared the hell out of me. I now know something is in my building. This is serious. This is real. This is not my imagination anymore. Shut my eyes, hoping it would go away. And when I opened it, it was gone. And that was the ultimate experience for me. This scared me.
Nina has now experienced the same entity as Trina, face to face.
I get a phone call from Nina. She is very agitated. She has just had an apparition at the end of her bed.
I was so scared.
It was a man in miner's clothes, and it was very shocking for her. This was the first time Nina was targeted by the apparition.
I need you here, Jean. You gotta come.
Oh, you were beside yourself, yeah. It was something you weren't expecting.
All of the activity that happened in this inn seems to have sort of reached a climax when Nina physically saw a man in the room. The spirit of a miner is there in the inn with them. When you're experiencing a haunting and you are terrified, it only amplifies everything.
It appears that one miner who lost his life on the job is fixated on Nina's inn.
A residual haunting is usually when a spirit is sort of just replaying itself on a loop because it's imprinted its memory into the location.
After the big experience with that apparition at the end of my bed, I really didn't know what to do. I was lost. I was scared. It's like, oh my God. Now it's reality. It's true. I can't slough it off. I can't make excuses, justify anything that was going on. And it's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? The worst thing I want out there is guests thinking that not only do we have potentially a spirit or ghost in the building, stay away. That's the worst negative I want. I want people to come to our place. I don't want them scared off.
If you thought your inn was haunted, why not just quit?
I don't want to go bankrupt. I don't want to lose everything I built. I love this business. I love this. I've got to figure this out.
Well, I was very concerned for her.
I put everything into this place. I can't lose my business.
There was a lot of money here on the edge, and she could not afford for this to go under.
These things I can't change. I can't fix.
Have to figure out how to run the business with the spirit.
I just turned the negative into a positive, and that was to start advertising as a ghostly inn. It's a mining town. It's like a Swiss cheese, basically, underground. All the tunnels were connected. We used to always tell each other stories that this ghost or that ghost or this robber or whatever used to, float through the tunnels. Probably goes through all those mine tunnels underneath, but he really centered on my building.
They won't give in to their fear anymore.
Being close friends and confidants, she always gave me the encouragement that I needed.
Hi, Hermie.
Hermie is what we started calling the ghost.
It just flew out one day. One of the times something happened, I says, oh, Hermie, just behave yourself. Just behave.
Okay, Hermie, cut it out.
Once we had him named, things really started to mellow out.
Nina and Trina decide to deal with their fear by giving the spirit a nickname. And this is a really good strategy.
Was the spirit less menacing?
It was better. All of a sudden, we had other guests that were coming in because they wanted their own experience with Hermie because they heard about him. So it became a very good marketing tool for us.
Full up again, Trine.
I asked the new owner if she has heard of or experienced any strange situations, and she said she hasn't experienced anything. So I think maybe when I left, Hermie left. My belief in the paranormal, with everything that I saw, I am a true believer, and I really believe in Hermie.
My name is Hector, and I work the night shift. It was my senior year in high school. I had actually caught up with all my credits, so I was able to get a job. I found out about a program at a hotel for overnight room service, and I figured, hey, why not? This is my first time working night shift.
Hector already knows a little bit about the hotel.
This hotel I went to work at had a history. I would hear stories about it being haunted. It's very famous.
But that doesn't faze him.
You could say I'm an unbeliever. I don't see it, I don't believe it.
That's about to change for the 18-year-old.
In the beginning of my shift, I was doing room service. My rounds to go pick up the trays. The maintenance guys kept going on about it, what they experienced.
Be careful. I'm cool.
You know, I kind of, shrugged it off, just kept walking.
Hector has no time for distractions. He's got a busy night.
I was doing my rounds, and this was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I get a little eerie sense. A sense like somebody was behind me. Didn't see nothing.
But then, Hector sees something or someone.
There shouldn't be a little girl out in 3 o'clock in the morning. So as I ended up running down the hallway, and I looked down the hallways, didn't see her.
Security, do you see a little girl walking around on the second floor?
They're like, no, we just see you. How do you explain this happened? I was freaked out.
You saw her, didn't you?
The maintenance man, he got a hold of me, and he was like, hey, he goes, you saw her, right?
Follow me.
The maintenance man leads Hector to a room that's hidden from the other hotel guests.
You gotta see this.
I looked in there. It was a little girl's room. Dolls from the top to the bottom. That is one of the biggest things that scare me. Like having all those eyes just staring at you. Freaks you out, it's intense, it's scary. That's when he told me, he's like, the little girl that you saw didn't run down the hallway. She went into the wall, into her room. Go.
She's the daughter of the former owner. She died in the 1920s.
Only his little girl's room with the dolls is still originally intact because that's where she passed away in. She died because she was sick. That's where she was comfortable. That room, that hallway, that was her place.
I believe the little girl is attached to the room. Although there's a sense of creepiness with the dolls in the boarded up room, there's not a feeling of danger or malevolence with that. I don't think physically she could harm it. For one reason or another, spirits do stay around, and I think she chose to stay in a place where she was happiest.
The hotel is haunted.
Although the maintenance man believes in the paranormal, Hector has mixed feelings.
I knew what I saw was real, but the spirit stuff, is it true? Is it not true? At that moment, I figured, hey, I gotta do my work. So I went back down to that second floor. I'd heard giggles. Again, I figured, hey, again, being young, foolish, I didn't want to walk away. Oh. I was a little girl from that room. I froze. I just experienced a little girl, finding out about her death. I didn't know what to do. She was very white, had brownish hair, curly at the ends. And she had like this 20s or 30s kind of dress. As soon as I saw her, she moved. I kind of felt like she was calling me, like she wanted me to follow her.
But Hector doesn't follow.
I took a different route. Instead of going down that hallway, I decided to go to the 3rd floor.
Hoping he can finish his rounds in peace.
I'm young, you know, I'm 18 and, you know, brave and, you know, kind of foolish at that moment. So I didn't want to walk away. The 3rd floor, it was quiet.
Although he tries to put on a brave face, Hector's on edge.
You get that creepy sense of feeling, maybe you got the chills. At that moment, I hear a ding. So I stop and I kind of just, you know, kind of collect myself.
He's thinking it may be a late-night guest, so he goes and checks.
No one's there. Again, I hear a ding. And I'm hoping that a guest will come out. No guest comes out. I knew I was alone. I got chills and that feeling that tingles all over my body. I remember just standing in front of that mirror and just seeing this woman behind me. Well, this is terrifying.
Teenage Hector is a skeptic when he starts his shift, until he sees the spirit of a dead girl. But it gets worse. A different entity manifests.
God, I'm just sorry. I got chills and...
This spirit is much angrier. Suddenly, she disappears.
Maybe it was just, my mind was just playing tricks on me. I can't believe it's actually, you know, happening to me. Being a non-believer, it was, you know, is it really real? Is this really happening? I don't want to see it, I don't want to believe it, I kind of put it away.
Turning a blind eye isn't working.
You get that creepy feeling where I feel like something's watching me. And then she's behind me. I never look behind me, I never look.
She will not be ignored.
She was just piercing into my soul.
You look like you're scared now.
Yeah. It happened when I was 18 years old. I'm sorry. It's
upsetting.
It's just something that I can't deal with, you know, but I do it. Still to this day, when I speak about it, it still scares me because I can still remember her look.
Did it feel like she wanted to hurt you?
Yes.
That night, Hector manages to escape, physically unscathed.
And at that moment, I left.
But the emotional scars still run deep.
It happened. I had to face the truth. I had to face the fact that it happened to me. So I still went on as a non-believer, but inside, deep down inside, I knew it was real.
Did you want to quit at this point?
I was still contemplating, should I quit? Should I leave? But something kept me there.
His desire to know the truth is greater than his fear. So he returns to the hotel looking for answers. He seeks out the maintenance man.
The real kicker for me was I didn't tell him what I saw. I never told him about the woman. He asked me, he goes, did you ever experience the woman in the mirror?
Let me guess. You saw the maid.
I'm sorry. He told me that she was a maid at the hotel. She'd already been having problems with her fiance. And one day, during the day, she was working, and he had gone in there and just stabbed her, murdered her, and left her there to die.
A lot of times when you have an earthbound spirit, they hold on to that emotion that they died with. In this case with the maid, she died with a lot of anger after being murdered by her boyfriend. I think she's become attached to the building itself. It's just like the little girl.
This hotel's haunted. She's not the only one of them.
It's very common for malevolent spirits to be attached either to the earth itself or to a building.
Hector isn't interested in any more otherworldly encounters.
It took me a while to finally say, you know what, I don't want to see it. As they say, curiosity killed the cat.
He's not risking his life tonight. He goes to get his things to leave. But as he tries to open the door,
I could hear like a tapping on the door. I kept staring at that door. Finally, I have the courage to open that door.
as Hector enters to grab his belongings, something awakens. While working the night shift, young Hector encounters the spirit of a deadly girl and an angry maid. As he tries to grab his belongings, something more terrifying waits on the other side of the door.
I kept hearing like a loud, kind of like a beep noise. I couldn't really tell you what it was.
And then another strange sound follows.
The breathing that just kept getting harder and harder, louder and louder.
He can't make any sense of it.
It felt like a man's breathing, but it felt like something that wasn't man. It's freaky, gives you the chills.
All Hector wants to do is escape, but something won't let him.
As I turn around, that's when I encounter I call him the Shadow Man. It was the shape of a human, but it wasn't misty. It wasn't like, smoky. It was just like I'm looking at a shadow. I didn't know what to do. At that moment, it's just like everything started recurring in my head again. A little girl, finding out about her death, feeling that terror with that woman, and now experiencing this. It's like, this is it. It felt like an ending to me. What was it? I don't know. Something that I knew that was standing right in front of me, and wanted to cause harm. Next thing I know, I just remember you know when you're asleep and you feel like you're falling and you jolt and then you wake up? That's the feeling that I felt as I'm looking at the shadow man. And next thing I know, it knocked me down. I fell on my back and, I mean, I was out.
I would say at that point where Hector is being thrown down, that's a fairly large malevolent being. Hector was attacked, he blacked out, and actually had a physical experience. You could call it an extreme haunting.
Hey, you all right?
What brought me back was the maintenance man.
You okay, pal?
I got knocked out and I was out for about 2-3 hours. What happened, I have no idea. To me, it felt like I just fell down about a minute.
What did you see?
Was the shadow man still there?
I don't know where it went, if it went behind me, where it was at.
Hey.
Hector ends his hotel stay.
I didn't talk to nobody, I just left. I never looked back. And till this day, I still have never gone back. I think I went through a whole entire level of different spirit types. How many people can say they have actually experienced these things?
I think in this case that spirits are attached to the location. And the spirits don't want Hector to leave. I don't blame Hector for a moment for being absolutely terrified.
Are you a believer now?
How do you explain to somebody? How do you tell somebody that your friends, your family, they're gonna look at you like you're crazy? It was always better just to lock it away and wait for the right time for it to come out.
What are you hoping will happen by telling your story now?
Somebody else will come and say something, or they'll come forward about it. But I know that hotel has a secrecy, and they hold on to their stuff tight. I just hoping that whoever is working there now, the future, or in the past, as I was, will know that they're not the only ones that went through this. They're not alone.